Hello, it's Saturday, April 4th, 2026. Welcome to another edition of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo.
You hear the noise from the background? I deliberately don't want to put on my mic. That's to tell you how frustrating the sound is. You see, I don't dey run mad. We are gradually adapting to hardship, and we are not loud enough about it. We are gradually adapting to hardship. See, I'm suffering. If you're not suffering, I'm suffering. I no longer have savings because I have to spend for fuel. Cost of living is about to kill the living. In fact, it has finished me completely. This is not the time to use positive words. It is well when it is not well. It is not well. It is not well. Is this the same mandate that we're supposed to blindly follow? And then we have people with huge following supporting this mandate, this madness. Fuel is 1,700 black market, 1,400, 1,003 something in some places. Is this how it works? We no longer have savings. You buy 20 liters, it finishes. Boom! No lights. No lights. I'm broke because I cannot save. Because I'm trying to survive every day. I'm trying to keep up for me and my child. There's so much hardship and we're not talking about it. We are busy concentrating on irrelevant things on the internet, keep chasing clouds unnecessarily, when the world is actually coming to an end right before our eyes. If we allow these people sit on seats next election, it is over. And then you talk about why women are going to prostitution. You are stupid. I'm going insane because I'm broke. I don't to spend. The last 5 liters now, I won't finish now for my jet. What kind of madness is this? What kind of madness is this? Somebody is telling you to follow this mandate, and you're not there, cursing them out and driving. Even when there is light, they put you in a band. They say it's band A. Indeed, it is a band. Because they band us together and zap our savings completely. You put money there, you go upstairs, then the light is finished. From down to up is finished. The way the band is banding us, is zapping us of our entire savings. You cannot even put 20,000 naira as a recharge card and go from here to here without your lights doing pee. Corruption in every damn fucking thing. And you're wondering why people steal? You're wondering why people steal to survive. When you're not making you're not making it safe for the people in the country to survive. You're not creating an avenue for there to be what? Survival. You're not creating jobs, opportunities. You're not helping them. Go outside the country and see how they are helping their citizens. You reach una turn, una they kill the citizens. You people are depriving us of joy, depriving us of livelihood. And you're wondering why there is high rate of crimes? May God not punish anybody who wants to advise me now. May God not punish you. You will have so much talent, but where is that talent going to? Where are you going to exhibit the talent? In what country? In a sane or an insane country? I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore because I'm so pissed to my bones. Your talent cannot even fetch you money if you don't do illegal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the date is 1st April 2026. This is Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. It is a protest by youths of Edo State. The youths of Benin City are protesting economic hardship, cost of living, killing the innocent. The youths of Benin are protesting. Even the Nigerian police are here, but they cannot stop them to clear the road. Let me show you the crop of the Nigerian police. They've appealed to these youths, but they've refused. They are adamant. They said they are not living here anytime soon.
Yes.
You can see some police there. The Nigerian youth say they are not going anywhere. Say they are not living here anytime soon. They said the government should hear the cry of the masses. Please, we are begging the government to please do something about this. Please do something about this. Please do something about the economy. Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are in lamentation, pleading with the political class, the elites, pleading with government to do something firsthand about the fear situation in this country. It is really terrible. It is terrible. We don't want this to degenerate in this country. Please, government, do something about this. We don't want this to degenerate in this country. Government, please do something about this. This is critical this morning. This is terrible this morning. Everyone's stranded. Everybody's stranded. It is a situation that needs urgent attention by the government of the state. Everywhere, it is terrible. It's terrible, as you can see.
This is the current situation right now in Nasarawa State. Today's date is the 3rd of April 2026. Current situation right now in Nasarawa State. Nasarawa local government area of Nasarawa State. The people of these communities are leaving their homes as Fulani terrorists invade their community this afternoon. No security present seen yet. No, not at all. The people are running away. These are the people of Udegen, Kasa, Udeningida, and Akiawa community. They are all running away from their homes because of Fulani bandits. Nigerians, we are at war. I told you guys this thing. The federal government of bandit media will not tell you. But like I told you guys, I got your back. Even they hide them. The English Al-Haji, they bring them out. They active. Nigerians, protect yourself. Protect yourself now. Defend yourself at all costs. Defend yourself.
Ongoing crisis between Odenigida and Fulani. Right now, people are running. In this morning, you could see women. People are running. I am running. You could see people are running. Fulani in Odenigida, Nasarawa State. Government has to do something this morning. Something is happening. Look at the way people are running. Yes, Fulani just enter Odenigida. Look at the number of people. Yeah. People are running. Look at this old man. People are running. This morning. Look at what is happening in Nasarawa State. Look at what is happening. People are running. Fulani. Look at what is happening.
Operation show your sky. Operation show your sky. Oya Kumbe. Alolu, Operation show your sky. Right now, Sesame. Operation show your sky. On the Bomawa for the sky. Bawa pẹ̀lú voters card. Ṣé yọ voters? Gbogbo wa ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ náà pé voters card la máa fi gbà á. 2027 aṣíwájú for president. Aṣíwájú for second term. Aṣíwájú for president. APC progress. APC progress. APC. My party and party our party. Operation ṣé yọ voters card. Ẹ̀túnbẹ̀yìn ọmọkọ̀ òbíṣẹ́ kan. Tó o bá ti ṣe mídíà, sún ẹjọ́ mídíà náà àyíjà ara yín dáadáa. Ẹ máa wo voters card yẹn dáadáa kó tó gbà ọ́.
In fact, I was surprised yesterday thoroughly surprised when I was watching politics today. Seun, if there was any way to break the screen, I would have shot him.
I'm coming, mother.
In 5 feet, we'll get to him. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. No, see what I'm saying. No, the point I'm saying is how you can take yourself, the interviewer, saying that we cannot allow this only one party to do. Look, I said, what is this? I'm coming. You are an interviewer. You are not telling them your own view that how can they be there and make a mistake to allow one party in this country. We will not. I was just taken aback. I know the point I'm trying to make. There's nothing wrong. You are the interviewer asking questions. How would people have allowed this kind of thing to happen? Now you are not the one coming out in a national television making that kind of which means you've already taken a position, which is not right. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I'm not that I was about going to give. No, what I'm trying to say, the anger that how could an interviewer, the anchor person, be making such a statement? And I said, this is not the kind of journalism I have seen people. I watch other stations.
Were butchered in Yawata last year, and the president didn't go to Yawata but go to Benue State, where children lined the roads in the rain as his motorcade sped past. We spoke about insensitivity, lack of empathy, and just a lack of emotional intelligence when it comes to our government. Because I'm sure it's not the president who asked those kids to stand outside, right? We must look at the governors. We must look all the way down the line. But imagine my horror when I saw that he's done worse, because he went to Jos and he said there is no light, so he has 10 minutes. He can give them 10 minutes of his time. He can branch in Jos before he returns to Lagos, in where he was even welcomed as though he was a foreign dignitary. But let me stay on track. He can give them 10 minutes of his time. Oftentimes, there's no dignity in the lived experiences of Nigerians, and there's no dignity in their deaths. There's no dignity given to the families who are told to dress up and drive to the airport to greet the president, who has come to branch and offer his condolences. Even the governor, Mufwang, when he went to visit the people in an armored vehicle with more police officers than they've probably seen in their lives. Why were those police officers not available to prevent an attack, but they are available to protect one man? If it's a rich man that dies, they'll go to his living room. They'll hold his wife, they'll take pictures, console his children. They'll show how close they were to this rich man or this politician. But everyday Nigerians get 10 minutes because there's no lights. There's no light. That's also why Aregbesola, they can insulate themselves from the failures, from their own failures, and the rest of us are left to deal with it, to manage, to understand. Our leaders are elected to serve. Service is a word often forgotten. It's not a monarchy. Last I checked, they're supposed to protect our lives, our properties. The people in Yawata, most of them were IDPs. They were failed twice. They had already been displaced and then they were killed. And then they make it about politics because that's what they're comfortable with: politics, elections, politicking. But when it comes to service, actual governance, doing the actual work of caring, acting like it's not an inconvenience actually to care about your own people, that is too much. Oh no, that's too much. Let's focus on convention. Let's focus on election. Imagine my shock when I saw the president of Kwara, governor of Kwara, Abdulrazak, flying to Abuja for birthday party. The 176 people kidnapped in Woro, in Kwara, in February are still being held by terrorists. That was in first week of February. We are now in April. But the governor can fly for a birthday party. Do they not have sleepless nights? Is it just me? Where's the empathy in our leaders? Like,
very much. Please be seated. You have no light at the airport, and I have to fly back within the next 10 minutes. To you leaders, I've heard this. To the victim, there is nothing I can give you, whether money in billions, but console you and promise you that this experience will not repeat itself. I take, for example, Favor Rhoda. I know the pain. I see how on the video you head on to Ayuba and the pain and agony in your heart. But it's only God. It's only God who can give you joy and comfort. No amount of money can pay all of you back. Yes, as government, we will try our best.
But as I prayed, it was like the Holy Spirit just zoned me in and said, tell President Trump how thankful you are for him. And I think I'm... And I felt like I was conveying the heart of God for all of us, that we are thankful for the greatest champion of faith that we've ever seen in a president. And we honor you because of your bold, unwavering conviction and stand for religious liberty here in America and around the world. And you recognize the power and the name of Jesus Christ. I remember when we told our first briefing, you can now pray again and worship again. They begin to shout and praise and say, thank you, Lord, and sing in their highest ways for your unwavering recognition that the strength of a nation is through Almighty God. And you have not backed away from any of this. Thank you for allowing me to serve you, to serve people of faith, and to serve the American people. I've heard many people take credit for you being here, or for some of your victories, and for being in the sacred office of the president. But the truth of it is you are here because of God and because of you. And I just wanted to share this thought and pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership, great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. I'm not joking. You understand? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because he mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make up.
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Showore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You are a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us and welcome to another edition of Have Your Say 247, which is the show we allow you to come on and tell us what you think is going on, say on all the issues in the news. We always appreciate you. We're as good as the people who come in here to be part of that conversation. So we appreciate all of you, those who come in, those on the comment section, those watching at home. We appreciate all of you. Please like, share, and be part of this conversation, because that's the way it works. We can't do it any other way. So today, as always, there are issues all over the world, starting in Iran, where 2 American fighter jets were shot down. They've been able to rescue 2 of the pilots. They are looking for 1. And that's the story. And that has shaken the confidence of the American military establishment, who bought into the defense secretaries and Trump's idea that the U.S. is invincible in the air and on land. So we know we'll find out what is going to happen in days to come. And around the world in Africa, the stories are not different from what they have been in the last few weeks, months, and years. In South Africa, Nigerians were once again, not just Nigerians, Africans in the country were once again under attack. Their property is destroyed by South Africans. It started with a Nigerian, an Igbo guy who got coronated as a king, I think, Igbo of one region in South Africa, I think Eastern Cape Town. So it raises another issue, which is when will this end? What will people, foreigners in South Africa, how do they overcome that? We're going to talk about that. We have our resident James from the Gambia, who has he lived in South Africa. He will give us his take on what is going on there and why this is going on. In Nigeria, of course, several issues in the news. One of them was really the meeting, the travel to Jos by President Bola Tinubu, who went there to say to see the people who were victims of the Palm Sunday massacre in Jos. He ended up at the airport. He didn't go inside the city. He didn't go to see people in the hospital. He said because they didn't have light at the airport, he would stay only 10 minutes. And then he went back to campaigning. So people were mad. People were shocked that the message is not getting through to people who are running the country, Nigeria. Other stories in the news, ADC, the crisis in ADC, because INEC now declared that they will recognize the leadership of the ADC. A lot of lawyers, and we are looking at the appeals court judgment they used to base their ruling. People are demanding that the INEC chairman should resign and leave. So many things going on. The President Tinubu put in a request for $6 billion loan, new loan, and the National Assembly, the Senate used. I think they debated for 3 hours and then approved the loan again. So a lot of things going on in the country and around the world. So if you want to join us, please turn on your camera. If you're in the studio, we'll bring you in. And I know you are going to add a lot of things to these topics I mentioned. And we will begin the conversation. Again, thank you for joining us. I appreciate all of you, those at home, those on the comment section, and those who will join us later. Thank you again. All right. Thank you, everybody. We're going to use the first 20 minutes to say hello and look at issues and before we start the conversation. So welcome to the show, Mr. James.
Yeah, good evening. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. So for those at home who may not know, James is my co-producer. When I come in here, 20 minutes before the time, James is here. We talk, and it's good to have somebody with you when you are preparing for a show like this. So he does more than just what you guys see when we turn on the camera. All right, James, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. A lot has happened. As I was telling you in a private discussion, TM Maluku would describe it as 1 week, one trouble. That's the problem with Nigeria. There's no week without a new development, negative development for that matter. And because of the problems we have at home, something happened in South Africa, which we will discuss in this session. The solution actually is not in South Africa. Solution to that problem that erupted is back in Nigeria. We are going to solve that problem, and it's going to take time. Anyway, you are all welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Let me say hello to Jide. Jide, welcome to the show.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings to everyone on the show. Greetings to everyone listening. Brother Tony, Okpebolu, Mr. James, Comparable Facts, and Paul, Brother Paul. Greetings to everyone. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and a lot of my speculations are coming to fore.
I know you'll be happy today, but use this opportunity to if there's any story you want to highlight, use this opportunity to highlight the story. Go ahead.
Yeah, Nigeria story. Yeah, I mean, even though a lot of my story is mostly geopolitics, but the Nigerian story of what happened in Jos is quite unfortunate. It's quite sad. I was very saddened by what happened. As always, I've always been sad about the killings in Nigeria. But most importantly, I know I mentioned about one American guy, that he claims to be a missionary. There's going to be a lot I'll talk about regarding that. There's a lot I'll talk about. The US and Israel, they're having a very difficult time waging the war in Iran. That is also another story I would like to talk about. Currently, the entire global geopolitical structure is about to change. Either it is for better, for worse. I'll talk about that. But right now, they are finding it very difficult to defeat Iran. Iran currently, as we all know, the Iranian people are paying the ultimate price with their, I don't know if I can say this on here, but with their BLOD, they are literally paying the price. And I think the US empire would destroy that country. But would they win that war? It's very unlikely. Will they use nuclear weapons? We don't know. We are on the verge of seeing that. Fingers crossed on that. But currently, with the war going on, even the allies, their so-called brothers and sisters, Western Europe, South Korea, Australia, they're having a lot of issues together already. So clearly, we are seeing the decline of the US empire. So in fact, there's a lot going on. Anything can happen, and as we're even speaking, the global economy could collapse. All Iran needs to do is pull the trigger. All they just need to do is pull the trigger as I'm speaking. Like, there's just so much going on, but I'll stop there and let everyone speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm hearing a lot about nuclear weapon, that it may be the solution to this war, but let's go to Tony. Tony, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Compliments of the season. Greetings, everyone on the panel, and greetings to those who are listening. I think Trump captured the Nigerian situation when he described the country as a CPC, as a country of particular concern. We can see it from all the developments in the last 1 week. Some of them you have mentioned. But I also make quick to say that there was a demonstration in Benin City, in Igbo area, people saying no, Tinubu must go, tired of the situation in the country. We also saw in Bauchi where APC was holding its convention, and people were saying, they're saying no to Ashiwaju's 2027 ambition to return back as president. You mentioned the development with ADC, and we saw what AMU, for short, has done, and all the controversy surrounding the decision that he, as the chairman of INEC, took. I'm sure we're going to look at that. Going over here in America, yeah, Jide did mention, some of the issues here happening and how it's affecting some of Trump's decision and how it's impacting negatively on international community. I also saw the firing of a 4-star general by the defense secretary because he questioned him over the delay in promoting 2 black military officers who are due for promotion and 2 ladies. We saw also the firing of the lady in charge of yes. And so there's so many issues. We also saw that the Gulf countries, signed a 10-year agreement with Ukraine to military cooperation, particularly in the area of drones, which Ukraine turned out to be one country where they have been able to use very cheap drones to deploy them. They've been very, very effective, even more than the Shahid that Iran is manufacturing. So it appears that they are looking towards Ukraine because with this incident that has happened, the Patriot missiles and all that has not been very, very effective in being able to, pull down the onslaught from Iran. So there's been quite a lot of destruction. And if Ukraine could withstand and relatively hold Russia superpower for as much as they have done, just using very cheap technology and innovating them, improving them. And the Gulf nations are saying perhaps that's one area they could look at and understand the strategy so that they can complement it with whatever they're receiving from the West. So those are some of the issues for me that we probably need to interrogate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. You made me remember the Pope spoke yesterday at the Good Friday service, and he said that God will judge the leaders for the decisions they are making today. I wanted to show you the reaction of the leaders, but that will be later. Comparable Facts, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, folks. Nice to be on the platform. I'm just going to, I think you pretty much tabled everything that we're going to talk about, but talking about what Jide said about the global effect of what's actually going on, I was kind of baffled because there's a list of countries in the world, this oil price has affected. Nigeria being one of the oil producing countries is the only country that ranked in the top 20. I think Vietnam was number 1. Nigerian price has increased. Of course, everywhere has increased. We are buying gas here in California. The regular price is $6. How about people that use premium? That's like about $9. People that use premium. So this conflict is killing us. You're like complaining. I'm the one that's supposed to be complaining because I can't afford to drive anywhere. The gas is killing me here in California. But I won't say that Nigeria is ranked among the top 20 of the increase in the price. I think Vietnam was number 1 according to the list I have. Nigeria percentage was about 39%. I think right now because the price has gone up last week, so it would be about 40% right now. Nigeria increase. They're even higher than higher than America. So Nigeria is having a threat. Even I thought we are a producing country. So I'm trying to find out why do we have such an increase compared to any other African country that wasn't listed in the top 20? And they don't have oil. So let's see what happens. But anyway, I think he pretty much has said everything we have to say. Oh, one more thing. Professor Odekalo, we're going to talk about the INEC, about the listing of the mark and everything. Dr. Professor Odekalo said that the man, what's his name, the INEC chairman, this kind of letter, before he was elected, This signed a letter for resignation. So if he doesn't comply what the government wants, he already signed a pre-resignation letter that he's going to be resigned if he doesn't do what they said. So that's exactly what's happening in the INEC right now. So hopefully we'll talk about it. I don't have anything to say, but most of what we're going to say you already tabled them. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
So one more thing. Wike did bribe about 29 or 30 of the INEC people with about 1,000. So it's in the news.
Thank you. Thank you, Comparable Facts. Ovie is not here. Let's go to Paul. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Good morning. Comparable Fact, you make mention of the price of gas in Nigeria going up and everything. You must understand that the price of gas, like we call it in Nigeria, say petrol, go up. Dangote don't get crude from Nigerian government. Dangote literally buy most of his crude, cheap crude, from places like the US. So that's why it's affecting Nigeria. We don't give more.
Good point. But why Nigeria? Why did they have such an increase about 40% compared to any other African country? I know it's a global effect. So that's why I have concern when it comes to Nigeria.
Yeah, that's Nigerian for you. There's no demand and supply, there's no market commodity, no competition and everything. So what do you expect? Do you forget what you guys faced during December time? When people fly 500,000 from Lagos to Onitsha or Owerri, but you will fly 200,000 to Abuja. Is it not the same? That's Nigeria for you. But let me touch the US and just like I said previous week ago, I said America is losing the war. When I mean America is losing the war, America is losing empire. First thing an empire lose is trust. And they have a lot of heavy deficit when it comes to trust and everything. In the war, would they defeat, would they achieve the war? Yes, I'm seeing APAC trying to support some of the people in all this incoming election. They don't even put their name like they used to put their name because it's affecting them tremendously. The way the Jewish people, now very many Americans is saying, if America will put 1,000 boots on ground, then Israel too going to put 2,000 boots on ground. And Israel said, no, they are not putting no boot on ground. So Americans, you understand, people are just not happy, even though the soldiers are not happy, just like the way Nigerian soldiers are not happy with the fight that is going on. That's how American soldiers are not happy. They will obey, but they are not happy because they know this war is not for them. And everything, talking about the nuclear weapon, you understand, the ballistic, whatever. It has nothing to do. America have the highest shield you can think of. No matter how they will tell you that, oh, Israel have all the David sling, no, America have. The biggest thing that America have is the Pacific and the Atlantic. So anything that, say, Iran is shooting, before it gets to America, they'll shoot it down. And it will not affect anybody, no debris. They'll shoot it down in the ocean. You understand? So this war is not an American war, but now America is losing heavily when it comes to trust. I'm so shocked that the way Trump is going, you will be so shocked. One day, these European people will stand up and say, Russia, you are Europe. How about we even work with you? That is the end of American empire. American empire is not the weapon that they have. It is the sanction that they have, that they can sanction people will not do business. See the way they order Indian. You understand? Not to buy crude from Russia. Then they order them again. Now you can buy crude from Russia. That is the real nuclear that America have. Country will fear that if America sanction you, you are grounded. But the way they are doing with it, the way Trump is bragging and everything, they are losing trust. They have heavy deficits when it comes to trust. And with their greatest ally, then Trump threatening with his speech that they can leave NATO. If you leave NATO, what will happen? You understand and everything. What do you think will happen? And sometimes Trump fails to understand that America benefits from NATO than other NATO nations benefit from America. People will think, yes, America have everything. But why did other Western European countries don't want to pay their contribution up to date? They kind of understand that America quick to pay 5%, while they are paying 2%. But 70 to 80% of the weapons that they buy is an American weapon. So the money is still coming back to America. It's like me doing this, our Nigeria, my mother's style contribution. Oh, let us do contribution. I'll pay first because I want to pack first. Oh, I already pay my money because I want to pack first, knowing fully well that if I will pay to the last man, I'll probably default. and everything. So these are the things that they are doing. There are so many countries, and Trump don't really know how to play the politics. You see opinion poll that this war, England, the war does not favor the people, like as Americans is crying. The war does not favor Spain. And the president probably will call you behind and say, if I do this thing, I'm going to lose my seat. As a politician, you think of yourself first. Trump's supposed to understand these things. You take your own time to lie to your own base that no more war, but you are going to war. Because you know if you say no more war, your base will vote for you. And you use that method. And the other people is telling you that if we also join you with this foolish war, we will lose our election. And we're going to think of ourselves. Then you are just insulting them and everything, adding more deficits to the trust that they are having, that the way they betrayed and everything. See the Iranians people who are happy, the foreigners, the people who live in the so-called the diaspora, I mean to say, the way they are happy. But now they are saying it that to some extent, some is saying it that, oh, look like America is betraying us. You understand all their history, everything. You are bombing, blowing up all these things. Is that the government that you want to remove? Is that the thing that you want to fight? You understand? It look like you don't hate us. You hate us. And the same thing they are doing. And Israel is happy that, what is his name? That Iran will blow the LNG project in Qatar because Israel started having gas. So they know after everything finished, then probably other countries will start thinking of combining gas with Israel. But I don't think any European country will ever trust Israel. They will not want to do anything with Israel the way Israel is doing it. I keep saying this thing like I told a comparable fact the other day. There is difference between Jewish and the Israeli government. You understand? There is difference between Nigerians and Nigerian government. You understand? Nigeria as a people, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, we like ourselves very well. But put together every one of us, we don't like the government that we have. That's the same thing that we don't like the Israeli government. The IDF, they're doing very bad job. And it's affecting Americans. It's affecting us very well. I think that's my take for now.
All right, thank you. Via, welcome to the show.
Assalamu alaikum, Jama. Dr. Dameji, how dare you? How dare you miss the biggest political news of the week?
Which
First of all, for how long will you be pretending that you are not obedient?
Oh.
That's why you missed it. Stop pretending that you are not obedient.
What's the big story I missed?
The only organic movement in our time, the Konkosia, decamped to the ADC. And that became the news of the week for even up to today. See, why do you think comparable party is very red cap? This is solidarity. This is our solidarity, right? To the obedient. These are the same people who don't know where they stand last week. Obi will not run. Obi no go get party. Obi all of a sudden, anybody that touch Konkoso now, they will go after him. See, when I was supporting Konkoso 4 years ago, they say Igbo had the smoke. They will see the future, and I was telling comparable part then that it's about tomorrow. We don't care about now. So it's coming to shame, but I'm here to to say to the obedient, more than not to celebrate. We are now we are for continuity. We are sticking with Tinubu. So, but that's I think to me that's the news. That's the news that you are missing.
All right. Thank you so much, Ovie. Sully, welcome to the show.
Yes.
So at this point, we're just saying saying hello to people and then trying to find out if there's any story I missed that is important. We can highlight it at this point before we start conversations. Go ahead.
I don't really think there's any story. Nothing much important has been happening. Everything that we've been predicting has been happening. So I just want to see what the ADC people are going to do next. Now that everything that we predicted was going to happen was good, I want to see their next pushback. And I just want this election to get over with, so that we'll have cleared and everybody will come back to AAC like repentant bandits, so that we can rehabilitate them back to doing the right thing, even though they wanted to be the new APC.
I don't want to put you on the spotlight, but what did Sowore do last week? Anything?
I don't understand what he has been doing recently. I don't understand though. You know, I think we need to huddle back and have a meeting, because I think he's more focused on the cloud chasing and he doesn't know how to cloud chase. So he goofed.
Where? What did he do? Seriously, I'm serious. I wasn't following. I didn't know what he did.
And he has been silent since. So I think
a very dark man.
Oh, very sorry, I disagree with you. It is the opposite. Opposite is the I'm serious.
No,
he messed up.
When he spoke about Alex Oti, I just put my head down like this. I said, God, you are speaking to Nigerians in Nigeria. They will not understand what you mean. They are not ready for that conversation. But we outside Nigeria, we know what Sowore means. So Nigerians are not ready for that yet. You should have just let them enjoy their crumbs,
No, but
then he came with the very dark man. You see, the issue with very dark man is not fighting for your right. It is how he displayed his fighting for his right. Very dark man portrayed the video of him bundling up with police, Bilod. If you are giving, at that point in that video, if you are giving very dark man an APC shirt and APC cap, he would have looked no different than the average APC tout. That is the point. You can't say that you're a freedom fighter and you are portraying to your millions of followers the APC way.
Solely.
Do you understand?
Solely. What do VDM and OT and OB have in common?
I don't know. They are in the same league as the same path as Sowore.
Obedient, of course. Obedient. The three of them, the followers of VDM are the obedience. Are the same. They are them with OT too. So and Tinubu's strategy towards 2027 is based on two, right? Protest and the obedience. So anytime he wants to be on the news, those are the only way you find trouble. Either way, negative. And however you strike them.
I disagree with you on that. Sowore speaks about everybody, but
I'm not denying that fact.
He only focus when he talks about them. So they now make it seem
what I'm saying. Uses them to stay on the news. The biggest microphone today in Nigeria is the presidency. The second biggest microphone is the obedience. You can't deny that, right? If you want to go viral, if you want to go national, either stay with the obedient or go against the obedient, right? And once they have your time, you go back. That's what Sowore is doing. Sowore doesn't have money to mobilize the way the big guys will, so we always, capitalize on things that already taking shape at the national conversation for him to actually stick himself there. So you have to look at it that way. It's a competition period now. It's not about
no, but Ovie, the question is that did Sowore goof on this one or he didn't goof? I think he goofed on this one. You understand? It's just hard. He goofed on this one. Yeah.
But what is the difference between VDM and Sowore? What's the difference?
It's not about the difference. It's about the issues. So sometimes we will still trickle things down to individual. So when you trickle things down to individual, since Sowore have this person personal contact, you can reach out to this person. Then the way you do, you talk to a man, the man lawyer is your lawyer. You understand? You pay your lawyer for his service. And the lawyer.
Hold on now. You are questioning. You are not just questioning the character of the man you called your leader. You are even questioning his rationality. You think he doesn't think.
No, just look at the news. If you read Ovie, tomorrow I will still follow Sowore. You understand? But what I'm saying is that Sowore is my guy anytime, any day. But what I'm saying is that in this aspect, the way Sowore talk to VDM and also talk to his lawyer have his own chamber. Pick up another case. His lawyer is not on your payroll. You pay the lawyer for services. Then you tell your lawyer to go stop that case that you are going. That's wrong. I cannot tell Femi Falana if I have Femi Falana to work for me. I cannot tell Femi Falana not to work for Dr. Damages or I disagree the way you work for. No, you don't do that. You understand and everything. So on that aspect,
I get your point. I get your point, but
that's what I'm saying.
Hold on now. This is a developing issue now. So as you say, for me, I will not say you are just saying that Showe doesn't know what he's doing. That's exactly what you are saying. You didn't just give the benefit of that first. Let him lose the case. Hold on.
Alex Oti the other day insulted a journalist. That may not be his person. So we'll say on that aspect, he goofed. You understand? Then the way Showore criticized Alex Oti, then try to bring all those kind of small video of Alex Oti sit down with Tinubu. That point didn't really sell very well. Why do I mean that point didn't really sell very well? It didn't sell in the sense that it's a governor. He have access to the president anytime, any day. You understand? For example, now if
2 weeks later you are still talking about it.
No, if me as a Showore, if I want to criticize Alex Oti, I will go back to the seaport. Go see the documentary that they do. Nothing is going on there. The place is a debris, empty land. Nothing. The seaport that he promised that the Igbo people know of, it is their dream. If I do that kind of thing, like I'm indirectly not criticizing Alex Oti, I challenge anybody. Go look the seaport issue. All the promises, nothing is going on there. Now you are making points where you can change politicians.
These guys are actors. Even Showore is a talker. They know each other one-on-one.
All right.
Yes.
Right? Exactly. So when you see the display for public, for camera, they are not stupid.
Thank you. You see, we at AAC, we strategize, but that was not a good strategy. And
that was not a good strategy. That is the right thing.
Accountable. So
he's our leader. We are saying it. It's not a good one.
Let's say hello to comrade Omori, and then we move on to the first topic. Omori, go ahead. Omori, can you hear me? Hello? We can hear you.
You're mute, sir.
You're mute. If you cannot unmute yourself, that would be good.
Don't worry, I've spoken for him. I've defended Showore. No,
Showore has people today, so I don't think Omori needs to, if he can get through. Omori, can you hear me? All right, so our first topic will be Nigeria, and we want to start with Tinubu, his reaction to the killings in Plateau State, and also what's going on in Nasarawa State as we speak. So when I call on you, you can weigh in from any of the angles of the story. You all know the basic template. On Palm Sunday, people were killed in Plateau State and Nigeria. And the president was going to go to Ogun State, but after the visit of the governor of Plateau State, he decided to take a detour and stop by Plateau to see the people, the victims, and maybe promise them something. And he did, but he didn't go beyond the airport, which surprised a lot of people. His spokesperson, Bayo Ononoga, has given excuses, reasons that people did not buy as to why the president stopped at the airport, why he didn't go in to see the people the way other leaders in other parts of the world would do. And from there, the criticism started. And from there, he went to campaign. And so we're going to look at it from all those angles. So if I call on you, any way you feel that was something more important to you in what happened, you can wait. So let's start by listening to the governor, former governor of the state, and then Tinubu, and then we go on.
President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, GCFR. I call you my president because I was strongly with you during the campaign when you met me by privilege to be the DG of your campaign. I stand on the existing protocols. Mr. President, I will say that by privilege, I saw it all. I was the speaker when Dare was governor for 8 years. We went through state of emergency. We came out from state of emergency, and you were solely behind us. I was also around when Governor Jang went into it. By privilege, I became a governor, and I left. We thought that it is over, but it is rearing its head again. At a discussion like this, sometimes I said, look, Plateau is privilege. If you put Jonah Jang if you put Dare, if you put Lalong, if you put Murfang together, and the traditional rulers, you may find some solutions to the problems of Plateau State. I say that because all of us went through it. It is not, Mr. President. The solution to this problem of Plateau lies with the Plateau people. If we are ready for it, we'll provide a solution to you, Mr. President. And that is why the suggestion that let's have a closed-door meeting in Abuja, and we will tell the truth. We will say the truth, so that at the end of the day, as we gather here, everybody will make a commitment that no more on the Plateau. Nobody will regret what is happening to the people of Plateau State. Innocent souls are wasted. But with you in Nigeria, you've handled it in so many places. Plateau will not be difficult. Plateau will not be difficult. Let us have that opportunity to sit with you in Abuja. And when we come back, Mr. President, saddle those leaders with the responsibility of ensuring peace on the Plateau. It is not security that will bring peace. Plateau people will bring peace back. And that unity is what will bring peace to the people of Plateau. And I so submit. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this privilege.
Why is the past not a source of lesson for us? I've listened to Jang. I've listened to Washington. I've listened to Nachawo. I've listened to the governor. Governor, you and I were elected on a promise of peace and prosperity, not to comfort and create widows and widowers. To bring prosperity as a promise, to bring inclusiveness as a government, to share the hope and aspiration of everyone, to lead our youths. And if they are represented here, let me give this assurance. I don't want to be here commiserating and consoling.
All right, that was former Governor Lalong and President Bola Tinubu. I was surprised that he was saying, just bring us to Abuja, we'll meet with you, we'll find the solution. Solution is in our hands. It's not about insecurity. I just can't believe it. Former governors cannot organize a meeting with without the president, and if they have the solution, it's unbelievable. But anyway, let me hear what you guys.
That's exactly what I thought. I thought that was high. I was like, these are your people. Do you need anybody to coordinate you to save your people?
It's unbelievable.
But a political season with I get it.
All right, let's hear. Let's start from you, Mr. James.
Well, I would not like to comment on the rubbish that is going on in Nigeria, because why are they asking for secret meetings? These are the same people who have been mismanaging the country since independence. They've got to a point of no return now. They want to hold secret meetings where they will protect each other's interests. So please let other people comment on this. When it gets to when we are discussing the issue on what's it called, South Africa, yeah, the problem in South Africa, I would like to comment on it, because there's more to the problem than we are seeing. And the solution to the problem is in Nigeria, not in South Africa. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, comparable facts. You're next.
I'm greeting everybody. Yeah, it's a very sickening. It's a very I don't even know what word to use to describe it. But before I proceed on that topic, let me add this point before I proceed. There has been an allegation going on in Abia State between the opposition and the ruling party. There's a planned protest alleged because the federal government is denying it. But they claim LSOT claim that he's funding all the whole road and everything by himself. But the federal government said no, they are the one, they are the one funding it. So there's a planned protest as of right now. Alleged the federal government is denying there's no protest. So they better not go to Abia. Abia will not play. If they go to Abia and hire some protests,
so they can go to Edo State, Abi. They can go to Edo State, Abi. Anyway. They should come to Edo State. Don't worry, we are waiting for you people.
Let's go to the main topic. Dr. Damage, it's just a shame now we have a president that has no empathy. I mean, you said you're going to judge because married with the dead and the genocide. In my own opinion, it's a Christian genocide. Anybody can come here and call it what it is. I'm going to call it as it. This is my personal opinion. And you go there, you went to the airport. You didn't go to the epicenter where this genocide of the terrorists is happening. You want to lodge yourself at the airport, and you claim you have to leave, because there's no light in the next 10 minutes. Imagine that this man has no clue about what he's doing, and we call him a president, a Democrat. There's nothing democratic about Tinubu. Tinubu is an Omiloko. He has achieved his life dream. So it doesn't really matter what's going on in the country. What powerful me is that, people come here and say that, what he's doing, the infrastructure, the net fund and all that kind of things. You have to be alive to enjoy this thing. What is the priority of a commander-in-chief? Is it not to safeguard the people? That's supposed to be number one. But this guy is not meeting anything. Whether it's because of political, he doesn't have the political will, whether it's because of political capital. He doesn't want to offend. He doesn't want to offend the North. Most of them are in his cabinet. Imagine what's his name, the Minister of Defense, putting a cap in a party, in a particular party, in a particular party, coronation, and you're putting a APC cap. I mean, what has this country become? So it's baffling me that Tinubu doesn't know anything that he's doing. Sometimes I get lost of word where we are in Nigeria. This is where we are getting all this killing every day. Nothing has happened and nothing is going to happen. I know they say the Americans in Nigeria, but they're only there to advise. America has a lot in their plate right now. Whatever is going on in America right now, Trump has a lot. Trump is not even thinking about you Nigerians. You need to take it and do it by yourself. Although it didn't start with Tinubu, but Tinubu is the president right now. He hasn't done anything different. It's even worse than the terrorism, the genocide going on right now is worse than Buhari time. That's exactly whether it's political motivated or whatever. But he doesn't want to do anything, and he's not going to do anything. Even at all, he's spreading in the southwest. He doesn't care about the father. He doesn't care about them. That's what people over there need to understand, that Tinubu is all about transactional. When he said political capital, he wants to come back to the next. He wants to come back again. That's all it is. Forget about it and whatever that is going on. He don't give a damn about Nigeria. I mean, it's very simple that I don't know how many people that's going to remain in Nigeria when he becomes the next president. He's so sorry that I just get upset about what's going on. I mean, it doesn't affect me and my families are here, but that's not the case. It affects Nigeria, a part of the country. And Tinubu should not be, re-elected. You promise light, you haven't given a light, and you say you have to live in the next 10 minutes. Imagine that coronation. How does that make sense? In that country we call Nigeria. But anyway, Dr. Dame, let me leave it for now. We are in a hell, okay? I don't know where we're going to go from here. Let anybody come here and defend Tinubu.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Comparable Facts. Paul, you're next.
Yeah, Comparable Fact. Let me defend Tinubu. That comparable fact, there's something you said about Abia that people want to protest. Politicians do foolish things sometimes. You will be so marvelous because sometimes some of us don't really understand the way things work in Nigeria. For example, now if Alesoti went to develop, build, renovate federal roads in Abia State, you understand, the federal government have the right to say they are the one that fixed the road. Because what these guys do, they get their own money, they go repair federal road because they pass through their state and they ask for the refund and federal government give them the money back. There is federal project and federal government do it. You understand? Then the question that we'll ask, the money that you are getting, how are you developing streets that belongs to state? Then you see politicians do this funny thing where you see governors go build primary schools and everything that originally belonged to local governments. Why don't you give the local government their money so that let them carry out their project? You have a lot in your plate. Why are you doing other people's job and you leave your own? So this is the funny thing with politicians. Then come to Plateau State, the president traveled to Plateau State as an aviator. It is laughable. Is it that they have problem with power on that day? No, you already know. You already have your briefing that this place, the airport, you understand, don't have light on the runway. Why didn't you go in the morning? Why didn't you go in the morning? Not like you went there this very day that the thing happened or a day after the thing happened. You even went to your own campaign. You went and do your campaign. You went and do your other thing. You didn't even go. It takes you days before you go. Then you go on that day. You said, oh, you have 10 minutes and every other thing. This is the height of stupidity. You understand? When will politicians understand sympathy and empathy? You understand? Where will politicians understand attitude? Your attitude determines your attitude. When will Nigerian politicians understand all those type of things? You see, Barack Obama will go play basketball with young kids and every other thing. You know, just all those small, soft touch, things like this and every other thing. You understand? You're just going there because you just think you'll do anything, they will defend whatever thing they want to defend and every other thing. It's just the height of stupidity. And sometimes some of the things that I just see Tinubu that Tinubu don't really understand very well. Tinubu should understand how they won that election 2015. It is not the massive campaign that APC campaign. It's not the massive propaganda like somebody like the former Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, did. You understand? It's about the West, how they lobby, how they went to America, how they played the game with Barack Obama, the threatening that come from Barack Obama. That's why somebody like Jonathan will say the blood of a Nigeria don't work, because Jonathan understands that if he rigs the election, like Kiyamo will say, go to court, nothing will happen. But Jonathan understands that America is not interested in him because APC went and sell Nigeria out. I can say this thing with full chest. I could remember one of my top journalists who was against Jonathan then. When they asked him to come to the villa, to Capitol building, he said the hotel that they put him, he has never entered a hotel in his life. But he was shocked for somebody being a journalist for almost 30 years of his life. They give him scripts to read, how to criticize Nigeria, because he was writing profusely criticizing the Jonathan's government. But when he saw this one, he said, no. You like what I'm doing? I'm criticizing Jonathan. It is you now that want to tell me how to criticize Jonathan. No, he had to understand what they call love of a nation. At the end of the day, America will still protect their own. He said, at the end of the day, this is my country. I have to protect my own. So the things that Tinubu is doing, seeing himself very well that he's not popular with the rally more thing, with all these young boys, the way they are criticizing him. If these ADC people choose to pack themselves and say they also want to go to America to go play this kind of dirty lobby and everything, Tinubu will be out of there. He had to understand all those things. And the biggest flux in his government is this killing of Christians and everything. Then they kill Christians. Look at the way you travel there, the way you talk, the way you do. The governors, the former governors and the governors, they are thinking how to cash out from this. Then a comparable for, you make mention of the Minister of Defense. There's nothing wrong for the Minister of Defense. Of course, Marco Rubio is a politician. He speaks for Republican. So if Minister of Defense support APC, he's an APC person, I don't really think there's anything wrong. But do your job. When you don't do your job, that's what I hate. If you wear a Milocon hat and you do your job, that's not a problem. Of course, they are partisan. They have to play their party thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go to Jide. Jide, you have 5 minutes.
I have a lot to say. I don't know if 5 minutes will be enough, but I'll try to make it 5 minutes. So, first of all, it's very unfortunate and very sad that Nigeria is in this mess. that the terrorism in Nigeria has even gotten worse, even despite the fact that U.S. troops are in the country, right? Now, I keep talking about what is imperialism and terrorism. They are linked. They are not separated from each other. Terrorism is a manifestation of imperialism. I've said it so many times on this show, but maybe sometimes people don't want to listen to me. They want to get emotional and disagree, but it is right there, right in our faces. It's clear. It's right there. So, first of all, I'm going to explain some things from an historical context and how it's happening right now in Jos in Nigeria. During the slave trade, during the transatlantic slave trade, during that era, when we had all these empires, or your empire, Benin Empire, and so on, you had all these merchants. They come to all these kingdoms, right? Some of them are Europeans. They settle. They even marry some Africans, right? They marry some of these Africans. They manipulate some of these leaders in these kingdoms or some of these communities that, this other tribe, they are your enemy. Go and capture them. They are a threat. You know, I'm ready to support you. I can bring my men to give you guns. Go and defeat them. They are a threat. You know, it could be, I'll make it simple. It could be the Benin Empire. They could say that, the Nupe people are their threats. That they're coming to attack them, that they have to go and fight them and kidnap their people. And those ones, they are foolish. They are ignorant. They'll give them mirror and guns. They'll go and fight and capture those ones. This is exactly how they play. So now, talking about today now, there is a guy, I don't know if everyone know this guy on social media. I talk about NGOs and how NGOs, missionaries, some of them come for good. But a lot of them are linked to foreign intelligence agencies to cause instability in countries. I'm linking it together. They come as white people, Europeans, they're coming to save us. Missionaries, right? Or what they come and do is they incite violence by manipulation. Just like they came to incite violence through war by manipulating our foolish kinsmen that time to enslave their fellow brothers and sisters, African brothers and sisters. The same thing they do now. Now, they are now using Islam and Christianity as a weapon. So they go to communities that are affected by these terrorist acts. They go and manipulate the people and say, it is the Fulani headsmen, right? It is the terrorists. You are Christians. They will manipulate verses in the Quran, take it out of context, the actual meaning, and say this religion, which is now Islam, according to them, is a terrorist religion according to them. And that the only way you can fight terrorism is by fighting the Muslims. The Muslims are your enemy. This is what is going on now. And you will see that a lot of those terrorist acts, these guys that are linked to intelligence agencies, they are usually present, they are usually involved, they usually observe what's going on. Meanwhile, this guy I'm talking about, he has an history of working in Syria with so-called terrorists. This is a speculation from, I have to be careful here. This is a speculation. From the source I found out, there are questionable sources. But we need to link these things together for those that understand what I'm saying. This person worked in Syria to play a role in the ousting of Bashar al-Assad.
Are you talking about this person?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, this person right here. Yes.
Alex Barber. Barber has no link to freaking Syria, but whatever.
So let me continue what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is there are these agents, and they actually are linked by foreign agencies to cause destabilization. And they're also linked to some of these terrorists that come and carry out terrorist attacks. Now, that's number one. My second point, which is my final point, is we are looking for solutions. Our leaders are bad. At best, they are incompetent. At worst, they are complicit in these atrocities. Our leader, our government. Now, what is the solution? Go communists. There is no communist country in this world that's affected by terrorism. Let's look at Cuba. Do they have terrorism in Cuba? No. North Korea, do they have terrorism? No. Eritrea, do they have terrorism? No. Even Iran, before this war, it was just recently when they opened up their country that they started having some pockets of terrorism thanks to Mossad agents in their country. The point I'm making is, if you make your country very open and free, and your government is incompetent, and they are puppets to these imperialists, there will be terrorism. It's very simple. The solution is fucking simple. We don't have the will. That's the problem. Go and form alliance with Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger. Form alliance with them. Those terrorists, they're coming from there. Where are they coming from? Are they coming from heaven? They're coming from there. They're coming. They're losing the war. They're coming towards Nigeria. Form alliance with them. Like I said, I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jide. Solely honest.
Yeah. So, what is the
the topic? We're
Yes.
talking about Tinubu. What happened in Nigeria? So we're mixing everything up. I mean, the issue in Jos and Nasarawa now, and whatever angle you want to take. Tinubu's visits to them, and any side you want to take, and just weigh in.
Okay, please let me just jump in on that young American boy. That boy is just having youthful exuberance. All these things that he's doing, reality has not set into him. It's still adventure. Or he may be a CIA agent. It's 50-50. Now, if he's a CIA agent, you have no proof. You literally have no proof. That boy is just walking up. Do you know how many white people are in Nigeria just walking up and down? Some of them even go to Sambisa Forest. I'm telling you, they are just enjoying their life. The way you sense the danger is not the same way they sense the danger, because they know that their country will come for them. They have international social security. I say social security. They have international security. So please just leave the boy alone. He's just enjoying his life. Secondly, don't give him your Nigerian conspiracy. Don't scare the boy. It's a more kekere. Leave him alone.
Brother, it's not a conspiracy. I
It's
don't
a conspiracy on a
it's not
small
a conspiracy. I am making a speculation, and I'm looking at. That's why I said, for those that understand, I'm not. I said that I found this from a questionable source.
So,
This is what I said.
So if it's questionable, we don't want.
But it's possible. It's very possible for
We
everything.
want credible sources. We want credible sources because
Well, the thing is, yes, clearly we want questionable. Yes, right. But the point of the matter is that we cannot just take that with face value. If we take that with face value, then actually we are trying to trivialize what is actually going on, because we are claiming that we need solutions. But this is what we're talking about. We have to be sensitive to all these things. We cannot just take it and see it with face value and say that's a small boy. Let it go. No. We're talking about a security situation here.
Not everything is conspiracy theory. This is just what young white people do. They go around, they enjoy their life. After a while, you grow out of it and you move on to his next entertaining projects. That's just it. You phase out of it. You grow out of it. This is what white people do. I don't even think it's fully white. They have this thing, what you call savior complex. It's a phase in their life. Once they get over it, they've enjoyed it enough. They mature over it. So that's just how they behave. If you hang out around them, just sit down around. This is what they do normally. There are plenty of them in Nigeria and other African countries. They go to the places you are afraid to go to. They will go there. They will sleep overnight inside under tents. So let's just it's a far reach. Now, with what is going on with Tinubu, I just believe it's just, I believe even ADC has an hand in it. If we're being honest, these are a party where you pack Fulani people into. And how do Fulani people fight for power? They don't do strategy, they don't do institution, they use pure violence, and they don't mind wiping out anybody that they can get close to, as long as it's not Fulani that is being wiped out. Because if you look at the demographic of the people being wiped out, they always spare Fulani people. They spare Fulani people. Why? Why are they wiping out Hausa? Why are they wiping out all the other northern tribes but sparing Fulani people? Sometimes they literally ask, or they find out if you are Fulani or not. And if you are, they spare you. So they know who is sending them. The issue why it continues is the political class, they love themselves. You don't understand the kind of love that the political class has for themselves. They are willing to die for each other. They have their own Jesus. And currently their Jesus is, Tinubu. That's their Lord and Savior. Whether they are inside in power or outside power, Tinubu knows who is doing it. But Tinubu will not, name him because it's part of his family. Obi knows who is doing all these things, causing all these attacks. But will he mention name? No, because you are not his family. His family are political class. You are not in their class. So maybe not pile like chicken, they don't send you. That is the issue. That is the issue. They know how to stop it, whether they're in power or not.
Tell Obi to tell you who is doing this thing. Tell him to name names. Since he loves you so much, tell him to name names. Since you people claim that he wants to pie for you, he's ready to pie for Nigerians, tell him to name names of those people causing this thing. Let us see how much he loves you. Exactly. I keep on telling you, this political class, you keep on thinking you and them have the same interest. Article's children are in APC and they are currently working under this government. And you think he's there to fight? You think he's there to fight for you? I'm trying to control my laughter so that you know. So this is what I have to deal with Nigerians. So they just want to use that to scare Tinubu to leave power. But Yoruba men, all those ones does not used to enter Yoruba man. If like buy half of the Northerners, he will not send. Finish them if you like. He will win that election no matter what. Even if you catch them rigging it right in front of you, they will rig it and nothing will happen. Now, some people are going up and down saying, Yoruba people don't like Tinubu, Hausa people don't like Tinubu, you will see, you will not get votes. It is not a choice thing. If you like, I have 1 million people that have voters card that don't like Tinubu, you will see that they will be their votes will be counted. Let me give you when I tell people about grassroots structure, you know, you want to do Ururu to the answer. You want to bully your way into power, which is what ADC is trying to do. You want to do, I mean, I can use the same methods now when Tinubu has bought all the institutions that can help you in fighting him. You know, so it's just a joke. I haven't lost my train of thoughts. There are so many things I want to talk about.
All right. Your time is up, but let's when we come back to you can remember. Let's go to Tony. Tony, you are next.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, and greetings again to everybody. Condolences to the Angwaru Kuba community, you know, for that Palm Sunday killing, unprovoked killing. It's sad. And for me, Plateau is just a macrocosm. I mean, the killings in Plateau is just a microcosm of the greater insecurity problem that we have all over the country. And this is not the first time that is happening. It's been happening in Plateau. We have had that remote cry. We have had leaders, you know, who are concerned, you know, consistently asking the government to do something. And so when I heard what the leaders of Plateau were saying to the president and what the president was saying is a big shame. I just feel like taking a whip and whipping all of them out of that place because it's nonsense they're talking about. Just like Paul said, you know, someone who is very familiar with convoy deployment, before the president embarked on that journey, there will be an advanced team to go and look at the route, do a recce or surveillance of the route where it's going to pass, likely obstacles and so on, sweep the place, and including the airport, and then send advice to the president. I mean, to you know, the protocol or whatever. You know, if there are dangers that are identified, there are issues, they will send. So the president knew that the light situation, the status of the airport, he knew, and I agree with Paul. You know, so if he knew and he still decided to go in the night, in the evening, and came there to say that I'll spend 10 minutes because there's no light, that's an indictment on him. He didn't really want to go there. That's my reading of the situation. And what all the things that he said there as the commander-in-chief is an insult. Is an admittance of his total failure. The same thing with the governor who went there and went on with armored tank, soldiers surrounded, surrounding him. What do you think about the people who don't have armored cars and who don't have soldiers surrounding them? So it tells you the kind of leadership that we have. They had to force the governor to come out of that place to talk to them. So it means that if you look at what the president said, no light, and what the spokesman, what is his name, Bayo said, giving security reasons for why the president wouldn't go there. You just laugh. Commander-in-Chief, who has the monopoly of all the force that you have, cannot go there. It's not new because he did the same thing when he went to Benue, when you had this water killing. He didn't go there. Again, they knew that there were issues. There was flood on the way to Yawata. He knew. If he wanted to go there, he could have gone with a helicopter from the airport or whatever down to Yawata, see what he wants to see, speak with the people. How can you have a bird's eye view of the situation if you don't see the people, you don't speak with them, you don't go to the hospital, you don't hear from the horse's mouth? These are people who are not serious about the problem, solving the security problem we have. And I don't believe that the problem of Plateau will be solved by Plateau people because it's been on for years. Why haven't they solved it? Why haven't they solved it? And they have to go and tell the president something, in secret. That's absolute bunkum. So I don't think that these leaders are serious. I think they don't have the will of the people, in their heart. I don't see any wisdom in the thing that transpired. It's unfortunate, Jerry Gana once said that if you're a commander-in-chief, chiefly command well. The commander-in-chief is not commanding well. I don't see any political will. I don't see any desire to solve this problem. I think the answers are known. We know the issues. We cannot pretend that we don't know what is happening. Even Sowore knows the issues. It's not just Obi and Sowore knows the issue, but he has never in his campaign spoken once about these killings. He has never. Because these are not the issues that concern them. They are fixated on 2027 and how they can take power, legally or illegally, with whatever means. So it is unfortunate. And I think that if it's going to happen again, they are not proactive. They are reactive. That's not how security is done. With respect to this attack, there was intel beforehand that there's an impending attack that is coming. What did the security agency do? Nothing. And then when the youths went about chasing those people, we hear that there were 2 trucks of the military. They came and they blocked the youths. Even when the terrorists were in full view, the youths were trying to chase them. The military blocked them from what had, and even shot 4 people and injured them. That's what we heard. And then when they had left, that was when the military left. So you would see that the issues are well known. They know where the problems are, but they are not ready to solve it. So, and I think that is unfortunate. Because if we continue to run this country this way and tell ourselves lies, I think we're not ready to solve the problem. And more killings will continue. And perhaps this thing is going to snowball into a situation, because if you push a goat to the wall, it comes back at you. I foresee a situation where people will stand up and say, no, we can't take this anymore. And they'll go and find arms or whatever it is that they can get to defend themselves. And then it will be total danger. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. I just want to mention at this point that the president, Bola Tinubu, promised 5,000 CCTV for Jos, that will solve the problem. Ovie, you honest?
Yeah, that's. I think for me, that's the problem there for me. That's the most concerning thing. After Jos, we're next. Maybe na Newe or Nobi.
Edo State, come on, Edo State.
Now we are saying we feel negotiate our way. We feel like making wait first. Say now father and son. So, but on a more serious note, we're next, right? So is it after when Lalong came out to tell us that they have the solution of what is going on? All you need to do is to assemble the key players. And everything will be taken care of, even though I see it as a 2027 hustle. All right. Everybody, Bola Tinubu is putting his campaign machinery together. I mean, that's what he started his speech anyway. that Bola Tinubu find it worthy enough to make him the campaign, one of the campaign director, of the campaign manager. So, I mean, now the season we did, so I see it from that lens. So everybody they look for where in the field, either be in the next government or get position. I think there's also opportunity to share money, right? So the position you occupy, it determines how much you are going to be allocated to you for you to mobilize your people. So that's what I see here. And I seriously don't understand why people are kind of go overboard about Tinubu being concerned about his own security. I mean, is it not the kind of a system that we practice? We make the number one, we call him the number one citizen. So if the unexpected happen, I'm not saying he's special, but in a way he's special because that's what we made him. That will be more costly to the state than prevention better than cure. So as far as I'm concerned, maybe that is the advice he's getting. Hey, you have to make it snappy. Light no day. Light no day. Nobody's saying the make up. I think that should be the main concern. That should be the main topic. That should be the main conversation. That's why they always question of all our elites who are looking for power at very sector. How come nobody is willing or ready to finance protests against electricity? Even though the world that we are living today is going to be powered by energy. Our own oil we will get, nobody will control that. So that aspect of we can't guarantee it. But the most important in electricity, nobody seems to care. As far as I'm concerned, I never see one day we say, let's go and just protest. Anyway, because it's just low lights. I mean, Ghana, come on, our neighboring Ghana. I remember when the celebrity all put out to the streets, they call it Gumta or whatever. There's a phrase they call that period, just because they lost electricity for a couple of days. It was a big deal. There was a national protest from their own, it was led by their own Nollywood actors, the Ghana wood as they call them. But in Nigeria, I mean, is it that, I keep asking that question. It's not a coincidence that either even the civil society of Nigeria, even those who they look for power, I don't expect those in power to do that. But at every level, all the elites, never one day say, come. You know what? Let's go out for a national protest against electricity. Nobody knows that. So, for as far as I'm concerned, every energy way they see on the street now is just because of the 2027 election is coming. All those who want to pinch the whole planned protest in Abia State against the APC, I think they are missing the point. There's a man called Uzokalu who is being the kingmaker in that state. Financially and to some extent maybe he control the votes. So now he has a man called Alex Oti who is the heart of the people are with him to put it mildly. So the challenge, I didn't think the man is just going to go out like that and just surrender. A man that has ambition to become Senate president and even become the number one citizen of the country. So what do you think is bargain is power? Money we get and his constituency. So it will be catastrophic for him to lose his constituency because money can, take you so far. Because in Nigeria, everybody don't get money now. So if you have just money and you lost the constituency to a man who could potentially join APC, then you are in trouble. So you guys should narrow the lens to that man, to whom forget the OAPC. I'm not making case for the OAPC, but to solve the Abia problem in terms of the planned protest or whatever, any opposition. Alex is going to get, it's going to come from Uzokalu, even though it's not physically there, but that is his own power. That's what I see.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Saxonia Ting. Welcome.
How you doing, Rudolph?
Yeah, good.
So just bear with me because I'm running near empty. I've been up close to 28 hours. So we're talking about the president and the incidents in Jos and Plateau and Zamfara, right? Well,
Nasarawa.
Nasarawa, yeah. Well, in a nutshell, it's obvious that the president was scared, and that's why he didn't spend more time there. He wouldn't even leave the airport, which I would kind of understand, and Tony has already alluded to it. You know, who knows what his team told him? They more than likely told him, "Don't leave. We cannot guarantee your safety." And the man said, "Listen, the world is already bashing him, and you might as well just go there, commiserate with the community for a few minutes and bounce." You know, nobody wants to die, not even an 80-year-old president. I mean, he says he's 70, right? But going further, there's something that was brought up regarding Alex Barbier. And we spot on this several, when I say we, myself, Tony, KJ, and when they talked about Alex Barbier, when Tony and KJ talked about Alex Barbier, I think they saw him like as a missionary, someone that came to do well for the society, which is not how I've always seen Alex. There are numerous people in Nigeria today, Alex being one, Mike Arnold being another. To further go on, actually, KJ said he's going to invite Mike Arnold on here. For those that do not know, Mike Arnold, you wanted to say something, Rudolph?
No.
Okay, I thought you wanted to say something. No. For those that do not know, Mike Arnold used to be a mayor for a town in Texas called Blanco. And he's supposedly a missionary, just like Mr. Barbier. But the funny thing about these two individuals, and that's not the only one, there's one in the United States, Elias Gousilis. Elias Gousilis is a lobbyist for the IPOB, and then there's Wasim, I forget Mr. Wasim's name. So there's a bunch of them. But the main thing when you look at these people is that they are calling for a dissolution of Nigeria. In fact, these men are going around asking for arms to be given to the Christians of Nigeria so they can fight the Muslims. This is very dangerous for the fabric of Nigeria. Let's for now, because of the limitations of time, let me stick on Alex Barbier. When you understand these things, it is not out of the realm to immediately see that Alex has ulterior motives in Nigeria. This last incident that happened, for example, miraculously, he showed up where the incident happened. He was the first on the scene. After calling for days for dissolution of Nigeria, calling for the Christians to stand up to fight, for arms to be given to them. Now, check this out, Rudolph, and I want everybody to pay attention. You always have to connect the dots. We've always been taught that immediately when immediately you connect the dots. So a picture came out of Alex Barbier in full tactical gear with another individual. He claims to the Nigerians, of course, that this is because he has a Second Amendment right to bear arms. True, fair enough. But then he also told people at first that was a gun range. Well, good enough if you say it's a gun range, but then people notice his backpack. Alex Barbier had a tactical backpack that does not get issued to regular civilians. Notably, on that backpack were 3 patches. The Blackwater patch. For those that do not know what Blackwater is a private funded militia, basically a private army run by Eric Prince. Eric Prince has called for Donald Trump to give him money and arms and soldiers to go attack Nigeria to secure the south, specifically the southeastern part of Nigeria. In fact, Eric Mr. Prince also took it to the medieval times when they would call on the Pope to fund mercenaries for the Crusades and for the slave projects in Africa. He called on the Pope to help him fund, basically the Vatican, to help him fund an army. That's one patch, the Blackwater patch. The second patch is the Gadsden patch. People, please go look up what the Gadsden patch is. This is for, again, private militia to fund armies. They're private. The last one was a libertarian patch. Now, when you put all these things together, and he was kind of a Blackwater tactical backpack. These are not things that are issued to ordinary civilians. You just don't get them. You have to be affiliated with that group. He works supposedly for a group called Zion International Organization. Rudolph, this guy has no history of helping Black Christians in the United States. But all of a sudden, he loves the Black Africans so much that he went to Africa to go love the Black people there. America has a lot of.
Go ahead, Randall.
Oh, okay. I thought America has a lot of problems. Inner city Blacks in America have a lot of problems. He has never. There's no record of him ever speaking up on the atrocities that have been committed against Black people in this country, Christians in the Middle East, or Christians anywhere else. But what do we have? There's a coordinated effort, and they always come with the same speaking terms. If Alex says something, Mike Arnold says the same thing, Aregbesola says the same thing, Wasim says the same thing. Rudolph, let's not forget that Congressman Scott Perry has already told us, he has already told the world that the United States, through the USAID, has funded terrorism that is currently affecting Nigeria. So I do understand that a lot of Nigerians, and this is not to shit on anybody because I know Nigerians, they'll get mad at me now when I say this. A lot of Nigerians, by virtue of the fact that the population is not very educated and enlightened, they get enamored when they see a foreigner proclaiming that he's coming to help them. I think Nigerians need to be very careful because if they succeed, and I'm not even talk about my own personal life, but if they succeed in what I think or what I know that they have in store for Nigeria, what is happening right now in Iran would be a child's play. I wonder what the Iranian diaspora that were calling for the United States to come bomb their country. I mean, if you see on social media, Rudolph, you see a lot of them complaining now that their cousin got killed, another one, her mother got killed, her father got killed, but they were leading marches in Germany, they were leading marches in Canada, they were leading marches right here in New York. So we got to be careful when these foreigners, they come and they claim that they want to come help us when they have no record of helping their fellow Christians anywhere else, and they don't come in peace. They come preaching violence, they come preaching carnage, and they come preaching mayhem. You know, we need to be very careful.
For Dr. Damages, I have to talk. So thank you so much. I can't see his name. Boom Boom Ray, thank you so much for shedding light on this in a very detailed manner. I really like the way you shed light on it. Honestly, I think we need to reconcile some of our minor differences because honestly, if we go together, I think people will learn a lot from you. Like even from if we tend to agree and talk more on all these issues. But thank you so much for shedding light on it. Thank you.
All right, Mazel Para, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Doctor, good evening, folks. Doctor, you forgot to mention P2B's tweet of Nadeko that is tearing Nigeria apart since yesterday, and Wike's kind of threatening to shoot Shehu Okimbalaya because he made some comments on, he interviewed somebody and made some comments about APC, and we get ready to shoot him if he had the chance to, I mean, very close to him. Doctor, I'm somebody who I'm very concerned about Plateau State. Last time Pastor Ezekiel came here, you know, but I couldn't speak because of I was too emotional. You know, one thing with us, when people don't, you know, our Igbo people do say that if you carry somebody's, you know, child's, you know, cup, somebody else thinks that it's just like a kind of a log of wood. I lived in Jos for 15 years, 15 good years. As we speak, my immediate sister is living in Rukuba Road. I know what I've been going through since 4 days ago in Jos. I lived there for 15 years. I left Jos in early 90s. In fact, let me be precise, in 1991. Because of this carnage, I believe by then that even this Alex Barber was not born by then when I left Jos. When people come here and speak about what is happening in Jos or in Bauchi, because Bauchi and Jos are the closest neighbors, and people put this kind of scenarios, missionaries, you know, CIA, FBI, I get emotional. I have lost relatives in Jos because of this barbarism. They were not sick because they were caught, you know, middle in this fight. As we speak, Jos is divided into Muslim Jos and Christian Jos. It's like Beirut, and don't dare move into each other's place, or, you know, enclaves. The problem in Jos has been there for years. It has nothing to do with Alex. It has nothing to do with foreigners. It has nothing to do with CIA. It is about people who don't want to live together, who want to grab land from the indigenous people. If you know Jos, tell me where you know in Jos. Can anybody tell me where he knows in Jos? At least we people are here. Can anybody mention one place he knows, you know, around Jos? All my people who lived in Miango, who lived in Bassa, who lived all the places, they have run away, they have relocated back to Igbo land many, many years ago. This is not a joke. Look at my face. People are running away from Jos. People have run away from Jos because of this anarchy.
64 communities have been overtaken.
Let me tell you, I have oh my God, what is happening in Jos, because it's not happening to you, it's not in your village, it's not your town, it's not your tribesman. That's why we take it. We come here and we talk. We talk what we don't know. I witnessed it. My sister is there now. They can't even come out from Rukuba Road. They can't come out. This morning, three people were murdered in Jos. This morning, was Alex there? This is look at the names of the murdered people. This guy, doctor, you have invited him before. This Zakaria Yusuf. Look at the people. 99% of them are Christians. And somebody is coming and telling me, you know, that they're trying to bring war, the Christians and this and that. Nobody's manipulating you. We are clean ourselves. Ask yourself, those people who are these people who are killing these people, where are they getting their weapons? Where? Are they also being supplied by who? By Christian missionaries? Well, this man has told us, I mean, T.Y. Danjuma, go and get something and defend yourself. Not only him, a lot of Nigerians, both traditional leaders, both the politicians, that have told people, go and get something and defend yourself. So why are we coming here, making it America, England? The problem is ourselves. Let us stop blaming the foreigners. Let us stop blaming America. The problem, we are killing ourselves. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you so much, Maazopar. Before we continue, let me just inform you that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to bring back Frank Uto. Most of you saw him here a few weeks ago. He knows Alex, he knows what's going on in Jos. He will come back to give us updates on what is happening. For those who are complaining about, I'm seeing some complaints on the comment section. Why do we allow some people to say certain things? You see, I have confidence in all of you guys here. Really, I have confidence that anybody can come here and say whatever they think. If you hold on, you are the last person that will speak. Why are you raising your hand? I have confidence that everybody here will speak, and that anybody can come here and say whatever they want to say, and that people will respond to them. People with knowledge, personal experiences, and people who are listening at home, they can make out the right thing. I'm not here to shut down any opinion that I don't agree with or you don't agree with. That's not my job, okay? If there is something that people are not responding to, I bring it up. But I know that people here, I'm confident that people here will understand what everybody's saying. No, compare. Why are you saying?
Can I have a minute?
No, you can't. No. Let's hear from people who are here to speak first. All right. Okay, let me go to you, forefathers. You have 4 minutes. And what we're going to do, just before you finish, forefathers, we have to end this topic and go to the next, because otherwise people keep coming in and keep weighing in on the same topic and we run out of time. So, forefathers, go ahead, and if you will be the next.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages. Greetings to everyone on the panel, and greetings to the chat and to the viewers. I think the points that Jide and Saxonia thing made today, of course, James too, are quite salient. I find it that many of our people, they are the problem of the country. And because many of them now, they will be feigning sympathy and outrage for what is happening. But when you tell them the solution, they refuse. They will put roadblocks in the way. Many of them sitting on this panel too. And it's so frustrating, and that's why I don't even like to watch any of those videos anymore, because if I come here, I will just be shouting at everybody, because Nigerians, there's something seriously sick about us, because we pretend as if we care, but when they tell you the solution, you just start shouting at the person that told you the solution, and you are in another country enjoying that same situation. I don't know how you guys pull it up with a straight face. It's like madness. You are enjoying it in another country, you call police, they will come there and save you. When they tell you they should do it for your fellow Nigerians, you will refuse. If they ask you people not to pay for that to happen in Nigeria, you will find an excuse, say, oh, the leaders is the problem, this one is the problem. You go to those countries that you're talking about that have security right now, go and check how much they spend on their security forces. Go and check how many of them are involved. Do you even bother? You say you care about those people that are dying. Do you even bother? How many of them have taken the time to check the amount that they spend to protect people? How many of them? Man, our people there, our men, you are a disgrace. I'm telling you, I include myself in it too, because I'm also a failure, because somehow I'm not able to communicate it with them, to them. I can't communicate it to them. How else can you communicate to people? What language should I speak? How else do you want to hear it? Every time you say people get killed, people get attacked, you come and feign outrage. You blame the leaders. Are you demanding the right thing from the leaders? You just say govern well. What is govern well? Because I tell you here, because they'll show you that you are the problem. When they tell you the solution here, you say no. When the experts confirm the same thing, you say no. You pretend as if it's some other thing that is the problem. And while you are enjoying it in Igbo land, that's how wicked our people are. They enjoy the same thing because they will say, oh, Igbo did it this way, or Igbo did it that way. Who cares how they did it? The Chinese didn't copy Igbo people directly. The Japanese didn't copy them directly. The Arab people did the same different thing. There's only one fundamental solution. You have to have people in your security forces. How can you use, you have 230 million in population, you use 0.1%. 0.1% to defend your country. You people, something is seriously, I'm telling you, our people, something is seriously, the cost that is raining on our people, there's something seriously wrong with our people. And you don't see any problem with that. You don't see it. And you pretend as if you don't know. You say, oh, no. Get that 1% defending the country first before you start worrying about everything else. It's like you're complaining about a hole in the roof when there's no roof at all. The tiny roof, the tiny zinc that they put on the roof, you are complaining about that hole when there is no zinc covering the entire roof. What is your problem? I don't understand. There's no way I can tell our people, because you see how I'm shouting now. That's why I don't watch those videos anymore. Because if I watch those videos, our people are crazy. It makes me mad every single day to watch our country completely undefended, and they pretend as if everything is all right. And they'll blame the leaders. They are the problem too. If you ask them to pay money now to defend the country, they will refuse.
Forefathers.
Dying regularly, constantly. They'll come here and express outrage.
Forefathers, there will be time for ranting. Hold on, let me find out what's going on with you. The president went to Jos and said he would give them 5,000 CCTV cameras. The former governor said, the solution is not from security. It's just call us to Abuja, me and my former governors, and we will tell you what the problem is. What do you want Nigerians to do?
You demand, don't worry about CCTV, demand that they recruit more into your security forces so that they protect every area of the country. It's very obvious. It's very simple.
Okay,
recruit
okay. National police. Calm down. We're not ranting. So Nigerians have been saying that the electoral law that was passed, that it wasn't right. They protested. It was ignored. Nigerians are saying that this move by INEC, that it was wrong. They are protesting. It was ignored. How do you expect Nigerians to do? What else do you want them to do to be able to achieve whatever you want them to achieve? Maybe we can help you.
Because
maybe
when you make that demand, every single day somebody dies, it's on the blood, it's on the head of that leader that didn't do it. When you make that demand, every single time those villages are not protected, it's going to be on the head of that leader. Our people refuse to do it. They refuse to say, get security forces everywhere. If you need to recruit 1 million, recruit them. It's only us that don't know that, which is weird. Every nation knows that. Even in the UK, even before this war started in the Middle East, they're already talking about upgrading their security posture, even if they're already way higher than ours. They have more technology and everything. They want to even recruit more. They're talking about drafting. Even in America, they're talking about, America has about 2 million soldiers already. They're talking about even national draft in America itself. But our people, when you tell them that, they'll start laughing. Look at them. Some of them are already laughing here. This is what they do. And they pretend as if they are outraged when those people die.
Doctor,
hold on.
Doctor, can I ask you some questions?
Yeah, one more for this before Tony, because we have to move on. So there's nobody doing this. This thing you want people to know, and nobody's doing it on the national level. Do you consider doing it? Can we help you to be the spokesperson and go outside this platform only and go to Nigeria and do it? Is that what you want to do?
Actually, I'm beginning to think like that too. I'm beginning to think that maybe the private people should decide that they want to raise the funds to raise a security force, a massive security force to protect the people. Because when you do that, you force the government to move. And that's one of the things I'm beginning to think that we need to start doing. Because this nonsense where you just sit there and people keep dying regularly, and you pretend as if these leaders are going to do anything. Because I remember when ASU was on strike, the only time they chose to return back from the strike was when the Parents Teacher Association said they were going to start paying the lecturers. That's when they said they are going to come back. Maybe we should take it onto ourselves to recruit people to protect the outskirts of our town, those areas that are subject to all these problems. Recruit them, arm them. If you can start a national movement of that, watch how they move. They will move quickly. Because they don't want to lose credibility. This useless bunch of leaders. But you have to start from the people, because the people themselves don't want to move. They keep making evidence over. They'll tell, they are recruiting Boko Haram into the military. They are recruiting all kinds of excuses they make. But you forget that you're using 0.1% of your population to defend your country. Israel, that all of you love today, they use 8%. Do you know how many times that is? 80 times more. That is crazy. but it's okay.
All right, thank you, forefathers. We'll continue this conversation with forefathers. One day we will actually get to maybe forefathers will be the leader of this movement and return to Nigeria, and we will support him from here. I'm not kidding. This is about time we move beyond just talking and get forefathers to lead. INEC, welcome to the show. We can't hear you, INEC. We can't hear you if you're talking. All right, your connection all day hasn't been good, so let's move on to KJ. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Good to see you again. And thank you to every one member of the panel. You guys have been great. I've been listening to you behind, and everybody on the keyboard. I just sometimes listen to forefather, I don't know how to say I feel. Because you make it look as if there are no private security forces in Nigeria. IBB son used to have one. What's the name of the private security now? As I know that Kobo, your countryman has one. Okay, so there are other people, many of them who have security forces in Nigeria. Why are you not letting them engage them so that they can move into those places you are talking about and go and begin to defend? Because you only allow them now to operate in Imo State and the Igbo land, where they're accusing everybody of being IPOB. So there are private security forces that are being armed who are well, ready to go into battle. Just like you have said, you don't have to scream. There have not been any time that every Nigerian will be an army personnel. There's not going to be any time when the whole security forces will be made up of, Nigeria will recruit 1 million soldiers, because when you recruit 1 million soldiers or paramilitary forces, you are going to pay them. However, I also want to let you know that the Nigerian force is not only made of the Nigerian, the military. No, the civil defense is also part of the paramilitary, And so if you put the numbers together, I think it's more than what you are quoting. So when you quote, don't only quote the army and the navy and all that. The police, the mobile police are also part of that defense force we're talking about here. They've not been deployed enough. So if you are saying that they should be deployed, then you don't even need to go far. They are very, low-hanging fruits. Ask the IG of police to remove every policeman guarding or Nigerian politicians right now and put them back in the barracks and send them to special duties where they can now be able to become, the eye and the mouth of the Nigerian government in the rural area. So I think this solution is close by than you make it look. It's just the willingness to do that. In fact, Nigeria has a large number of warders and prisoners, warders, much more than the prisoners. Some of those forces can be drafted, in special drafting. Okay, the NDL also have their own forces. Some of them can be trained and moved into that section to be used to if it was really the priority of those who are governing Nigeria. But I guess maybe you've not thought on that area. So I think going to recruit 1 million people now, and before you finish training them, maybe there'll be no longer Plateau people. Maybe the Birom tribe will have been wiped off. So I think we should start with what we have. And just like the governor said, it's not going to spend 10 minutes in the airport and going back that will solve the problem. It's being able to tackle it heads on. Okay? And so that's what I would say. And listen, no Nigerian living, okay, that doesn't know what the problems are. None. Not even those of us who come here and dance Jingrova trying to explain what is going on. We all know what is going on. And some of us have been disingenuous with our suggestions because the problems are deeper than that. Okay? And you cannot tell me, the militants the jihadists have always wanted to take over Plateau State for long, not today. We all know the reason why they want to take over Plateau State. We all know the reason why they want to capture the Middle Belt. We know that. It's not rocket science. We know where they're coming from. How come these same people they've mutated, what do you call it now? From a larva to butterfly. They've mutated more than 3 times. First and foremost, Buhari told us they are foreigners, they are not Nigerians. Second of all, they told us, these are our brothers. They are pastoralists. They are looking for land. They are looking for land to graze their animals. Third of all, they told us, these are your neighbors. Give them land. Don't fight them. Now, in this dispensation now we are in, we have been told, don't shoot at them. Defend yourself, but don't shoot at them. Let them do whatever they want to do. What are we selling to ourselves? And then if you are here to defend these actions or trying to find another reason to give it, what is your conscience telling you really? Can you really find an excuse for what is going on? I don't think there's any excuse under the sun that anybody can give for a nation that the presidency alone has more than 9 jets. Okay, for a nation that the president alone has more than 50 official cars. What are we even saying? What are we saying? For a presidency alone that are just taking $6 billion as loan approved, why don't you mobilize that loan and put it into the resource of defending your people rather than using it to squander? So we have not gone away. For those of us who read widely, Rudolph, I don't know if you remember the documentary that Onyekon made some time ago, the squandering of billionaires, or the squandering of millions. It is a documentary out there. Or if you go back, some of us who read it, you listen to Wole Soyinka's song, poor man, what do you do for house? We do for you from New York to poor man, what do you do for home? Or we look for you from New York to somewhere to New York. In Bulgaria, they say you just come out for another executive conference for all the shareholders. That song is there. It was Wole Soyinka who sang that song for Shagari regime. Have we gone away from that? If I search the internet, I can find it. Have we gone away from what Wole Soyinka wrote and sang? No. That means that we are still going around the circle. We will keep going down this mountain. We will not leave. Under 40 years, we'll still be discussing the same thing. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, KJ. If you will be the last person on this topic, we are bringing back those who are behind the backstage. I know you are there, but we're trying to rotate people so that other people will get a chance to weigh in. But this will be the last who move to a different topic. If you go ahead.
I just have a couple of questions. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Papudoka, KJ, everybody. So this issue of what happened or what has been going on in Nigeria for the past 15 years, my question is, was he there, or has he been there for the past 15 years? All these things have been going on. That's my question. That's number one. Shehu Gomi told you guys, told the Nigerians, that the government knows where these people are. He said it. I didn't say that. He didn't mention Alex's name. He didn't call anybody. But he said that the government knows where these people are. So what is happening in Nigeria is the government are aware of. Another question I have, why is it that when people want to go give the ransom, they know where these people are, but the government doesn't know? See, I don't want us to start playing this religious card, this question of, Muslims and Christians. But the question we have to ask ourselves, who are the people? Is it Christians or Muslims? Definitely they are Muslims. Whether you like it or not, you can say anything you want to say until we begin to tell ourselves the truth. So please, first of all, forget about Alex. Alex is not the problem of Nigeria. This has been going on for the past 15 years. When you have an incompetent government, when you have an incompetent president who went to console the people that lost their lives, he was worried about light not being at the airport. I have 10 minutes to stay. You know what I asked myself? He shouldn't have gone. He should have been in Aso Rock and, extend his condolence to them. I don't know what he did or why he went there. This issue of 5,000 cameras. Okay. This issue of 5,000 cameras, who's going to monitor them? Is it in a country where there is electricity or not? I don't know. So if you protect, let's assume this 5,000 camera, they put it in Plateau State. So what's going to happen to Benue? What's going to happen to Zamfara? What's going to happen to Kwara and other states? Do we even have things? We're here talking about Alex. Is Alex the problem of insecurity in Nigeria? If you say that Americans are the ones sponsoring it, why can't you ask them to leave your country if you are a good president? Let's even say that Americans are the ones sponsoring this. In a country, do we even listen to ourselves behind the camera? Even people who are not even part of this program were like, what is this person talking about? There is no reason whatsoever why any single soul should lose their life over insecurity in Nigeria. One, One is too many. Wait until it happens to you. That's when you will understand. We should be talking about how we're going to fix our country. It's not how it is outside, or Christians are dying, Muslims are dying, everybody are dying. But if we are honest enough, you have to tell yourself, who are these people? They are definitely Muslims, whether you like it or not. I keep telling you people, I don't want to play religious card. It is not necessary. And this is one of the problems that we have. If you call for protest, people will not come out for protest. But if you call for crusade, you see people there. They will feel everywhere, praying for, Father, help us secure Nigeria. But when they call for protest, the easiest thing that you can do, you will not go. Like this guy that challenged Very Dark Man. We are not yet ready. More will happen. Worse will happen. Until then, we will continue to buy. People will continue to buy every day. So stop playing this religious card. That is not the problem to what is happening in Nigeria. You guys need to stop. Okay? And forget about Alex. Alex is not the problem of Nigeria. Okay, for the past 15 years, nobody ever heard about Alex. Alex, all these things has been happening. Alex just came into picture about two months ago. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's we have to end this. I see.
But doctor, I disagree a little bit. Alex could be part of the problem, and he may be a big part of the problem.
If he is part of the problem,
yeah, because why I say Alex could be part of the problem is escalating the problem. Alex may not start the problem, but Alex, yes. So if he
I'm sorry, my producers complain. We have this tendency of staying on one topic, and we plan to touch on 3 topics, and we've been talking about the same thing.
Let's not be doing like Arise now, where they will ask 4 questions before you answer one. They ask you another 9 questions. At the end of the day, we don't get no answer. It's just like I cry when I watch all this interview.
We gave you 5 minutes. You should give us the answer.
No. See, what if he said that based on our own conviction? He's right. But sometimes, with critical thinking and everything, we can take issues from one aspect to another aspect. That's why I said, Alex may not start the problem. Alex may not be the problem, but Alex is escalating the problem. You understand?
He's not escalating the problem.
He's not escalating the problem. What are you talking about?
He's the one doing the killing.
So if you have anything to say about Alex, reserve it for the rant. Let's move on.
Yeah, Dr. Damed, give us a minute. Give us a minute each.
You don't accept. We will give you a minute. You speak for 3 minutes. We're not giving anybody a minute anymore. We have to move on. Let's go to South Africa because something important is happening there. And is James still with us? James, are you here? James had something. Okay, James is here. So something is happening there, and it's been just like we're talking about middle belt. It's constant. It's been going on for a long time, which is this idea of fighting foreigners, getting foreigners out. Now the reason for the latest one was an Igbo guy who was named as Igbo, and that led to killings or shooting or destroying of property, whatever. It's normal in South Africa. Let's watch this video and then we come back and discuss it.
Can you imagine how many years this guy has invested in South Africa? It broke my heart so much that I wish Nigeria is a safe place to live in.
Right? Sure. How come you're here in South Africa and killing goods? How did you come that you are in South Africa selling goods?
I didn't come to South Africa today. I'm here for a long time.
I never asked you that question. I never asked you how long have you been here. I said, how come you are in South Africa and selling clothes from Nigeria?
How come? Well, this is what I'm doing for living. I don't know why I'm selling clothes, but the only thing is what I'm doing to feed my children.
Where are your children?
They're in my house.
In my house, right?
Yeah, around here.
Yeah, in South Africa.
Yeah, in South Africa here.
How long have you been in South Africa?
My son now, my first son is 18 years old. Just think about that.
From now on, no illegal foreign sell nothing in there.
We do not want any
Everybody knows
foreigners
me.
here.
Even this Baba knows me very well.
No.
We don't care if he knows you or don't. We don't want foreigners in this town.
From now on.
We are fixing our South Africa now. We don't want foreigners. If you are illegal or not.
I'm married here.
You don't care.
Got my
Check
children
your wife
here.
and go home. Check your wife, then check your wife and go home. Check your wife and go back to your country. It's fine. You are married. That's fine.
Although she's late now, I have children to raise.
Take your children and go and raise them at home.
Don't waste your time, Baba. We are not playing.
No, I'm not. You see,
All right,
I'm not fighting with you.
Let not
Okay,
fight.
now.
We cannot fight with us. We cannot fight with us. We are addressing you. The word fight, we haven't said anything about fighting. What we are saying is from now on, we don't want to see you here. This is your last day seeing you here. You understand what I'm saying? Or do you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, now. Not tomorrow.
Clear up.
Now.
Clear up.
Baba, don't waste the time. We're serious. We are serious. Why are you sitting down? Because we're talking to you.
What's wrong? This is not Nigeria.
I'll close.
Close it. Now.
Close now. Close. Now, close.
Boy.
Now, close.
Before you what am I going to close? I'm closing.
Now. Close. You are standing, you are not closing. Close.
Now.
Boy. Don't know. I give you 10 minutes. When we come back here, we don't expect to find you here. You know why? We are cleaning our South Africa. Our country is polluted. Our own country, it's heavy in our shoulders. Go back to your country and fix your own country. We are fixing ours. We never say South Africa.
All right, welcome back. We are talking about South Africa. I was just touched by the last statement by that South African. Go back to your country, go and fix your country. We're fixing our country. We don't want people polluting our country. So that's the sentiment. So I want us to weigh this on several sides, angles. One is the issue of South Africa, the issue of Igbo as in the Igbo abroad. And then, of course, any of this way you want to take it, you can go ahead. I'll start with you, Mr. James. You lived in South Africa. Give us a take on what we are missing in understanding what's going on in South Africa. No, we can't hear you, James. You're muted.
There are a lot of things we are missing. There are certain things we should see from their perspective. And there are other things we should also see from our perspective. And thirdly, we should also see certain things from the Igbo's perspective. This is how to handle this matter. I lived there for over 10 years, consecutive years, in the city of Johannesburg. Now, the problem is this. During the war of apartheid, while they were fighting the white man, they were cut off completely from the rest of Africa. Their radio stations, they could not even get Zimbabwe or Lesotho or Nigeria. They were just living in the whole country was a concentration camp. Those who fled the country, like Thabo Mbeki, Steve Shiwete, and others, they were running up and down from Nigeria to Ghana to Zambia and what have you. These were the people having contacts with us. All the assistance we gave them, literally speaking, we gave them to Thabo Mbeki and his guys who were outside. Those who were inside had no clue of what was going on outside the country. Now, while they were in Nigeria, in particular, They got a lot of financial assistance. I remember those days, there were cases of embezzlement of South African relief funds in Nigeria. Newspapers ran certain stories about that. That's that. So these guys, while they were outside, they enjoyed the best of comfort in the world. The money Nigeria, Ghana, Zambia, and others were giving them, these money were unaccounted for. It was not audited. It was a bonanza. At the end of apartheid, these guys went home. They were already immune to living like kings. The money was not there anymore for them to spend. So they descended heavily on the state treasury. Embezzlement of public funds has been the order of the day till this very day in South Africa. This has caused a lot of chronic shortage of funds in addressing issues. To run a country like South Africa, because of their technological and social advancement during apartheid, is not an easy task. So the money they are getting now is grossly insufficient. Now, when we got there, they asked us very embarrassing questions. Where were you while we were fighting apartheid? We never knew any of you did come to our rescue. So when this king was, coronated in East London about two weeks or so ago, a representative of the Nigerian High Commission went there to sort of douse tension. He told them that we assisted you a great deal during apartheid. The people said, no, keep your mouth shut. Who did you assist? So the man had to make a U-turn. He said, if you listen to the music of Sonny Okosum and others, we were singing about liberation of Zimbabwe and things like that. So it started resonating faintly, with them. All the assistance we gave them went down the drain. They never got any clue of it. And those who returned from exile, they refused to educate their people. So they saw us as nuisance in their midst. People coming to reap in a place we refuse to sow. That's point number one. Then another point is, the issue of embezzlement of public funds in South Africa is very frightening. At the end of this speech I'm giving, I'm going to send some documents to those that have the email addresses, WhatsApp numbers here, Rudolph, Mr. Paul. You can contact any of these two. They will give you some articles to read about corruption in South Africa. In the year 1999, certain matter came to limelight. The government of Thabo Mbeki, when they gained their independence, they wrote a letter to the Nigerian government that during apartheid, we were not trading with them, that they want to trade in crude oil business. Thabo Mbeki wrote the Nigerian government. The Nigerian government gave it approval. Then they sent barrels of crude oil to South Africa. The first consignment was diverted to Cayman Islands in the Caribbean, not to the South African government. I will send you the publication of Mail and Guardian. I've downloaded it. When I finish, I'll send it to you. Those who wish to read something about it should contact Rudolph and Mr. Paul. You get this information. That is the first case of colossal embezzlement. Crude oil sales between Nigeria and South Africa was going to private accounts. Then the second was I can't remember the year, Tails arms deal. There was an arms deal. The South African government bought certain weapons from France for the South African Defense Force. It was a colossal embezzlement of public funds. I also have documents about that, which I will send for you to read. You've read about Jacob Zuma and his financial advisor, Shabi Sheikh and others. It was another colossal embezzlement fund. Then there was the case of Buladani Nuka, who was the chief prosecutor of the South African police or something like that. It was a scandalous, it was scandalous beyond compare. Thabo Mbeki was forced to set up a commission of inquiry that sat in Bloemfontein. I think Justice Heffer was the head of the commission. It was total nonsense. So what we are seeing is the effect of corruption. In South Africa, the blacks are going through a nightmare. If they remember the good old days they had during apartheid, the economy of apartheid South Africa, compared to what they are going now, they are in hellfire. So they really don't know what to do. Now, the South African government has a program they call it's a housing program, RODP houses. I can't remember the meaning of RODP. They give houses to people who cannot afford it. They've been building a lot of houses. The foreigners in their midst, particularly, I'm sorry to say, but I have to be very frank, particularly Nigerians, they've infiltrated the system, corrupt the system, that even South Africans, for you to get a house, you need to, behind the scene, go through a Nigerian before you get. So it was, I mean, it has been a very nasty situation. And another thing again is the kind of things we do, they are unspeakable. Now, in South Africa, Nigerians did not bring drugs to South Africa. They met it in South Africa. The Indians, the Pakistanis, and the Greeks also, they are the importers. They imported the containers to the country. The Nigerians are just the street distributors. The traffic, they are in the distributive trade. But we are doing it in such a way as if we are the masters of drugs in South Africa. We met drugs in South Africa. That is another problem. Now, when you talk of crime in South Africa, it cut across all sections of the country. If you want to commit murder, you want to shoot somebody to death, it's very likely you get a gunman from the Zimbabweans. If you want a stolen car, you get it from the Mozambicans. If you want a passport racketeering and a fake visa, the Ghanaians. The Nigerians are specialists in two areas: drug trafficking and 419. The 419 guys, most of them are from the West, Yorubas. They are based in Pretoria. The drug traffickers are Igbos. Now the Igbos, they concentrate in a certain neighborhood they call Hillbrow in South Africa. That's their headquarters. They are joining areas like Bloemfontein, Biria, Yovi, GP's Town, Marshalltown. These are joining areas. So, but the way they do it is that in the evening, you see the whole of them coming out to hawking it as if they are selling granules. So they associate Nigerians with drug trafficking. No matter how clever you are, no matter how scarce your knowledge is, as long as you're a Nigerian, they see you as a drug trafficker in South Africa. I remember I went to Rand's Afrikaans University to enroll for a PhD program. They've already approved everything. We finished the discussion. When a white South African came, I said, no, you are a Nigerian. Why should you come and study here? Then I was very angry. I asked him, I'm a Nigerian, but you cannot hold me responsible for the problems of Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian, I'm not Nigerian. If you have problems with Nigeria, that is a different matter. I'm a Nigerian, so don't hold me responsible for the problems of Nigeria. It was a heavy push and pull. At the end of the day, I had to scuttle the idea, and that was how I missed the opportunity. So that is that. Now, the issue is this. The Igbos, the Nigerian government need to look into their problems carefully. Let me start it this way. In the year I can't remember, the Richard Constitution, 1948, or thereabout, Richard Constitution of Nigeria, the Igbos, the Eastern Nigeria was governed along with Southern Cameroon under the British protectorate, or whatever they call it, after the First World War. Now, a lot of Igbos went to Cameroon to settle down. When they got there, it was war. What they are now going through in Nigeria and other places, the same thing happened in 1947 or 1948 till the Civil War broke out. They never found it easy. A certain man, I think Emmanuel Wonke, wrote an article on it. The article, I think the man is in Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka. I will send it to Mr. Rudolph. You get in touch with him. Please take enough pains to read through what the man wrote. It was very balanced in his argument. The issue is that the area the Igbos occupy in Nigeria is too small for their population. This is one of the main reasons why they are traveling out in large numbers. The geographical area. In a certain article I read, the man said that There's no town in core eastern Nigeria where the population density is less than 1,000 people per square kilometer. The only place that tried to rival them is this Burundi-Rwanda axis. Eastern Nigeria is the most densely populated part of continental Africa. The islands are not included. As for African continent, Eastern Nigeria is the most densely populated. So that area they're occupying is too small for them. Can the government do anything to alleviate their problem? Because they are part and parcel of the country. If you don't want them to leave, you just have to address their problem. Because when South Africa gained independence from the whites, the blacks were not advantaged, so they introduced what they call black economic empowerment to sort of bridge the gap between the blacks and the whites. In America, they have affirmative action, and in other parts of the world. In Nigeria, we have the quota system, but the quota system is bastardized. In Nigeria of today, there's nobody who's not marginalized. Even myself, you know my story on this platform, why I left the country. We are all marginalized. A country where people are governed on the basis of tribe, there will never be peace. This is what is rocking the whole of Nigeria. So for this problem to be solved, we need to address the problem of the Igbos in Nigeria. If you cannot address it, let them go. But I don't support their going. That's a different topic altogether. Then as for the Igbos, they need to respect the customs and traditions of anywhere they get to. It's extremely important. When they were to install this chief in Eastern Cape, in the town of Port Elizabeth, they never consulted the traditional institutions in that area. They just went on their own. And having done it, they posted it on social media. So the people said, no, hold on a minute. Who authorizes people? King over who? So they said, no, we want to use it to settle our petty disputes and things. Now, the issue also is this. Any country you go to, when you run into a problem, the government of that country is in a position to address your problem, no matter how complex it is. Be it immigration problem or whatever it is, the government of South Africa has the capability to address the problem. Now, the reason why most Nigerians go along these tribal lines to form tribal associations is that most of the activities they get themselves involved in are illegal. So when they run into problems, they find it impossible to go to the police or other authorities to address these matters. When I was in South Africa, I had a problem with a man from a banker. The man promised to get me, to hire gunmen to go after me. I composed a letter to the provincial police headquarters in Braamfontein, Jorrison Street, and I gave it to a superintendent of police, a white man. The man read it and asked me to go and to get in touch with me on phone. The next day, I got a phone call from John Smith Police Headquarters, Market Street in Johannesburg. When I got there, the matter was looked into, and they had to track this man down. When I got him, he was a court interpreter. So they asked him to sign an undertaking that he will not carry the threat he issued against me. The man foolishly signed it, so they left him because he has implicated himself. It was the following day or so, we heard that this man was shot dead in a place called Berea. When I heard the news, I rushed down to the police station and informed them that I believe in the rule of law. This is why I wrote that petition. They investigated the matter and they discovered who shot the man. The man was going after other people's women. So out of anger, he was shot dead. So no matter how complex the problems you have in any country is, if you approach the authorities of the country, I'm a foreigner, this is what I'm going through. An indigenous of this country did X, Y, Z to me. They will investigate and see how they can mitigate the sufferings you are grappling with. But when Nigerians form the association, the kind of things they discuss there is so horrible. So I hope you are hearing me.
Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yes.
Internet.
Very well.
Good. Now, not long ago, I was in an African country. I won't mention the name of the country. I discovered something. Unfortunately, it's not the Igbos who were even doing this thing. It's another ethnic group from Nigeria. Now, what is happening is this. They traffic Nigerian ladies to this country to prostitute. When they prostitute, in the process, some of them get pregnant. When they get pregnant, they take them to social and welfare homes or so, where they look after them. Then after delivery, they take the babies from these women, they pay them upfront. These babies are now sold out to be flown to Europe for organ transplanting and things of that nature. This is what Nigerians do to each other. We are so heartless. We should call a spade a spade. We should learn to be responsible members of the human race. We are not the only people in Africa. You get the point? Whenever any problem erupts in any part of Africa, the first thing people think of is that they are likely to be Nigerians, maybe because of our population. But the kind of things we do, they are unspeakable. You get the point I'm making? So as for the South Africans, that is their country. If they say they don't want me, I have the option to pack up and leave. When I was there, I noticed that the crime rate was becoming unbearable. So I had to pack my bag and baggages, and I left on my. That is how they want to run their country. The white men are still there. They accepted the white men to be part of them for one reason. There are a lot of things they cannot do for themselves. For example, to run their nuclear power station at Sasolburg, they don't have qualified manpower. To run their airways, they don't have qualified manpower. Their shipping line, their transportation network, the railway, a lot of things the whites are still doing for them. So if they ask the white to go, it's going to be an unmitigated disaster. This is why they are still tolerating them. They are doing what they can to bridge the gap, but if they will ever see the promised land, I do not know. And this issue of kingship, the Ohanese Igbo should stand firm on it, make it clear to all Igbos. We don't have kings at home. Don't go out creating problem over kingship. I remember in Benin City, there was a time they wanted to install one as it a Sariki or so of Benin. The Benins were ready to set the whole town on fire. They expressed their anger vehemently. That is among ourselves. So if we cannot tolerate these things at home, why should we go to South Africa or Ghana to do what we cannot tolerate at home? So it is up to the Nigerian government. If they cannot run the country properly, they should break it up. Let each man go his way. If you want the Igbo man to continue to be in Nigeria, do what you can to address the problem of the Igbos. So,
all right. Thank you, Mr. James. Can you hear me? Okay, I think you are frozen, but thank you so much for that submission. This is a good example of what I say about production and how we make decisions here. If I know that he had a lot to say and he's talking from first-hand experience, and we have to make that provision. So sometimes we do make provisions that are not the way you think it should go. All right, thank you so much, Anne Lechuku. I know in the last conversation you wanted to be part of it, but you were not able to because of your internet. Let's see if you are okay now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, good.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I haven't been on the show for a while, but I watch from the background and I also, listen to playback, over time. A lot has been said so far, and I want to thank Mr. James, for the submissions he made. And for me, this is a time well spent listening to him and hearing all the things he said. And I urge every Nigerian who is on this show and those who are listening, online, to pay attention to these things he has said. He has spoken as a Nigerian who wants the progress of the country. Although I have a couple of things I don't seem to agree with him. The population of the Igbo man in Igbo land is not population density. I know it is not him that said it, but that's what somebody wrote. Our problem in Igbo land is not population density. There are swaths of land that are unoccupied. Even in the next 50 years, 100 years, it won't still be occupied. There are still lands in Igbo land. Yes, the geographical space looks small, but the land is big enough to accommodate progressive, Igbo people. Now, another thing also, the Igbo will go. The Igbo are not going nowhere. It's anybody who is selling that idea and anybody who is buying that idea, should just keep it to himself or herself. Biafra agitators, keep that idea to yourself. Until Nigeria going to be divided, everybody should just keep it. Let us make Nigeria work. A functional Nigeria is what everybody should be seeking for. A functional Nigeria will benefit everybody. Hausa man, Fulani man, Nupe man, Igbo man, Yoruba man, Ijaw man. It will benefit everybody. Let the idea be how and what can we do to make Nigeria functional and beneficial to everybody. The status quo is not the ideal one. If we continue to propagate ideas that sustains it, means we want Nigeria to remain dysfunctional so that we'll continue to have rubbish and nonsense to keep talking about all the time. And this is not right and proper. See, sometimes when I watch some of people on the show who say certain things, they say, sometimes I look at it, they say one thing and contradict themselves on the other end of it. So I think we really need to, up our game in really asking ourselves, what do we really want for our country? Irrespective of where we live in the world. I know the Jews, yes, they're Americans, but they're also Jews. They value the progress of their homeland as much as they value the progress that goes on in America. So why is it that most of us who live abroad are comfortable enjoying the specs and the benefits of the countries we live in, but we want a Nigeria that is dysfunctional? It makes no sense, and that bothers me. For instance, like forefather in the things he said in the previous time, that's lofty. But the question is, your state, how well is it governed? Nigeria, how well is it governed? Who are the leaders we have? If Nigeria continues to run with this leadership we have, can we have this wonderful country we want to have? The answer is hell no. So I expect that when we want to say things, we say those things so that we'll be able to correct the rot. And we are so fond of blaming what the white man did 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 80 years ago, 20 years, even if it is 5 years ago. Okay, they have created these problems. We are all adults and we are all educated. So why can't we find a way to seek them, to find solutions to solving these problems they created for us? And that's what we should be thinking and with putting our efforts and focusing on. So these are some of the things that really bother me when I hear some of these things we say. And again, on the Igbo thing, now this concerns us as Igbo people. I urge every Igbo man, in every organization you belong, and particularly Ohanese, we need to influence Ohanese to really stop this. If it is creating so much problem for us in the places where we do business and where we live and thrive, then we should be able to address it. Every village, every community, every kingdom in Igbo land has kings and rulers. So if we can have names, we can call them, but not to call them when you say a king, it may not mean exactly what we mean as Ezigbo. For example, in Houston, does not mean Ezigbo, in Igbo land. No. So the way they will understand it, the host community will understand it, is different from what we actually mean, what we call it, what we know it is standing for us. So these are areas I believe that we should be able to address. And let's really be concerned in how to make Nigeria better. And some of these narratives we bandy about doesn't help us.
All right, thank you, Nelechuku. Let me just say that I will be removing people from the whole studio because we are full. We don't have space, and James is trying to get back in, and we don't have space for him to get back in because we are addressing. Some people are addressing what he said, and I want him to be in here so that he could hear what some of the things are being said. Also, I wanted to mention that for Nelechuku, I don't normally respond, but what you just said, because I assuming that you are Igbo, Ohanese in Igbo has no power to tell anybody what to do. That's a fundamental problem. So when you said that, I was thinking if it's someone who is not Igbo is saying it, I would say, okay, maybe they don't know.
No.
But there's no way they don't have any power to tell Igbo people in my village here in New York not to do whatever they are doing. So it's a bigger problem. So anyway, but we'll get to it.
I don't think so, Rudolph.
How would they do that? Have they told you guys in Houston to do anything and you did?
It is just, that is the organization I'm talking about, that we need to organize ourselves. we need to organize ourselves. It is possible it can be done.
Which organization are you talking about? You said Ohanese and Igbo.
No, I'm saying, remember what I said, the communities where we belong, and maybe Ohanese, right? So the thing is, if you remember Igbo hierarchy and Igbo organization, we have structure how things are done. And that's the truth. It's just that unfortunately, some of us are not observing them. That does not mean they don't exist. It does exist.
All right, thank you. Tony, you're next.
Thank you. Ohanese and Igbo does not have the power to sanction anybody. It's just an organization. You choose to belong or you don't belong. And it's just, for me, I mean, it's not, it doesn't carry, the organization doesn't carry any force behind it. And it hasn't done much. But let's put that aside. I think part of the problem we're seeing in South Africa is the failure of the ANC government to carry out the promises that he made. Because there was a lot of expectation when the ANC came into power. Issues of land distribution, redistribution, employment, education, and so on and so forth. It was a policy that ANC, promised to pursue. But if you look at the percentage in terms of what has been done so far, you still find out that the masses, the common people, are still grappling with, part of the problems that they had during apartheid. So that dissatisfaction is easily triggered or heightened when they see foreigners who are in the country and they are progressing. And Igbos are one of those people who, because of their nature, and Nigerians generally, when they come to an environment, you see, the Igbo man is very, very industrious, particularly in the area of commerce. So you could find, and they stay together. So you could find a whole street predominantly dominated by Igbos, selling all kinds of things. They dominate the retail sector. We see it in Nigeria too. So that, at the slightest provocation, the people will vent their anger on all those foreigners who are doing business. They burn, they steal, they loot. It has happened in South Africa. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have Nigerians who do some dirty things and dirty deals and so on and so forth. But this is the critical issue. Because there is a way that they look at foreigners who come from outside and they are doing well, and they who are the owners of the country are impoverished, are not doing well. Okay, so I think that's part of the problem. I think the ANC government has to address this issue, in a way that will, augur well for its people, and I think that will reduce. So you have this problem of xenophobia, all over, in almost in the whole of Southern African region, not just in South Africa, because Nigerians they are currently having issues in Mozambique. They have issues in various parts of Southern Africa. And the other challenge that South Africa has is that as soon as there was a new South Africa transition from apartheid to black majority rule, a lot of other countries, Zimbabwe, neighboring South African countries, Malawi, Central Africa, and so on, Nigerians and so on, West Africans, they flocked into South Africa because they saw an opportunity for reconstruction. And so they went in there with their various skills, and so that's the challenge, So this is the challenge of a country that is trying to restructure and rebuild itself. And the government is not at par in dealing with those challenges. That's part of the issue, okay? I don't think that South Africans don't know what contributions that Nigeria made, as a frontline nation, to South Africa and to almost all the South African countries. I think it's there. I think I have heard Malema, for instance, speak about the contributions that Nigeria has made, and he has, expressed aversion to the way Nigerians have been treated. So, but put that aside. Talking about the Igbo issue, I think that there's a culture. I mean, I don't know if it's a culture in Igbo land, but I want to look at the repeated problems that this has caused in Lagos, in Ghana, I think somewhere in the north. And I would think that if you have this kind of issue arising, of people trying to say, we don't understand what you're doing, we don't want this kind of thing, and we still continue to do it, I think we're not learning any lesson. I feel bad that we find our people, and come to think about it, what's this whole thing about Igbo? What's it? It's not typically an Igbo culture. It's an invention. Because if you look at the Igbo cosmology, you would not see that we don't have Ezis. Igbos don't have Ezis. Igbos don't have Ezis. You know, if you have money, in my place, for instance, if you have money, you can go and take a title. You know, you can go and take a title if you have money. So there's nothing very sacrosanct about this thing, but it's the penchant for title. You know, and if it is causing problem all the time, I think that people should think twice and say, no, this thing has been causing problem. Is there a way that we can stop this thing so that we can live peaceably with others? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. What I will say for those I'm taking out of the studio or back end is that after this round, we do the rounds and I can bring you back. You can come back in, but we have to make space. I'm trying to get James back. For instance, I couldn't. Sully, you're next.
Well, all the Igbo people feeling repentant, you know, saying maybe we shouldn't do it. Maybe they will like us more if we respect their stupid culture. God punish those South Africans. Let me tell you something. If you want to be king in their land, you should do it. Those people are just giving rubbish reasons so that you will say, oh, and maybe this is why they don't like us, and maybe that is why. If you like, do everything they like, they will still protest against you. They just don't like you, and they have found a logical reason to back you up. When people say, oh, we are just joking with Ghana, Ghana is not joking with you. Ghana is not joking with you. You are just joking with South Africa. They hate your guts. Who was leading the protest? It was a white man. It was a white man that was leading the protest, telling them, burn them, loot them, they are foreigners. They came to take over your land. You say, oh, maybe they don't know what we contributed, Nigeria sacrificed for them. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. They just don't like you. All these things that they're saying, Igbo people did this. What did they do? Did Igbo people go to their land, slaughter their people, take over the land, take over 80% of their property and resources? The Igbo people do that. Don't fall for this trickery. Don't succumb to them and start doing what. If we had a country that was protecting our image and our rights, those people will fear us. If we decide to go and take over their country and we know that our country will back us up, those people will fear us. But nobody fears us because anything that happened to us, Nigerian government will just let it happen. You see that boy coming to Nigeria, doing whatever he wants. He knows that his country will back him up no matter what. Even if the country doesn't like what he's doing, his country will still back him up. All those Ghana, all those Togo, all those Benin, if we're doing things the right way, we should have taken over all those countries and forced them to use the Naira. And we force them to use the Naira and the value of our currency will go up. What is this? We are constantly taking disrespect from people that are not even up to our level. You don't even want to start succumbing. Maybe we should start telling Ineze, okay, tell your Ineze, do everything. You will see that they will still find another reason to come for you. In fact, they will even get more aggressive, because now they don't even have any reason to back up their hatred for you. If you want to succumb, but if I was you, I will not succumb anything. In fact, I'll go and put another king there. Let me see what they want to do. What would they do? Shout and scream and roll on the floor. What power do they have? They have no power. They are useless in their own country. And you want to be scared of them. God Almighty. Please, I don't even want to talk much about it. Let's move on to the next question.
All right. Thank you so much, Sully. Comparable facts, you have 4 minutes.
I have how many minutes?
4. I'm reducing it to 4, everybody. Because
so when it comes to my turn, you reduce it.
No, he did 2 minutes. I already.
Okay, let me use the first minute to say what I was going to say. I think this is in reference to the son, and I see AY is here. You know, all these jihadist Muslims. But anyway, I have to say that I think I beg to differ with people that is saying something about LS. You know, if there's an ulterior motive, it's just a conjecture. You know, you don't have any fact to back it. Okay, let's assume there's an ulterior motive. At least he is doing something your government is doing. He has brought he has brought it to an international global attention. That's a good thing that he's doing. I mean, he's speaking for the people with less voice that have been killed, who has not been speaking. And all of you here are coming to here as an ulterior motive or whatever you call it, some political, narrative. It doesn't make sense. He's bringing an awareness, so that's a good thing. Whether you like it or not, you don't have any fact to back up your conjecture about some of that things. I don't even know the nonsense he said. But having said that, let me go to the topic. Dr. Damage, when I first heard about this story, I said, oh no, this is not an we're going to have. I don't know why they're so fixated about this Igbo king. We don't even have king. I mean, the king is not well respected in Igbo land, so when you go to a foreign land, you do this. And they have forgotten where we are. This is Africa. Africa has a problem. I don't know, maybe because of the artificial boundary that the colonial master created for us. We Black Africans, our mentality we lost it. We can't even tolerate what is very simple. I mean, there's Igbo chief in Manchester, London, there's a lot of them in Maryland. And white man doesn't bother white man. What is wrong with Black people? When like I was saying, it happened in Ghana. We know about what happened in Ghana. It has to do with politics, a different faction, try to use it, to amplify their political narrative. So when I first heard about this, I said, okay, let me go research and see actually what happened. This happened in a place called East London. It's a part of Eastern Cape Town. That's where this happened. So they coronated an Igbo. That's what they did. But their main intention was to use that person to represent them within the South Africa. But where they make a mistake, they have forgotten about South African history, because South Africa has history of xenophobia. That's part of their culture. So they're going to use that as an excuse. This is exactly what happened. It was a matter of misinterpretation, misunderstanding. But I blame the Igbo for using that word, Igbo of Igbo. So because you give them the excuse to perpetuate their xenophobia, that's exactly what happened. They amplify the whole thing in TikTok and everything. That's where the trouble come from. They shouldn't have used that word. At least they should have appointed that guy to say, just call it a leader. That would have been good. I mean, I think they mean well, but the history of South Africa, that is the problem. They're going to use it as an excuse to keep people. But fortunately, from what I understand, nobody died. But there's almost about 60 people that got injured. They lose their shop and everything because the country is very. I mean, there's a lot of poverty in that country. Even at all, being one of the richest or the first or the second richest country in Africa, they're black. Their lack of unemployment and everything. They're going to use that to do. That's exactly what actually happened. So the Igbo should be very wise when you go to, particularly in Africa. You can do that in overseas where we are right now. The white people don't care about you. It's not a political something. It's more of a symbolic, leadership. What they did. In my own opinion, we are in a civilized country. Africa is not civilized. So let's call it what it is. Black Africans. I see you smiling. No, the Black Africans. Your mentality is not good. You're not civilized. That's what happened. Maybe Nigeria, if a Ghanaian come to Nigeria and do it, maybe the Nigerians will mind because Nigeria think differently. They wouldn't mind. Maybe in Yoruba land where the kinship is very important to them, they're probably going to mind to stand in. But I don't really see what is actually wrong. But when you're in a particular, when you're in a particular territory, you need to be aware of your surroundings, the society where you want to do that in. That's where they make mistakes. So, in my own opinion, South Africa use it as a pretense to exhibit their xenophobia. But Igbo, be very careful of where you are. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
No, I still have a minute.
No, you don't. You don't.
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Obie. What's your new name now? Abaham, whatever. Obie, go ahead.
Abahambe. It means they must go, just like Ghana must go.
Okay.
That was the slogan during the Patriotic Alliance campaign, leading to their forming national government in South Africa. So election, they say, has a consequence. Before I finish on that, Dr. Dameji, I have a rhetorical question because I'm confused, right? This idea of kingship, right, in Nigeria, among the Igbo, especially the young people, they don't recognize it. As far as they're concerned, those people, that's they are called.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll give you back your time. It was an error. Go ahead.
They say I'm high. It's okay. I'm about to say I wish they no wish. People say they smile. Anyway, so that kingship of a thing, as far as I'm concerned, it belongs to the North and with the bid wearers. But how come now that same thing they give the Igbos problem outside the country? Not because they are rejecting it, but because they are embracing and celebrating it. So I don't understand. So but again, in response to is it Kelechuku? Sorry if I mispronounced your name. The second guy that spoke. Yeah, when he asks you that, they should do something about it. You said they cannot do anything about it. What can they do about it? And even though you have a point, but as far as I'm concerned, I think there's a political implication to that. How do you expect me, who come from one village, small village, right, hearing that, to want to form an alliance with a community who are saying to the world that we don't care about my people or my children or the external community outside the country? How me go feel? That's just a rhetorical political question, because we are practicing identity politics. That's where we are, and that's the season. So people are reasoning like that, the way it come across. Now, on the slogan that led to the Patriotic Alliance forming, because the NCNC, or what they call the other national party, could not win the majority of the election, they have to force to form a coalition government with a Patriotic Alliance in South Africa. Why is that important? Because Ahambe was their slogan, they must go. So they framed their political campaign and slogan pointing fingers at the immigrants. That immigrants are the problem, right? Just like as we see where you currently live and across Europe today, everywhere. So the right-wing rhetoric is gaining traction. So that was their slogan. And the guy who led that movement, led that opposition party, is the current Minister of Culture and Health, Sports, and what have you. So it's pretty much directly contact legitimate leadership and resources with the youth. So that's why you are saying. So I'm say, as a Dr. Dameji, I'm using as an example now, somebody, older person, if you reflect back to 83, when the Shagari government was finding it difficult, as it is going to lose the election, they have to look for a scapegoat. And they look across their shoulder. Ghana is right there. Right? Which influence Ghana must go. So while I was watching the video that you are playing, when they harassed that man who was trading to go, that Ghana must go.
On my politics, can I ask you a question? Right there, that point. I'm listening real quick. Why do you think that is the case, where locals tend to focus on foreigners whenever there are economic difficulties? Talk about Shagari. That's a very prominent point. But I want to ask you, why do you think that's a trend that usually happens, particularly when there's economic difficulty?
That's why I say they are looking for a scapegoat. As I clearly said that. The Shagari government.
Okay. No,
yeah, you have to look for a scapegoat now. Waiting Hitler do. Now, economic hardship and pressure make them say that Jewish people be the problem now, right? Mexicans are the problem. At a point after the Civil War in America, the underpinning motivation that led to Jim Crow was also the tripartite agreement between the business South government and white businessmen, which threw the black people under the box. So at every junction, when you are facing difficulty, you have to look for where somebody they use as a scapegoat. So immigrants, as we speak today, all over the Western world are the scapegoats. So So the Ghana must go of a thing was also already, the idea of Ghana must go was every Ghanaian have to pack their stuff now and then to leave, have to leave right there and then. So when I was watching that video, when the people are saying you have to leave now, you must go now, 10 minutes you have to leave now, it's just the same thing. So I'm not, supporting what is happening. I'm just bringing that we are here before, right? And say it's very common for grandchildren to repeat the mistake of their grandparents. So we are repeating the same mistake again. And the way the Tinubu administration is going, right? How long will you think it's going to take before the Nigerian people or one leader will look for a group of people or another country as a scapegoat and we'll do the same thing? Because it's not that we are above it.
Okay, thank you. Paul, you're next.
Oh, Doctor, I really wish I have plenty of time. So sometimes as an immigrant, sometimes they use us, sometimes we use ourselves. Then sometimes also the host country from the place of ignorance, less information about the people that they are hosting, also make them judge different things. I'll give an example. I'm an engineer, I'm an aircraft engineer. I come to a country where my certificate is not approved. They don't certify my certificate. You understand? Because I want to be an engineer in that same country. Probably I go get a job in the airport. Now I got a job in the airport. I'm doing a menial job, cleaner, something, just to get around where I have a dream. Like that Ify, who probably maybe a doctor, a nurse, you understand, go to the hospital as a cleaner and every other thing. Then that same person again, we live in the most cheapest area, because many of us, our story is that I came to this country with $40, $60, $800. We live in their worstest area. We'll see the worst of them because we come with limited cash and every other thing. There's somewhere along the line, unknowingly for some of these people, they don't know we have all this degree. We aspire to get what, and it's going to be easy for us because we already have the certification, but it's just not approved. So all we just need to do is just to write board exams and every other thing. Now we write this board exam. Over time, we pass this board exam. We move fast off the ladder. Sometimes we make mistake. We see the other people that they are lazy. But we fail to understand that we have this same type of people in our own country who are also not doing well. You understand? You and them, they are not your equal. Because of your situation, when you come to their country, you live with them. But when it's time to move, you move very fast the ladder. Then we're quick to stereotype. We're quick to judge, failing to understand that they are not your equal. I didn't come to America and go live in Hollywood, go live in some rich area and everything. I am living in the worst of them. So I see the worst of them. Then before you know, we start making mistakes, we start stereotyping. They themselves too, out of their ignorance again, they felt, all these immigrants will just come, they just make him a doctor, they just make him an engineer, they just give him this opportunity. They don't even understand that we already have the skill set. All we are waiting for is just to get board, pass their board exams and everything to get this approval. Then we'll move the ladder very fast. So they felt cheated the way they make me a cleaner, I become an engineer. That's Ify, who is a cleaner, just become nurse. You understand? From the place of ignorance. And remember, the person who is saying this thing, it's not another engineer. It's not another doctor or a nurse. It's a fellow cleaner who think, how did they just take Ify to go become nurse, a doctor? You understand? That ignorance will come and they will sell that ignorance. Like as Trump will talk to his ignorant base. Some of us who understand will see all his flaws. But the ignorant person will believe it as their own truth. So these things is also going on. You understand? And this thing that will quick to cause them, will talk this, they say the same thing. All those things is also going on around. So we should be very, very careful and understand the thin line between these both parts, how these things play around and everything. Then I go to South Africa. These people, they suffered. So when the best of us also come to their country and we do the same thing, now South Africa started having these issues where you see our men who play with their women very well. Their women started fighting. Many a times their women support us, but their women start understanding that we might play with them, do everything with them, but end up not marry them. You understand? End up not marry them, still go back and go bring our own people and everything. So it's like we use them, we dump them. Even though the ones that even welcome us, that like us and everything. So over time, they start fighting back. Then somebody made good mention of the white people still have the ability. They still do the white collar job, the skill set jobs, and everything. They are still more of an employer of labor. But when some of us go there, we go seek for job and everything. So they felt cheated. If they see a black man doing some cleaning jobs, some petty jobs that they are supposed to do, they felt cheated. So this little thing trigger all these things. Then on the part of the Igbo people with this A18, please tone it down. Something happened to my father's place that I like very well. The Muslim people that they are praying, they are doing everything. They give them a place. They put it bold that we gave you this place for free. They put it front of the house. They put it inside the mosque and everything. We'll give you this place for free because they come and go. They are nomadic in nature. This set come, they go farming. Some may not come back again. They come and go. Over time, many years to come, these people will believe they own this place. So they said, no, put this thing there to make you understand that we give you for free and we can take it anytime we deem fit. We want to take it. Anytime we deem fit, we want to relocate you because it's free. We give it to you. Those little things. But now this aspect of you are seeing this problem that is happening. You use the word king in a place. I'll use places like Benin. In Benin today, we only have one king called the Oba of Benin, who is what we call federal king. Other places, they still have what they call onoge. You understand, and everything. So when people have their small traditional head in a clan, in a region and everything, they now hear that somebody has become king. How do you want to explain for them to understand? And everything. How do you want to explain for them to understand? And you did not even carry them along. And how funny it is, even inside Nigeria, even within the Southeast, we make the same thing. We do the same thing. You see a rich Igbo boy, you see this rich boy will build a house, get another parlor, decorate it like a king, put like a king chair and everything. It's just a funny thing. Yeah, I fondly talk about these Igbo people that they like this golden, shiny chairs and everything. It's just something that they like. But something that you like, the way the other person interprets it is different. You cannot translate English for English to me when I'm not writing exams. You understand? I will not understand. You just put king. You are sitting down in a throne, what look like a throne. But you are telling me, oh, it's just a symbol of a throne. It's not a throne. And people still come here, still call you, still greet you with that accolade, that respect, like the way they understand, they greet a proper king and everything. How do you want to explain these things that people will understand? Mostly when you are not that loved. Mostly when you must also understand that ignorance will take a place. Something happened some years ago. It makes me laugh. I'm making a call.
Paul, that we are rounding up. You are going to another.
Please. I'm making a call. Just a funny thing. Just the soft side of it. I'm making a call. Especially say, what are you talking? I say, I'm talking to my mom. What language are you speaking? I say, I'm speaking my broken English. It's funny. After I finish everything, he said, did they have a phone in Africa? I said, no. He said, so how did your mom talk to you? I said, oh, she just pick any leave and she use it to answer call. When you know I'm making a call and you still ask me, you can see the level of ignorant or maybe just to put me down. You know, so when I mess with my Mexican people, when they say Africa, they don't wear clothes. I say, when you go look free TD in Zulu, you enjoy it finish and you cause us that Africa don't wear clothes. But however, we don't have anything in Africa, but we have an airport. That's why we can fly in. But you people don't have an airport. That's why you jump the fence to America. Then they start explaining, oh, we have airport. I say, oh, you know, you have airport. So we too, we have TV in Africa. It's just like that. So ignorance will always play that part too.
All right, thank you so much, Paul. Before Eagles speak, let me just say we're running out of time by a lot. So, James, I don't know if you have something to say in response. I know you don't normally say to the end. So if you want, I can let Eagles speak and then you say something so that if you have to go, then you can go before we continue with people who are in here. There are people that I'm taking out of the studio because of space. You can come back during the rant, like I said. So, James, do you want to say something or you want Eagles to speak before you? Can you hear me, James? All right.
Okay, doctor, you can take me out, but just put me on the back side.
Yeah, I was about to do that actually. Go ahead, Mr. James.
You're on mute. Mr. James, you're on mute.
All All right, Igbo sir, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone.
No
Please, I don't want to come to this studio. I was in a comment session listening to everybody. But when that video was played, I was touched so much. There's two things I found out in that video. One, the failure of Nigerian government, failure of leadership in Nigeria that caused all these kind of things. Just if we have a good government that did the right thing they're supposed to do for citizenship, I don't think that most of us will be in diaspora looking for our daily bread, looking for our greener pasture. Because of the failure of the government that makes some of us to travel. Secondly, I must use this word. Igbos are very lousy. They are very lousy people. Why should I say so? Here in India, where we are living, there's something I learned from Indians. An Indian man will go to wine shop and buy a little bottle of wine. You see, he put inside his clothes and hide it. He bought it in a wine shop, but he put inside his clothes and hide it, and go to a certain place and sit and drink it. After drinking, keep the bottle there and go away. But here in India, you see an Igbo man precisely will go and buy a Mercedes Benz, Tia rubber, new one, that India government will charge extra tax in that morning. Igbo man will go and buy the car and begin to make noise in the environment where he finds himself. That's the main problem. Then when he started doing like that, the people within around you will ask, what is it that this person is doing? Which business is this person doing? They're making to buy so and so car and be driving. You will see an Igbo man, he will just go and buy gold. You know, when I say gold, I say gold that work up to $1,000 and $2,000 and wear it on his neck and open his shirts. Everybody will be seeing it. The people within and around you will ask you, how come you were able to buy such a thing and be wearing it? But there's something one of my landlord told me here in India. He said that if you come to an environment and find out that this environment, this is how they see you, even if you're making millions of naira, making dollars, please try to maintain that status they see you. And nobody put eye for you. Nobody will want to look into whatever thing you're doing, but you are making your own money silently. But if you look around, immediately an Igbo man make money or Nigeria make money, you begin to see them, they're making noise. Then when you started doing like that, what do you expect? People began to checkmate you. They began to look into what they are doing. They began to find out what is the reason why this person doing so and so thing. That's the main thing that happened in this Igbo king, as in Igbo and all the rest of them. That's exactly the thing. If here go to America, go to the UK, Yorubas are doing some cultural things, but they don't do it in a lousy way. They don't make it in a way that it becomes a problem to them. You want to do something, you started broadcasting it, making it a way that is you want to take control of their kingdom. You want to take control of their land. No. If this thing is creating problem for you, what we need to do is to look for another name and give to it. What is that name supposed to give to it? He said that, okay, this is the person now we are going to coronate, or we are going to appoint someone, we're going to bring somebody who's going to be our representative. When you talk about representative, people will understand it so easily than say that you want to have a king. What kind of king are you having? Why don't you look for another name to represent it so that you could not create problem? If they use another name in that South Africa, saying representative, Igbo representative, it will be easy for them to understand it. By making a very big name, creating a very big avenue, buying a golden chair, inviting the whole world, gathering everywhere, wear sew a very mighty clothes, carry one big cap like canopy. Then what do you expect? You are exposing yourself to danger. That is the main problem that we are having as an Igbos. Okay, come down to Nigeria. An Igbo man will find himself in an environment in Nigeria, both in North and Lagos and the rest of them. Before you could know it, you know that you are making money. You want to show that you are making money. began to live large, began to build a palace. Then what do you expect? The people, that local people, that in that locality, what do you think they will think? They say, this person has come to take our place for us, so they are come to snatch it away from us. And it becomes a problem to you. So if Igbos we were able to gather themselves, learn from the past mistake, learn for the past challenges, learn for the past danger they pass, and be able to coordinate themselves, it will help them out. Than living a lousy, making noise everywhere. That noise does not help them. I want to summarize with this. Since after the Civil War, Igbos are facing a lot of marginalization. They are facing a lot of problems. Even Nigeria government, any place part of Nigeria, wherever you go, another person may commit something, what they will say is an Igbo. The one don't you control yourself, look into your life, and find out that people that surrounded you hate you so much, and you learn how to do what, control yourself and find your way out. Rudolph, you are a lecturer in a university in New York. Are you going around making a noise that you are a lecturer? Are you going around showing that you are a lecturer, you lecture people? No. You maintain your lane, you maintain whatever thing you're doing, and when people see you, they respect you. Some people say we not know the position you're occupied. But immediately they started making noise, showing that you're a lecturer, what do you expect? They start looking into your matter now. And some people look away to take you out. Please, let us know how to control ourselves. Let us learn how to work our way out in the midst of our enemies, so that we will not be a victim of any problem. Thank you so much.
Igbo said, someone wants to know if you eat beef in India. You are muted.
Sorry.
Say it again.
I said, even today, I went to the market to buy beef and chicken that I will use for tomorrow being Easter.
So this idea, because it's more important to me, I'm interested in it than the lecturer thing. So this idea of beef in India, is it not, I thought that they don't eat beef. What is going on? Tell us. I've never been to India.
Rudolph, see, people that are doing that business are Muslims, not Hindus.
Oh, okay. People selling the beef.
Yes.
Okay.
Are Muslims, not Hindus. Like for instance, if you go to Tamil Nadu State now, where they're killing all this cow and all the rest of them, it's an open place. But when it comes to New Delhi, the capital city of India, people who are doing the business, they don't kill it publicly. They hide it and kill it and bring it out.
So if you kill it publicly, that will be a problem for the Hindus.
If you do it publicly, they will look at you and say that they are killing their gods.
Will they do anything?
So they used to be careful. They used to be careful about it. But most of the time, what you see in public, in a disguise, is the boo. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In disguise, they show boo. But in other way around, when you come, like we Nigerians, they will say, this is boo, this is cow. Then you make a selection. It's only we that know which one is which one. That's how it is.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
James, I know you may have to go. Just give you an opportunity to respond because people have been talking about what you said, and if you have anything to say before we continue. I know Mazopara will get you next, and then AY, I see you. Go ahead, Mr. James.
I could not clear most of the Okay, can you hear me?
Okay, try again. It's not very clear. Go ahead. Go ahead, James.
Now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's just one person raise an issue he do not agree with. Just one person. Let me answer the person. Just one person.
Oh, I don't know. I thought that they were doing that all the while. Anybody has any issue? James is about.
I was just going to talk about, not that I disagree with him, not about, it's not about disagreements, but I would actually love if Mr. James talk about this thing. So I know he gave the historical context, but maybe he forgot or he didn't want to add more to it. So during the apartheid era in South Africa, as part of the negotiation with the ANC, the white elites, I can recall that I wasn't born. I was probably not born then. I was just born. But I know that from what I've read, like there was a negotiation in place so as to integrate the indigenous South Africans, the Black South Africans, and stop apartheid. And part of that negotiation was that the economic structure would be transformed into a neoliberal structure, because during the apartheid era, what you had was that the whites, apart from the fact that they had land, they had a lot of wealth, and they had more privilege economically and all. The white South Africans had a very strong welfare policy, free education, free healthcare, everything was free. They had a very robust social system. But as part of the negotiation to integrate the Black South Africans, what happened was post-apartheid South Africa was a neoliberal state. So what I mean by that was that in terms of economy, the economic structure changed. The robust social system that used to be in South Africa was no longer there. So what happened was the economic elites, the whites, they still had as much resources. They didn't change it. They still had the economic power. However, the Black South Africans that were coming in, they were faced with competing with the little resources that they had because of the neoliberal policy. What is neoliberal policy? It's what we have in Nigeria. A free market policy where there's privatization, right? Deregulation of states' autonomy, right? Deregulation, and at the same time, governments are not willing to spend on the people, just to make it as simple as possible. So what you have is that it incentivized corruption, because when you have neoliberalism, what you have is there is freedom of financial flow between countries, and that incentivizes corruption because you have financial embezzlement. So that I'm just trying to put context that some of the hardship that the Black South Africans encountered was also due to the economic structure. Lastly, I wanted to, in as much as I'm not against immigration, but I actually wanted to also talk about the fact that you mentioned it clearly that during the apartheid era, the Black South Africans were completely isolated. And after the apartheid, like after post-apartheid South Africa, when the blacks were at the freedom that they had, which was to integrate into the South African system itself, they had to compete with the immigrants. And when you have economic hardship with competition, what usually happens is you attack the immigrants, because the immigrants are coming with, they have education, a lot of them are coming with degrees from Nigeria or from wherever, and they're coming to take those jobs that will make them to move up the economic ladder. But what you now have is they now have to compete with them. But
please, Jide, stop that.
Just my comments.
Okay. Look at it this way. The blacks who were going there, I think I knew of very few medical doctors who were able to get places in their hospitals. Majority of us could not penetrate the system. I, for one, because I lived in Israel, where I worked in an engineering workshop, I had to set up my own little engineering, I won't call it company, just roadside welding, something. I got a lot to do because I was welding with a master's degree in geography. I could not get a job in South Africa. So if you are an educated African going to South Africa to look for work, just forget it. You're not likely to get it very easily. Then secondly, the South African government is made up of the ANC, the South African COSATU, South African Congress of Trade Union, and the Communist Party of South Africa. They formed the government that was there. I don't know what it is now. Now, they are still providing those services. Electricity, for example. If you are living in Soweto, your electricity bill is not the same as the person living in Sandton. Your electricity bill is determined by the area you live in. It is believed that the poor people live in poor areas, so their electricity bill is heavily subsidized. Water and other services. That is how it is there, particularly health. I know of a certain lady, she's 30-something now. She was about less than 20 when I left there. She's suffering from cancer. She's receiving free treatment at the expense of the South African government. Her children are receiving free education. I mean, they wrote off their school fees. So those social services they are providing requires substantial amount of money to cushion the effect. But the state hasn't got the money because the level of embezzlement is terribly frightening. You must have heard of Jacob Zuma. Thabo Mbeki had cause to tell Zuma to step down as vice president because constitutionally he had the power. He stepped down. He fought his way back again to become president. He could not give up his habit of embezzling public funds. So it's embezzlement of public funds that is their major problem in South Africa. And they are finding it terribly difficult to discipline each other because when they remember what they went through in exile during apartheid, Thabo Mbeki cannot discipline Jacob Zuma. I mean, they find it so difficult, just like our ruling class. They find it difficult disciplining each other. They know who are sponsoring the terrorism in Nigeria, but will they discipline each other? The answer is no. That is the same thing they're going through in South Africa. The policies are okay. They've made allowance for Black economic empowerment. Now, when the empowerment comes, it goes to the ruling class, not to the commoners. That is why when you go to Soweto, Tembisa, Rand Fountain, it's all huge army of unemployed Black people having nothing to do. So that is how it is over there. Thank you very much indeed. I have to sign out.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. We appreciate you today.
Please, I've started sending the articles to Dr. Rudolph. I will send it to, okay, I think I have KJ's number, forefathers, to as many people as possible to contact you. You read the articles to know the level of embezzlement of public funds in South Africa. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. If you want that, you guys, most of you have my number. If you want my number, I'll send it on the chat. You can come on. I'll share it on the chat. All right, let's go to Omar Zopara. We are still talking about South Africa, what happened last week when they started destroying properties, and the Igbo angle to the story that Igbo man was made the Eze of his people where he was in South Africa. All right, Omar Zopara, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I think last 2 or 3 months we were here when South African girl or two kidnapped somebody, a Nigerian, and strangulated him in his taxi, right? We were here. That was about 2 months ago. A young Nigerian was, strangulated in his car. He was a cab driver in South Africa. Was that guy, trying to install Igbo king in South Africa? We were here. They go from one hospital to another hospital, preventing people, their fellow Black people, from getting treatment. This is what is happening in South Africa. Somebody sent something that was shocking. I'm trying to get that thing, but I don't know how I missed it. A woman was in her labor room. These people did not allow this woman to deliver her children. She died. The children died, twins, in South Africa because she was a Zimbabwean. This thing has nothing to do with Igbo, this and that. There is a problem in South Africa. They hate their fellow Black people. 2 days ago, one Indian was mocking them. He was saying, if you are powerful, come onto our street now. This is what India, Pakistan was telling them. If you are powerful, we are illegal here. If you are powerful, come and chase us out. This is in the same South Africa that they go around chasing their fellow Black people, lynching them in the streets, looting their warehouses, their properties, in the name of what? Dr. Rudolph, yesterday or 2 days ago, Afia Television interviewed Ohaneze Ndigbo leader in South Africa, one Dr. Koko. Go and listen to what that man said. This thing has nothing to do with Igbo, this and that. That thing was just a ceremonial something that they gathered and said, this is our leader. Whether you call it Onyendu is a leader. Whether you call it Eze is a leader. Whether you call it a king is a leader. So this man explained what happened. This was about 30 minutes. After you can go and watch it. It's on Afia television. Afia television is in Enugu. Go and watch what that doctor said. What happened? What the shocking thing on Dr. was that it was even a Nigerian that downloaded the whole thing, put it on what do you call it now, on social media in South Africa, telling that South Africa that this Igbos again wants to install a king in your country. A fellow Nigerian, he didn't want to mention his tribe because he doesn't want to be kind of matters. Fellow Nigerian, and if you go to online, you see those people spreading those things. We're fellow Nigerians too, telling them that Igbo people are your problem in South Africa. So the issue is ourselves. Nigerians, we hate ourselves. Anybody coming here to tell you otherwise is making a mistake. Finally, that clip you played, if you are a human being and that clip, doesn't move you, I think you must be inhuman. Lastly, there's a man who came here from India. Doctor, I just came back from America last week. I spent 9 weeks. Is there anything that stops an Igbo man from riding Ferrari in Beverly Hills? Is there anything that stops a Yoruba man riding Ferrari in somewhere in Hollywood or New York? The problem we have in Africa is because we are so poor. Poverty is a problem in South Africa, in Nigeria. That's why all these ceremonial things are making people go mad. Coming in July, we are coming here in my city. We are going to crown an Igbo leader, and the mayor is coming. Our mayor is coming. We are going to Aregbesola here. We are going to celebrate Iriji, and the mayor is coming. This is all the thing you see.
Mazi, remind me again, you're in Germany, is it?
Yeah, I'm in Germany, but I just came back from America. I'm in Germany. Okay. Next in July, we are going to celebrate our Iriji, and we are going to crown somebody who leads us, somebody who we're happy with. We are going to call him anything we want to call him. And the mayor is coming, everybody is coming. So all this you see here in Lagos, in Calabar, in Abuja, in Ghana, because of poverty. If we eradicate poverty today, nobody cares whether you are a ceremonial chief or not. The man from India is not telling him to say the truth. He can write any car you want in New York, as long as your money is legal. The same thing in Germany, the same thing in London. He was talking about Yorubas. Go to London. Who makes more noise than Yorubas in London? Who? The guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mazi. We are so much behind. AY, I'm reducing the time to 3 minutes from this point. AY, go ahead. You're muted, AY. I can't hear you.
That one will not work.
That one will not work.
Greeting everyone from here. I'm going to try and be fast. Yeah? You see, some of us are not addressing these issues. Mr. James, I think he kind of he has done justice to this discussion. You see, if I tell you people black men have problem, people don't actually believe me. The only reason why they are not discussing religion right now, because South Africa are not Muslims. This is the problem. It's black men have problem. People don't understand it. No matter what is going on in South Africa, tell me one will a fellow black man is ready to buy another black man from the same continent, no matter what is going on. Tell me, these are people that are supposed to be your brothers, It's just unfortunate. And Mr. James, I completely agree with him. The only part I refuse to agree with him is issue of generalizing a group. I don't usually, I never accepted that ever. Because he may measure that, oh, these are drug dealers, these are 419, these are this, these are that. It's not correct, actually. What is correct? Because for me, for example, I have Yoruba people, super hardworking, intelligent, running after the good things. I have Igbo friends, super hardworking, you can't even match their energy. I have Hausa friends, you can't match their intelligence, their energy. That's why when people are trying to generalize, I usually caution them. It is stupid for you to roll a whole group into one umbrella. I completely disagree with that. But however, the problem going on in South Africa, this is becoming a problem, the issue of Igbo King. It just happened in Ghana. You know, we need to caution ourselves. I'll give an example of my village. In my village, in my village, they have all kind of king. They have Igbo, they have Hausa, they have Yoruba, they have other minority in my village, but they are under the umbrella of the general king, of the village king. Like they are like sub kings, so they report to the king. If you do it that way, I think it makes a lot of sense. But coming to a place you want to install a king, people compare America and Africa. Africa, we are very traditional. You can't rule it out. The moment you come to a place and install a king, they see it as you are trespassing. They are not going to take it lightly. I can tell you, even in Nigeria, some people can even buy for this. I know Mr. James mentioned the one that happened in Benin, where the Hausa community tried to install Seriki. They almost burned down the whole Hausa community. Nobody will take it lightly. If you do that in America, they have laws. They know you can't do anything. But in Africa, they will be threatened that, you know, they don't know your plan. They don't know what you try to do. So I think in general, we should respect people's land. The other thing we don't discuss much is issue of Nigeria committing crime abroad. This is you see, we can stay here and pretend that we don't know what is going on. When I first visited abroad, honestly, the first place I used to work, that's when I realized how Nigeria are deep into crime. People will literally see me as a they just get scared until they get comfortable with you. They start explaining to you why they are scared of Nigeria. I used to be taking. I was not taking it lightly until I realized this is a problem. We can stay here and criticize the president, the governor, the politician. Yes, the politicians, yeah, they do a lot. But we, the people, we Nigerians, when you go abroad, the fact that because your country is bad, that's why you are in abroad, does not give you the license to go into crime. I know a lot of Nigeria, they come here, they go to school, they create a career, they start working hard. Now, you couple of Nigeria, you have the avenue in that abroad. because your country is bad, that's why you're in abroad, does not give you the license to go into crime. So why can't we do the right thing? Try to work hard, you know, be a good Nigeria. Because listen, Nigeria does not belong to us. Our children, we hold this passport. Our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, just realize that you are not the only person. If you go destroy the future of young Nigeria coming, for example, you go collect visa. By the time they ban us for all these things, then we start complaining is the government. We should not deceive ourselves. The rate of Nigeria crime in all over the world is much. From Africa to the West to everywhere. So Asia, we need to talk to ourselves, talk to our family, talk to our brother. Let's look for genuine hustle. There are businesses, you go to school, you learn the trade. These are issues. I think this is a topic, Rudolph. I would say one day we need to raise this topic and have this discussion. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, AY. One day we will do that. I think it deserves that. There was a video I watched about one guy talking about Nigerians and crime and pointing everything out. I had my own response, and I think we need to discuss it. All right, Tony, you are next. We are running out of time. Not that we are running out, we are out of time by more than an hour. But go ahead, Tony. Tony, can you hear me? All right, Tony is in a different world. By more than an hour, right?
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not hearing myself. I think I have a problem with my. Okay, I have spoken really about the South African stuff, but
you did.
Let me just say
why we. How did you end up on the
Give me the time. He has spoken.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not hearing myself. I think I have a problem with my. Yeah. Can you hear me? Are you hearing me? Yeah. Okay. So this issue of is it xenophobia or discrimination against people? I think even it's not too right to say that. For instance, where I am now in the US, that there are certain things that you do, even though there are laws here. There's a way they will react to you, and you would know that they are probably trying to racially, what's the word?
Stereotype.
They are looking. Let me give you an example. For instance, I have a nephew. I had a nephew some years back. A young man just finished from the university, had a good job, and no responsibility, not married. So he bought a very expensive car. He likes big things. He's like my dad. He likes big things. So he bought this big car, and he lives in lower part of Manhattan. So he was driving, and then he got flagged down by the police within the Manhattan area. And they asked him to identify himself, and he identified himself. But they looked at him, they looked at the car that he was driving, and they didn't tell him. They asked him where you work. He told them where he works, and but they didn't feel quite comfortable, so they let him go. So, but as he was driving away, he found out that they were following him, and they followed him as he drove straight down to his house in Manhattan. Came down from his car, locked it, and climbed, upstairs to where he was living before they left. So they do these things in subtle ways. This is everywhere. Why? Because he's a black person, and they think that as a black man, as a young person, where is he going to have the money to do this? So those things they do it, in a subtle way. Is everywhere. It's just that in places like Africa and some other places where there is no culture, where people are not, where there are no laws, if you overstep your bounds, it could lead to litigation. So you find people come out in this, in the way that we see in South Africa and so on and so forth. These things are almost everywhere, So it's not as if, it's not true that, in America you can live sometimes when you go and you want to go and buy property in a white-dominated area and you're a black person, or you are someone from some other race, there's a way they look at you. They may not even sell to you. So these things are there. But the point is, that for some of us, the problem, why Nigerians have some of this problem, they are boisterous. They throw parties. Of course, they are very loud. If they are doing anything, they are loud, and so on and so forth. So there's not some discipline in the way we behave, even though we rightly acquire some of all those things. So I think that's the issue, because when you do that, particularly when you are living in a community where people feel that you are an oppressor, quote and unquote. People are not people, the indigenes, the citizens feel that you are a foreigner and you shouldn't be doing better than them. So you generate that kind of animosity. that result in this kind of reaction that we see. So I think that's basically the issue. So for some of us, it's a question of discipline that we don't really know, even though we own the things that we owe. But there's a sense, there's a way in which we come here to make money and to enjoy a better life. But for me, if someone like me, this is not my home. So there's this certain type of discipline, a kind of life that you have to live that will not put you in trouble. And if you know that anything you do is going to put you in trouble, why do it? Why not just avoid it? That's my contribution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think, first of all, I wanted to say that the Southeast is not the most densely populated region in the world, and it's not necessarily the reason why they are moving out of the country. Nigeria has always had the kind of Bantu expansion that still keeps happening today. But that said, let me say something about the Southeast. I think culturally, if you look at it anthropologically, you will find that the Southeastern culture tend to be very entrepreneurial. They spread and they try to do business everywhere. And if you ask me, I don't see why people should feel that resentful towards them. Because what I see going on is a process whereby they expand peacefully. That is very important, peacefully. And question is, why the persecution? Because you cannot compete? Maybe you should learn something there. So I really think there is an element of this, because when you compare to what maybe the Fulanis or even other people, even some of the Yoruba people are quite warlike when they want to expand. But the Southeasterners are not like that. They don't have that culture. So even when I went to Nigeria, you see the South, you see Southeasterners there, you feel like, okay, yes, the South people will feel resentful and all that. But you ask yourself, what are you doing? Are you blind or deaf? Why are you not doing something about it? Why are you not competing? They are not beating you. They are not cheating you. They are trading and excelling beyond you. Maybe that's something we as Africans should learn something from, and maybe we can do better compared to other people, instead of persecuting the ones that are trying to outcompete you and say, be like us instead. I don't get that. Then you also look at the other end of the the argument where you see other groups, persecuting Southeastern, okay, because they are competed. I don't subscribe to that nonsense. If they were using violence, fine, you can persecute them. Do you know? I asked the question online. I said, has there been any place the Southeastern people went to where they use violence to take over anything or exert themselves there? None. Can you believe that? And this is what I call the Abel syndrome, whereby you see Southeasterners, everywhere they go, they get persecuted. You wonder why. And they too don't understand it, which is weird. They don't understand it because they're like Abel. They're walking around doing everything, thinking that they're doing the right things. Yeah, people persecute them. You see what is going on? And I find that strange because one of the first time I first encountered it, I said, why are you people not doing anything about this? But it's like asking them to change a culture that maybe we should be learning something from. You see what I mean? I don't know whether we should be persecuting them for that. If South Africans have issues, maybe they should learn, because at the core of it is the fact that they see that the Southeasterners are excelling in many areas of their society, not just because somebody appointed themselves a chief. That is not it. It's the resentment that has been building up, and that they saw, and they use that issue to amplify it. And obviously, the Europeans are also not helping with that issue. I'm going to come to the South, the South Africans. So on that front, personally, from what I can see on the surface, I don't know until I know any better. Even in the South where I'm from, if I hear a South person complain about the Southeastern, I'll say, what have you done? What have you done to protect your own culture? Maybe you should amplify yourself, up your game. Not, when I tell Southerners that maybe we all should be practicing facing Mecca, because why should you be competing? Why are you not competing against the Muslims when you are busy complaining that they are expanding south? Because you two are not having children, you're not doing things, and you're just hating them for it. All this envy is not helping. You have to compete peacefully and creatively. That's how societies are supposed to forge themselves. That's why I don't support all those Muslims that are using extremism to come and kill people. Because as long as you are doing your stuff peacefully, you should be allowed to excel. There's no reason why you should be curtailed and told to change your ways. What is that? I don't subscribe to that. That said, the South Africans, I always call those people completely compromised people to an extent, because you can't even believe that that country, they call themselves Rainbow Nation, but they are not a Rainbow Nation, they are a black nation. Do you know the UK has more non-white population than, in percentage terms, than South Africa? You see the UK calling themselves Rainbow Nation. Even most European countries have this similar thing. They don't call themselves Rainbow Nation, they call themselves white nations. But South Africa, do you know, if you include the colored, which by most standards, if they go outside South Africa, they will be called black. If you include the color with the black population, they make up about 94% of the population. And they call themselves Rainbow Nation. They are not a Rainbow Nation, they're a black nation, but the black people are so disempowered that they bought into nonsense. Do you know how many times I've gone online and you watch people represent black South Africans, but they are not black. They're either Europeans or the colored. They are not black people. And these were tiny population. It tells you that it's black South Africans for some reason, either they are is because of education, whatever it is, they are completely disempowered inside that country, and they are so divided. Even Malema said it, that after they finish with Africans, they will start dividing among themselves. Recently, they started attacking fellow South Africans because of this division, that they are beginning to fragment their own people. I've watched a video of a white man coming out and saying that they go into the South African neighborhoods and cause division among them as a kind of psyop operation that they carry out. This is something that they do all the time, and those people are the top of the society in that country. The most powerful people, the elites in that country, are Europeans. And we know to displace elites in any country, it never happens peacefully. It never happens. And those South Africans are in denial. And this is where I disagree with James. They are in denial if they think in any world those Europeans are going to concede power. This is not about a European team. This is not about an elite team. No elite concedes power peacefully. I've never seen it happen in history. If you look at Europe, it was bloody. China, it was crazy. Europe in Soviet Union, crazy too. Elites don't concede power, and South Africans, until they wake up to that truth, all this nonsense they're saying, they're waiting until we get educated enough. It's not going to happen. Those Europeans will remain powerful, and they will not see those part to be black people. And if they carry on with the way they are carrying on, they are going to pay for it. This hatred of fellow Africans is just nonsense. It's not going to get them anywhere. The truth is, do you know that 70% of the crude oil South Africa imports, they import it from Nigeria? They also buy petroleum products from Nigeria. Almost all the petroleum products they buy from overseas is from Nigeria. So all these petty talk that they talk on the surface is just surface stuff. And for the life of me, I don't know why the governments allow this nonsense to blow up so that we are all talking about it. Because at the underneath, Nigerians and South Africans, they are working very, very closely together on so many levels. I couldn't believe it when I saw the number that they were importing 70% of their imported crude from Nigeria. They're also buying petroleum product from Nigeria. Their trade between Nigeria is a trade deficit. They are buying more from Nigeria than we are buying from them. And yet they're acting as if we don't contribute to the economy. Just leave them, Jare. When the time comes, they wake up by force. It's a black nation. They're pretending as if they are rainbow. They are not rainbow anything. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Igbo Basics. Welcome. You're muted.
All right. Good evening, all panelists. I just came in for a specific reason. That is the Igbo king or queen or whatever you may call it in South Africa. I wanted to make a couple of comments. I haven't been in this Igbo thing for quite some time. And as you can see, we are Igbo Basics. And we've been around longer than a lot of people who have just woken up and realized that they are Igbos. Be they in South Africa or wherever they are. We started publishing Igbo Basics in 1995. Go figure. And we pride ourselves in authentic Igbo information. I'll put it this way, a lot of people don't realize the difference when you talk about kings and all the rest of it, and how Igbo probably don't know the reason or the meaning of it. If you are a Nigerian and if you are an Igbo man, you may be able to recognize this particular cap. That is my title cap. Okebe, a goldsmith. That's who I am. This one you see is also a title card, but it's no more from Anambra State. Okay, I have a title from Abagana and the Akbaradigachi of Abagana. Those two enough, not to talk about the rest. Zebredea will say you have more to add. Let me caution, including the people in Germany or anywhere else, if you know that they are waiting for you, why would you put yourself in harm's way? You can simply do your thing without anybody forcing at you, and you live long. Let me put it this way, and let us learn a lesson from other cultures. The Catholic Church, when they create their cardinals, of course, they have only one pope, I believe, and that pope is in Rome. When they create their cardinals, they create it in Rome. They don't create it in America or anywhere else. For you to be a cardinal, I believe you have to go to St. Peter's Basilica or whatever it is. You go there, and there's a process, and then you become a cardinal. Talk about the United States. Some of you, AY made a good submission about how people should go about their thing. I will take you to South Carolina, Oyotunji African Village in Sheldon, South Carolina, near Beaufort, North Carolina. They say it's founded in 1970 by Oba Ofuntola Osejemi Edefumi. And in this village, operates as a traditional Yoruba kingdom. Also, that location situated in Sheldon, in South Carolina, this village offers a "you are leaving the United States" sign as a cultural, spiritual, and educational hub. That place exists in the United States because the US is a place that recognizes everybody as long as you don't come here and proclaim yourself a governor. You can call yourself a nickname as a governor. We have one in New Jersey, but that doesn't mean anything. The Igbos in the US, there is a place we call the Igbo village in Virginia. That Igbo village is also in a location where other cultures, including German, including all the people that helped to make the United States, is there. If you haven't had a chance, have a chance to visit that place. Yet, the Igbos have not created a king there. That place was founded by teacher Akoma, Carlo Njoko. And it was funded out of a different state completely, an edict. And in that place, you can find that it's like a large museum of other cultures. You can find the oldest buildings, those who contributed to the making of the United States, what it is today. What am I advising? Nwachukwu Anakwenze, a medical doctor in California, a good friend of mine. He is the Onowu Abagana. He lives in Abagana. He lives in California. He runs one of the biggest medical places in California. That is Dr. Nwachukwu Anakwenze. He ran for president of Nigeria in the last 2023. He got 6 delegates under PDP, okay? He got some delegates. What am I trying to say? Nwachukwu Anakwenze is representing Igbo almost everywhere. South Africa, Caribbean, everywhere he goes there, he is properly recognized. But he doesn't come there and proclaim himself, I'm king of here or king of there. He is still the Onowu Abagana. Go and figure it. You have more respect
Thank you so much, Igbo Basics. We have respect for you.
For so much.
And
I was enjoying it. That's network. Oh man.
Yeah,
This is just too good. It's just too good.
All right. So let's go to Saxonia Tain. You're next.
Yeah, thanks, man. And listen, everybody don't say that. You go to a play. I mean, listen, two things can be true at the same time. But I believe when you're in Rome, you act like the Romans. You anyway try not to stand out, you know, at least unnecessarily in other person's hometown, especially knowing the kind of people South Africans are. I really believe a lot of Nigerians don't know how violent and how treacherous the South Africans could be. And they've all now we could say, okay, maybe it's lack of education, it's poverty, or we could extend it and say, okay, maybe because they jealous, they're envious, because we do know success breeds jealousy and envy. But South Africa is one of the most violent places on the planet. More violent than Johannesburg is more violent than Medellin. At some point, Durban was more violent in terms of robbery, kidnapping, and maiming of just innocent passers-by than Sinaloa. So these are very violent people. I mean, think about this, Rudolph. These are people that murdered Lucky Dubé, an icon, just off of them thinking he was Nigerian. Recently, a few years ago, they killed another of their superstars, AKA Worldwide. So murder is nothing to the South African. And I don't think it's just necessarily because you're a Nigerian. These are things they do. Now, moving on, what is the infatuation with trying to proclaim yourself a king in another person's land? Like, I don't get it. Maybe I'm missing something, you know, but like I said, everybody already said everything. I mean, everybody just stay safe out there, you know, because you put a bull's eye on yourself, you become a target, and there's people waiting for you. You know.
All right, thank you so much.
Dr. Damages, if I may make my conclusion, because I was just taken out by. Let's put it this way. Because of the Nigerian Civil War, Igbos were scattered all over the world, more than they ever have been, including the Biafran babies. Those people have wherever they are now, that's their home. They started out there. But the bottom line is that we still have a culture. And the advice that I'm trying to give a profile here is very simple. Wouldn't it be more respectful if Rudolph Okonkwo went to Nobi and he was given a title as a Nobi by the king of Nobi or the Igwe of Nobi? And then he carries that. It's like an uncut umbilical cord wherever he goes. He will be better respected if the man in South Africa went to his village, which I'm almost sure that the whole Igbo land will not gather and say, we are making this man Igwe of South Africa or Igwe of wherever. They won't do that. If he went to his village and took a title and he came to South Africa, like I said, I'm a Piebe, period. And if I go anywhere, I carry that torch. You'll be respected more. But for those who come to a place and then gather themselves and say, we are going to crown this person our king or an Igwe, I think it's a very, very misleading way of teaching the future. If you want to be a king, go to your village or chief. Your village will make you king because they don't have two kings in your village. I'm sorry. Be a chief, carry that torch wherever you go. It will be highly respected. The courts in America will respect you. Everywhere you go, you are carrying that symbol from your village or as an Igbo king or Igbo chief. You will be respected anywhere because the courts do recognize traditional institutions. I think that would be the way, the advice I'm giving for those who are just new in the business. some of us have been around it for a very long time. Before I became a chief, if you call me chief, I'll tell you, please, don't call me chief. Do not call me chief. And if you're not a doctor and somebody calls you a doctor, please relax. And by the way, Dr. Damages, have anybody heard about the thing I sent you this morning? I think some university, first African diaspora university. Have anybody heard about that before, please?
I don't know. I haven't. I just had it first time when you sent the video. But I will look into that and see if it's something, but I haven't. I think you are referring to, for those who might not know, he's referring to, there's a short video he sent to me where Zebudiah was given, I think, honorary doctorate degree, something like that, out of, I'm not sure where that happened, but I've never had about the school or the university. All right.
So it's African Distance Learning University. So that event occurred in Enugu 10 days ago at Coal City in Enugu 10 days ago.
Yeah, it's possible. It's a new university. I don't know, but there are several schools out there. We don't know which one is. But we'll get to that one day and we'll talk about that. But let's continue because we are totally.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, thank you. KJ, you're next.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. I've been waiting for. It's like you don't seem to like to give me opportunity. Maybe, maybe I'm not discussing what you want. But it's okay. I forgive you. I forgive you. You know, because of my.
KJ, you refuse to be Igwe of Dr. Damage's show. That's why.
It's well. So it's well, Paul. I will come from a different angle, and I beg to disagree a bit with my brother, elder brother, Igbo Basics, and also Mr. James. One of the things I like about the Americans is that the Americans will tell that you cannot change their culture. You cannot stop them from living the American way of life, and they will fight to keep it. Igbos are known to be people who like celebration. We are not loud as other people, but we like to display. We like display. That's why if you come to our communities, you may have two people in your compound, but you have mighty upstairs, you know, and well furnished, maybe like 3-4 sitting rooms, all because they want to just feel, you know, that largeness. Sometimes it's like that. So maybe I will start from this way. Maybe you guys should write a manual for Igbo, so we distribute to our children how they should be behaving now, because everybody seems to know how Igbo should behave. Even those who are not Igbos, they will tell you what Igbos are doing and what Igbos are not doing. And I like Solu's contribution on this. If we like, let us even print that manual and put it upon our forehead. They will still not like us, because the world does not really like people who are, you know, people who are, you know, those who are go-getters, pathfinders, you know, are not always people who are loved. Okay, and it's not going to stop. Now, I also like the part of the history that Mr. James gave concerning the population in the East. You see, before now, and that's my own theory, they have always had a way of trying to reduce the the landmarks of the East. And that's why Bakassi was easily given away without much ado. If it was in the north, Medugri and this are more into Chad than Bakassi into Cameroon. Why have they not given it away? But it was convenient to give it away so that the land will continue to shrink in the East. Now, and I'm saying that with every sense of responsibility, that I have never seen this modern time that a nation just got up and one man signed away a piece of a valuable land to another nation, another country, without anybody saying anything about it. If it was in Yoruba land, would they have signed Lagos away to Port Novo? They won't do that. Okay, and how was the distance? But they signed away Bakassi because it doesn't concern them. Okay, haven't said that. So Igbos have generally, we have always been travelers. We are people who would like to go to places. It's not because of the fact that we are running away from our land. And just like somebody said here, we still have a lot of places where people are not living. We still have a lot of land available. Here on this channel, I've told you, if Chin was here, would have bear me witness. Between Umuahia and Uzuako alone, you have a very big portion of land where nobody's living. Which is what the one I was saying that Alex Oti should, give to people in the diaspora to develop the place. So we have places that have not been developed that can be developed. If you are going to Igbere all the way from all the road to Igbere, you see, going to Bende, you see both sides, almost both sides of the road, empty. So, but that's not the argument for today. The argument is this: the Igbos go to a community and they decide to have an Igbo. That's the right word. Let's not call it Igbo king, because when you say Igbo king, you look as if the person have gone there. It's Igbo, which simply translates to the chief of the Igbos. That's what it simply means. Just this afternoon, a friend of mine called me from Canada. She's Steve, and she said she was surprised that she went to meet the Totiv in Canada. Totiv in Canada simply means the chief of the thieves in Canada. The chief of the thieves in Canada is not an installed title from Boko, where the Totiv lives. It is the people living in Canada that made that man the Totiv to represent them and be able to find their kind of a rallying point for the T people in Canada. Now, in Maryland here, you have the same kind of setup, okay? And so also with other tribes. So how come the Igbo one is the one that has become officially not accepted? Of course, we know how that started. This trouble started in Ghana. It was some of our tribal men, okay? Some of our people from Nigeria who went to Ghana to consider that nuisance. And eventually it blew up to that point. The same way in South Africa, if you have been following X platform very well, we have found out that there have been a conspiracy that has been going on for more than 6 months. A particular blogger, TikToker, whatever they're called, X platform, has been hammering on this. And eventually it brought to this point, it has come to this point. If it was such a big deal for the South Africans, why is it? Are you saying that the South African security was not able to trace the ceremony before it finished? Because the ceremony was almost over before this thing started. So certain individuals are out there trying to paint the hate picture of the Igbo people. Okay, you go and you find what to say. First and foremost, they say everywhere where there's the drug happening in South Africa, it's only Igbos. Okay, there are Igbos who are doing that. So Igbos are always wherever they name Igbos. And let me say on this channel, when I used to act, we had a shoot one time in the police station. I went there to use the police station because it involved the police station and itself. And eventually, one morning we were there, and some people came to look for their person, and they looked for the person. This was in Abuja. They looked for their person. They didn't get the person, but the man was insisting that they told him that man was there. So he said, "Okay, let me bring out the people from the cell." So before they were setting up our cameras and everything, and these guys came out. I'll tell you a true story, Rudolph. When they started coming out, and then one of them came and said, "Hey, see our brother." Now that's the person I was telling you. Say. So the policeman asked him, "You, what's your name?" He kept quiet. I said, "What's your name?" He said, "His name is Chidi." "Show me your name on the blackboard." He went and pointed the Igbo name. "Are you Igbo?" "No." "So how come you put your name there? How come you say you're Igbo? Yeah, that's your professional name." He said, "Yes." It was a shock listening to all of us. Okay? Because that is what happens. Majority of some of those people have professional names. Okay? We're not going to ask them not to bear Igbo names. That's their prerogative. So I'm not trying to exempt people who are doing evil, and I'm not trying to say that some of them may not be Igbos. I'm simply saying that it's over-exaggeration of facts. Okay? Even in America here, even in South Africa there, you have the Oba of Yorubas. His own is not advertised as evil. It's not advertised as taking over. All of us sitting here, there's nobody who can say they have seen an Igbo man who went to his community and took over his community and is ruling there in his community. Is there anybody in the history of the world? Is there anywhere the Igbos have gone and because they're in majority they took over? None. But we all come and point fingers at the same people who come and help us develop our communities and make it livable. Because some of you, if the Igbos are not in your community, It will not be livable. That's the truth. It will not be livable. Because the social media they bring. So what am I trying to say? In essence, the Southern African people have always, just like this guy said earlier, I speak the truth. Those guys have always been vicious. My friend's son who was killed, Isaac, what was he doing? Was he doing anything bad? This is somebody that even the government of South Africa praised him as an example to young men. So what made them to kill him? What has the government done? And what has the Nigerian government done concerning that boy's death? Nothing. So this is a vicious society who believe that, once you're in South Africa, you are at their beck and call. They can do whatever they want to do with you. Let's not let's not even give it too much importance, because the reason for it coming this way is because we have a failed government who would have otherwise told it just. Sorry, I hope I'm not. You can understand what I'm saying, because I'm running from the time. Now, America finishes to do whatever they are doing in the community, in the country. They send their businessmen there. You don't go there to bomb down the place and then leave it for other people to come and do the business. We also, just like Soli said, and I believe and I trust, and I've always said that, we also should know why we are going into a community. If we go there, we will tell you, if we rescue you, we will have to have 70% of the business there come to us, the Nigerians. That's why our blood and sweat and manpower and money went into it. But you see, all those countries that were helped to rescue, we have become their own worst enemies. And they are the ones who always tell us that we're the ones doing evil in their country. I rest my case.
All right, thank you, KJ. The final word on this is Ife. After Ife, we take a break for the first time today.
I thought it's usually women first. What of you change the rule because of Ife?
She prefers to be the last. So after that, we take a break.
I didn't actually talk about this topic. I didn't talk about this topic.
Okay, Jide, go ahead.
No, I didn't.
Jide, go ahead.
Okay. After me, then if you would talk. Okay, cool. Okay, thanks, Ife. So yeah, like I know I asked Mr. James some questions, but the point is, look, this thing about immigration is a very, very sensitive topic. I don't like to dwell into it too much, but the point is, at the end of the day, like we talk about Nigerians doing very well or Igbos doing very well in other places. That's great. The entrepreneurial spirits, the vibrant, the entrepreneurial spirits, the spirit of being able to adapt anywhere and being able to thrive. It's a good attribute. However, my question still remains: what about in the Southeast itself? How come it is not reflected in the Southeast? So what I'm trying to, I know people come and carry my head. People come for my head. I'm talking about the fact that Nigerians tend to do very well abroad, outside the country. But that same spirit, we have the best footballers that play well in Europe. But in Nigeria, they don't play very well for Nigeria, for instance. What I'm saying is, that same spirit, how come it is not being transmitted to Nigeria as a country so that Nigeria can be a prosperous country? That's number one. Number two, this thing is a normal thing. Like competition for resources where there are limited resources, particularly in a capitalist society. The locals will come for the foreigners. We saw it in Germany after the First World War. We saw it, we are seeing it right now in South Africa with the South Africans or Nigerians, particularly our Igbo people. It is not a unique thing. Like in Uganda, we saw it in Uganda under Idi Amin, when resources are limited under a capitalist system or a neoliberal system. When there is high level of poverty and unemployment, the locals will always come for the foreigners. That was why I was asking Okpebolo about what could be the reason. It's capitalism. It's nearly, it is, we are still seeing, all of us, even on this panel, we are still under imperialist domination. What I mean imperialist domination, we are under the white man's domination. The economic system of this world is still being controlled by white people. Majority of the economic system. South Africa, the economic system, despite the fact that apartheid is over, they still have the economic power. They still have their lands. Majority of the land in South Africa is still stolen and owned by white people. They don't have a lot of things left. So when you now have immigrants that are coming to take over their land, what do you expect them to do? They themselves, they are disenfranchised. It will lead to violence. That's what you have. It's
Jide, calm down. Jide, calm down. That's where one of the points I missed to respond to you for. So let me tell you something. Now, the land when the apartheid was defeated and the blacks were installed, who ran the government? Was not led by
ANC.
ANC.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
hold on.
absolutely.
Calm
Okay.
down. Don't be in a hurry.
Okay. Go on with your
Now,
question. Okay.
who was giving the appointment and the relocation of land? Was it the white people? No. The land was in the hand of the whites. The man who was leading the country was a black person. He didn't make the necessary transition. And now, why is it that it is your fellow black that you are attacking? Why not attack the white person who still have the land and the government that is not changing? How be it that it's only when you see Zimbabwe's, Botswana's, Nigerians, and Ghanaians that you find a reason to attack and burn their businesses? By the way, majority of those people who come there brought their money from their country, set up a business that they are making to give you people commerce, and you are going there to burn their business. Is that the way? Did you see the video that Rudolph played? What was the man telling him? Even if you have children that is South African and your wife is South African, take it and go back to your country. We don't want you here. Is that the way it should be done? I'm not worried because I'm not in government. If I was in government, I would have done otherwise. Because and they tried it with somebody like Obasanjo, and they knew what he did to them. The moment the plane was landing, he loaded that the next flight was taking South Africans back to South Africa. It's because we don't even have a government, so there's not even talk about it.
And let me just add something to what you're saying regarding like the Igbo people's persecution that you tend to see. It tends to be economic, like in terms of business, and sometimes even like in the context of Nigeria, where you have different parts of Nigeria and the same economic situation that they've been in before, that suddenly erupts again. It's often because they are excelling in certain areas of business and they are showing that they are prospering, and the others start aiming them. I'm telling you, I've seen it in the South too. And the issue, the line that I draw is, it's not violent, it's civil behavior. You are supposed to compete. That's what society is supposed. That's what we should be encouraging.
I think I disagree. But I think I disagree.
Okay,
No.
go ahead.
Well, the thing is, this way it works, and this happened with Russia too. During the Soviet Union, like this is it's a phenomenon that cuts across board. During the Soviet Union, when there was communism, there was efficient distribution of resources towards the people. In fact, there were immigrants. There were a lot of people that were coming in, and they lived peacefully with the Russians. When you had the 90s, under the perestroika, they call it perestroika, neoliberal capitalist system under Boris Yeltsin, they attacked the immigrants. The racism of Russians was manifested. When there is limited resources anywhere and the elites decide to oppress their own people, you see, there's a book I would recommend for every Nigerian to read. It's called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It was written by Paulo Freire. To understand the psychology of oppressed people. Yes, it doesn't make sense.
Sorry, you misunderstand my point.
Was Nazi regime capitalism? Were there other capitalist model?
Yes, capitalism. Fascism is capitalism on steroids. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
You're talking about a change in the system from a socialist
capitalism on steroids. That's fascism.
Hold on, let me just tackle the point he's making. You're talking about transition.
Steroids, man.
Sorry, you're talking about transition from a socialist to a neoliberal economy. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like in the context of Nigeria, where we already have a neoliberal economy, when we have stability, but you still see this persecution occur because they are excelling in areas where others are not. And that is a problem. You can't just start attacking people because they're excelling in business. That is a point that I think is very clear that people should understand, because it's a peaceful expansion.
But that's what I'm saying. The other people are not going to allow it. It is human psychology. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is valid. But what I'm now saying is, in such system, what you have, there will be violence, because there will always be those.
There shouldn't
that
be.
You
should be discouraging it.
There
You
is
should be
no
discouraging
society
it because the idea. Hold on.
There is no society that exists that way.
What I'm saying is, societally, if we are going to prosper in this world, because this world is heading in a direction where this attitude is going to kill us all. If we are to progress in this world, not only in Nigeria, you have to learn to accept certain things and reject others, especially violent things. If people are progressing peacefully, you have to allow that and compete.
I agree. You allow that, but what's about if it's at the expense of those people? What do you expect them to do? You see
All right.
what I'm saying, right?
You have
All right.
brain. God gave
Wait.
you brain. Compete.
All right, guys. We have to go somehow today. Let me, if you come to it, let me. I was just thinking. Jide, where do you live?
I'm in the US.
Okay, I wanted to be sure before I said this.
Oh, I thought you know. Oh, okay.
No, I knew now. I was thinking that, maybe you can spend, I don't know if you spend time in Russia or wherever they still have the structure you want. And if you can learn it so well and come back home and implement that, because being that you are in the US and you are proposing this new idea that failed in Soviet Union, that
no, it didn't fail. No, the point is, it's not a matter if it failed or it was successful. I was trying to explain the dynamics, right? Okay, but
yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And maybe you can learn more of that and come home and implement it. Start from.
How was Nazi economic model capitalist
because
economic
capitalism
model?
or fascism is simply capitalism on steroids. Capitalism minus neoliberal, minus liberal democracy. That's fascism. Fascism is the response to a failed economic system. Then you now get into fascism. When capitalism is failing, then you now move into fascism. That's fascism.
All right.
That's what fascism is.
Thank you, Jide. If you
Jide, well, okay. I know I agree, but we'll go save time.
If you go ahead.
Okay, I don't have much to say about this, but just a little point. I think Black people, we are our own worst enemies, to be honest with you. Having lived in this country for a while, have I experienced that? Of course, I won't call it racism, but what I've been through here in the hands of Black or Blacks, I have never witnessed maybe 1/100th of that in the hands of white. So what am I trying to say? First of all, you're going to ask yourself, what is in South Africa that you see a lot of Igbos there? What is in South Africa other than drugs? Excuse me, sorry. Majority, if not 80, 90% of them there, what are they doing other than drugs?
They have big bomb or girls with big bomb.
And you go to church tomorrow, KJ.
KJ.
Oh yes, have I seen? She said, "What's in South Africa? What's in South Africa?" One of my friend who was in church, a very good boy. When he left and went to South Africa, he never came back.
KJ, very organic one, not be China.
KJ. Anyway, if not drugs, tell me what is in South Africa? Again, you have to ask yourself, we Nigerians, or let me say Igbos in particular, we travel all over the world. We do Iriji Festival here in Atlanta, of course. And I'm sure other states, they do the Iriji Festival. And it has never been a problem. So why South Africa all the time? They do that in Gambia and other countries, Igbo people that live there. It's always South Africa. The only problem I have with that, again, I'm going to push it back to our government. If the country is good, tell me what somebody will be doing in South Africa. Have you ever seen how many South Africans have you seen in Nigeria? How many other African countries have you seen living in Nigeria and doing business in Nigeria? How many of them? I could barely think of any. When I say barely, I can't remember the last time, I saw somebody and the person will say, "Oh, I'm from Gambia, I'm from Senegal, I'm from Ghana." If it's not because of bad government, tell me why somebody should go to South Africa and live. Is there anything there? It's nothing there. But again, I take it back to my, Igbo people. If you are not allowed or if you are not wanted there, it doesn't worth, sacrificing your life over that. There is nothing there that wants you. We remember KJ, the little boy that was spied sometime, was it last month? Over what? It's all, there is no day, from what I understood, I have, people that live there, that you cannot hear that they buy a Nigerian.
Every day. Every day.
Why? And again, we have African Union. And again, we have OAU. And they're not doing anything, and they're not saying anything about all this. And again, I know ECOWAS, they are not part of ECOWAS. Again, we have our president who is the chairman of ECOWAS. Anyway, what am I even talking about? He's confused. He doesn't even know what is happening in Nigeria. So what is his business with what is happening outside the country? You know, so I don't know. I don't have much to say. The only contribution I will say, if they don't want you people, get out. Get out and go. You know how many times a black person, how many times I've been told, oh, what brought you here? How long have you been here? Did you go to school here? You people are taking our jobs. And I know how to handle them very well. Oh, I love that. Oh, yes, I will give it to you. But if they don't want you in South Africa, come back to Nigeria. There is nothing there. Nothing will take me. I have a South African. She's the only person I've seen that is from South Africa. And when I asked her, I remember when we were during COVID, she said, we don't go to other countries that much. We don't travel a lot. We prefer to stay back home. So my Igbo people, if you choose to live in South Africa, respect them. If they don't want you, come back home. We have so many lands in our eastern part of the country where you can, do whatever you want to do. But I don't see anything wrong that somebody say Ezendibu in Atlanta, Ezendibu. It's just a title and nothing more. Thank you. Please.
All right. Thank you.
Damages, please. Can I just respond for 30 seconds? Something on. I need to talk about this. It's 30 seconds. I want to talk about the fact that the Soviet Union. 30 seconds. Not 30 seconds. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Let me finish.
Let him.
It's just 30 seconds. 30 seconds. So I want to talk about something. Soviet Union did not collapse because of the failure of communism. Soviet Union collapsed due to geopolitical internal contradictions, and also due to the fact that there were psychological and geopolitical operations by the CIA, MI6 to lead to the collapse of the Soviet Union. I have only 30 seconds. I'll stop there. Not because of the failure of communism. If not, Cuba would have failed. North Korea would have failed. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We take a break. When we come back, we do the rant and call it a day. Thank you, everybody.
I'm proud to join with Christians across the country and around the world to celebrate the most glorious miracle in all of time, the resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. In his life, Christ displayed true humility. In his death, he modeled true love. And in his resurrection from the tomb, he proved that even death itself will not silence those who place their trust in Almighty God. As it says in Gospel of John, for God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, for whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. Eternal life, such beautiful words. This Easter, millions of Christians all over the globe will be reminded that because of what Jesus did on the cross, all of us can live every day with hope in God's promise, knowing that in the end, evil and wickedness will not prevail. In the spirit of joy and renewal this Easter, we also celebrate the extraordinary resurrection of faith and religion in America. As I have often said, to be a great nation, you must have religion and you must have God. In churches across the nation on Sunday, the pews will be fuller, younger, and more faithful than they have at any time in many, many years. Religion is growing again in our country for the first time in decades. Happy Easter to all. May God bless you. May God bless the United States of America. Our country is doing so well like never before. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us. If I can figure out how to get myself on the screen. Anybody back end who knows what's wrong will help me. All right, I'm here. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm trying to... Is there any producer that is watching? This is weird.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. I'm back. All right. Thank you so much again for staying with us. We are going to rant now, and after that, we hand it over to forefathers who will continue with the second part of our show. So we're going to give everybody 2 to 3 minutes to rant. I'll give it your best shot. Let me start with Paul. We've not seen you for a while or heard from you. So Paul, you have the first shot.
Yeah, Doctor, I can see I'm trending. They're attacking me when I talk about Alex body or whatever. I like it when I trend like that. It makes me happy. So, Doctor, when I talk about that young man and everything, is he the one that started the problem? No. Is he the one that may be part of the problem or escalate the problem? I would say yes, because we understand this is CIA work and everything. So why is this guy coming and everything? You'll be so shocked that even my pain is that the government also know that he's a CIA agent. You understand? The government on their own, they protect him very well because that guy creates a lot of enemy among even the so-called Tinubu men. You understand? They feel insulted the way he called Tinubu. No, President Tinubu. They feel insulted and everything. The guy is not as safe as he would want to be. But the government also understands when somebody is CIA, they get panic. Like, to some extent, you see the way they treat Showore. They get confused, they get panic. They see Showore for some quarter like he's a CIA agent. So they don't want to touch him. They can punish him, but they can't touch him and everything. So these are the things. The way that guy is operating, I don't really like it. It's our problem. And the way CIA work, we see the Iraq war. It was America that gave the Iraqis, you understand, chemical, you understand, against the Iranis and everything. These same people can be the people that will also bring the weapon in. You understand? They use the minority to dominate the majority. And naturally, the majority will fight back. Then it will escalate the whole thing. This is how these guys sell weapons. Sometimes we must understand that America may be the strongest military in the world, like they claim to be. But you should understand very well that America themselves, it's not the military that produce most of these weapons. These are private companies, the Raytheon, the Lockheed Martins, the Boeings of this world and everything. They like conflict because that's how they make money. So they can send anybody. He may be coming from another quarter. That's how they make money and everything. So these are the things. These are internal problems. If the West come into this problem, it will escalate. It will take years. You understand? Internally, we can solve our problem. Are we doing that? The answer is no. But if the West come, it escalates and everything. And I'm scared because we'll see this pattern. We'll see it in many countries in the South America. You know, the Guatemala, we see it. We see it in so many places and everything. How is he coming? How does he have all this security? How is he protecting himself with all the enmity, fighting even though the state governors and everything? How is he protecting himself? Then what I don't understand from my government, Nigeria used to give very, very short visas and everything. Where is he getting all this visa to come in? And they can't even find any flaws to kick him out and everything. I am scared. Do I have the information? No. Do I see the pattern? Yes. The pattern that is displaying, it's too glaring to me. So I don't want it because I don't like the way they operate. Yeah, everywhere they operate, it is the minority that will dominate the majority. And it make any issues escalate very fast. You understand? Let us deal with our issue ourselves. And if we still cannot deal with our issue, possibility for it to escalate that much may not be there. But if America come in, it becomes commercial business. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Ovie, you're next.
I love you all. You guys should stay blessed. Nothing. I don't get anything to rant. Maybe every day they quarry. I know they rant. All is well.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we need the time. Where is Chim Yonest? Welcome to the show.
Good day, good afternoon. I'm not ranting. I'm just here to add a little voice to the conversation. How many minutes do I have?
4 minutes.
All right. So I think number one, first and foremost, I'm somebody already said it already. South Africa is a very dangerous place. If you haven't worked with them, you won't understand. So a lot of things people are saying here is just what they're reading. They are very strange black people, if you ask me. I think they're still suffering from the effects of, they have an inferiority complex also. That's what you must know. This average South African has a heavy complex issue. I'm not blaming them. I'm not trying to take a dig at them, but it's a fact. There are people who went through what they went through for a long time. They need, in a proper world where they need to go through a bit of a reorientation. They haven't gone through. And unfortunately, with everything that is black, they had some very corrupt leaders who have come, including the one who we think is a saint. Let me leave his name out of it. Who have come, they had the opportunity of turning things around. They didn't. What they were preferred to do was to let the media, global media, hype them and make them look like some fantastic people, which has happened. But the other thing I want to say is the South Africans are also, their leadership, especially the white South Africans, are exploiting this. They are the ones exploiting this, and unfortunately, people don't seem to understand it. That they sell.
We can't hear you anymore. Okay. You have this mic you're using, and sometimes it doesn't work very well.
Can you hear me?
Where can you? We don't hear the rest.
You hear me now?
Okay, go ahead. Let's see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I think the white South Africans are taking advantage because they control the economy. It's 20% of the population controlling 80% of the economy. And they've come up with all sorts of black empowerment program B that has not really produced any results. At some point, when MTN and Mnet and all other South African companies started coming to Nigeria, it became an outlet to solve their employment issues. MTN had a lot of black South Africans working here in Nigeria until very recently. And the one thing I want to add again is back to our government. Our government is not, they're not doing what I call citizenship diplomacy. The citizens of Nigeria are not at the core of what is supposed to be the diplomatic posturing of the government. The last time we had any serious foreign affairs minister was Ambassador Ashiru. When South Africans were maltreating Nigerians, he gave an instruction for every flight coming from South Africa. Once the flight lands, immigration goes in there, releases every other person. If you have a South African passport, they tell the South African Airways to take. It did it almost 6-7 times. That's when the South Africans came to the table to discuss. So when you start showing that your citizens are important, the other nation will begin to show that, yes, they will treat their citizens with respect. Nigerians are being treated without respect because we have a lousy government. A government that doesn't necessarily care about its people. You don't even care about the people back home. So why should the South African police and South African government give you protection in foreign lands when anything erupts? So, and as for the Igbo matter, I know I've listened. It's neither here nor there. There's nowhere in the world that says if you declare an Eze or an Oba that automatically you're taking anybody's land or you're constituting your own authority. I don't know where this paranoia. I think we need to grow up and walk away from this paranoia we exhibit. Africans are very paranoid for no reason. You see your neighbor wearing golden chain, like the other guy who said he lives in Delhi, telling me that. So I buy chain. I'm not into wearing jewelry. But so if I buy jewelry and I wear it and I become a Nazi, it becomes a problem. Come on, in what world do we think like this? This is akin to what's that book that the one British author wrote? People who were acting like savages and all that. Try to remember the Lord of the Fly. Why are we living in the Lord of the Fly era? So human beings can't go about. If I buy a Porsche, I shouldn't ride my Porsche with peace. I should go and be hiding to ride my Porsche. Please, yes, if it is about drugs, that people go to a foreign land and they perpetrate crime, I'm against that. But because I just want to live a social, civil life, and you get paranoid, well, shame on you. That's all I wanted to come and add here. Thanks, Rudolph.
All right, thank you, Chim. Igbo Basics, you're honest. 3 minutes.
My rant is very simple. It's going to come in form of questions. I'll start with Chim just talking about a man riding a Porsche. If you have a Porsche, I came out of Staples earlier on this morning, and I saw a man cleaning his Porsche. He's topless, and I asked him a question. I said, "Is that a Porsche?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What's in this Porsche?" He said, "Oh, this baby." He said he praised his Porsche, and he was cleaning it and cleaning it. And I looked, and it was a stick shift. I said, "Oh," and he said, "Stick shift." He said, "Yes." I said, "Oh, that's a form of control." He says, "It fly." I said, "Does it fly?" He said, "Well, he started giving the qualities of the Porsche." So I know for those who have talked about economic situations across the world, wherever we go, we find ourselves. Just realize that if you go anywhere in the world, if you find a black man, if care is not taken, if you look very closely, it might be an Igbo man. And it goes back to what I said earlier on. It was a result of Nigerian civil war that had them scattered all over the place. Some of them may never come back. They are there now for good. But on top of it, we Nigerians proud of ourselves as being very good. Everywhere we go, we make progress. Let me ask some questions. You find Pakistanis running all corner stores in the United States, for instance. You go to all gas stations, you find Indians running gas stations. And you go to all, in fact, you can see Nigerians running African stores if the African stores are not even being overtaken by Chinese. So is there any business, even though we come from an oil country, that you can say this is the business that Nigerians are known for? I'm talking about in places like the United States, even though we have oil. Chinese people, they have their Chinese stores. That's Chinese food, and they feed us all with all the things you eat now, you come back in 30 minutes because you're hungry and yawning. So what is it that Nigerians are good for doing? Now, that's the challenge to the Nigerian government, who don't really care about their people. If you invest in your people who are overseas, it brings you more goodness. Other countries actually send their people abroad. But Nigerians, I don't think so. And for those who go to South Africa, my daughter, if you say, what is in South Africa? They went overseas. I don't see the sea they crossed to go to South Africa, but they are overseas. And if you come to overseas, if you look at their bomb too much, it's not because you are making progress. They are looking at you because they think that you have come there to take their bomb. And that's what Ghanaians were going after Nigerians, in spite of their laziness in handling their bombs. And their bombs started going after Nigerians. And as such, that's a part of one of those things that happened. So for the ranting of today, I would just say the damages, the crew, and everybody, it's been a pleasure once again talking with you guys. And hopefully very soon, oh, we're in April now. April 30, the book of Zebediah, that's the man and legend of New Masquerade, will be released on Amazon. So I'd just like to remind you. Get ready for your own copies. And if you like an advanced copy, please let us know. We're more than glad to have you a special copy, which will be autographed.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Igbo Basics. I think we're looking for.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very serious. So you admit me into your own toldom. Is what I'm so. First African Distance Learning University. We hereby certify that Chief Ambassador Chiko Bala, having duly satisfied the committee appointed by the Senate, having fulfilled all the conditions prescribed by the ordinance and regulations, by the resolution of was awarded honorary doctorate degree on this 27th day of March 2026. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. Thank you very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very seriously.
Was that an academic gown or was it evening dress?
I just say that's not I should be.
Na church choir gown they give am.
Those are the real OGs.
So that event
that is
actually took place.
our Al Pacino, our Robert De Niro.
Yeah, that event took place at the Coal City Film Festival. As you can see, their sign behind. So I haven't spoken to him since he sent those videos, but I would have some more questions to ask. We will try to give you a barrage of Zebudiah uniqueness as we come towards the date of his book coming out. He's just going through it now.
All right, thank you. Jide, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, greetings to everyone. So first of all, someone on this panel, respectfully, the person called me he comboed everybody. Not everyone, but forefathers, and I think Saxonia and AY as jihadists. So my first question is, if someone is explaining an issue, a political issue, and explaining it from a structural perspective, giving an objective analysis, an historical analysis, without being biased, that person is now being labeled as an Islamic jihadist. I never knew that's the game we play now. Okay, that's number one. Number two is that, you see, I understand that a lot of our people, they do not want to hear the truth. But the truth has to be said. Even if the truth is uncomfortable about the source of terrorism in Nigeria, which, even if the truth is about how capitalism and neoliberalism has destroyed Nigeria, even if the truth is the fact that our leaders, all the people running Nigeria, including the people that are running for the next election, they are a bunch of either puppets of the West or potential puppets of the West. Even if it's the truth that the fact that majority of Nigerians do not understand geopolitics, even if it is the truth that the resources, the terrorists that are coming to unalive our people in Nigeria, the drive is for further domination by the imperialists and to steal our resources and take it to UAE and America. Even if those are the truths, and our people still feel that because of those truths, they will label the truth tellers as Fulani jihadists. We are not ready. We are not ready at all. Even if the truth is that where terrorism have occurred in the past, they became communists and it solved the problem. Countries that they had these same terrorists that are killing their people, they became anti-imperialist and it has improved the outcome. But yet, the people that are spilling out the truths are called Fulani jihadists, Islamic jihadists. We are not ready at all. There is something seriously wrong with an average Nigerian. Yes, there are some Nigerians that are intelligent, that understand what is really going on. But there are so many majority of Nigerians are not historically responsible. There is something psychologically wrong with us. I do not know what the root cause of our problem is in terms of us individual people. But we really need to understand that we are not ready at all. And if we're not ready at all, this problem will keep happening and it will get worse, unfortunately. And I'm ready to accept that it will get worse and just keep facing how it's going to get worse. If we're not ready to accept the truth, I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jide. Let's go to Saxonia Teen. Eunice.
Yes, sir. So I'm just here. Hey, everybody in the comment section, especially Show, if you got your money on Del Boy, it's about to get knocked out. Even though Wilder is telegraphing all his punches right now. But the boxing lovers on this.
Is it tonight?
Yeah, they're fighting right now.
Oh, right now? Shit.
Yeah. So in any event, I heard everybody earlier. Some people came on and they tried to make this like, oh, we was talking about religion. I'm not talking about religion. 1 + 1 will always equal 2. There's no smoke without fire and all that good stuff we always talk about. So if you are in a situation where someone is running around with a tactical, basically a uniform, the backpack, that is only issued out by the same military contracting company, you can't call us you can't call us, what was that word, when they say we're just making stuff up in our head? I forget. I'm running on low fumes right now. So this guy has a Gadsden patch, he has a Crusaders patch, he has a Libertarian patch, he has Blackwater patch. You know what I mean? 1 + 1, like I said, will always equal 2. But if you guys want to believe it or not, that's on you. I bet the Iranians that called for their own country to be destroyed by the United States, they never knew that bombs have no names. The bombs are not going to select victims. They're just going to drop them, and they're going to knock everybody around in that area down. So if you don't see it that this person is calling for arms, imagine someone calling for arms to be given to a certain group of your own countrymen based on their religion, based on their creed, based on their faith. He's saying, arm these people. And then all of a sudden he's there. He's giving 2 different stories now. Rudolph, you go on social media, go on X, enter his name. He's giving a different story on CNN. I was just watching it just now, on how because people are asking, how did you get to the scene of that massacre that just happened 2 days ago? How? Of all people on the planet, you're the one the day before you're preaching basically Muslims and Christians have to go to war. And then all of a sudden you're there when this carnage starts. But if you guys, you guys want to see it, that's on you. If you don't want to see it, hey, your relatives are out there. And when it starts happening, I promise you I'm going to invest in defense stocks, and I'll do it with no remorse.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for that. This issue of that Alex guy and the division that they're trying to create within the country, I think it's something that I think the previous speaker is correct. We shouldn't fall for it. And but at the same time, I can understand why people fall for it. When people are suffering and feeling that they are being persecuted, what do you expect? Like I said, if you are in a country, people are carrying your passport, you have to treat them well. Because otherwise, that is for me, is a national security threat, because you are easy to divide then, isn't it? And so that is something we as people have to learn to be fair. A lot of people now, I see that in the chat, some of them are liking some of my earlier comments and everything. But when I talk about Nnamdi Kanu, suddenly sometimes I'm the enemy of the Igbo people, I hate Igbo people and all the rest. So this is kind of stuff our people do. You have to learn to try to be dispassionate about things, even if because that helps you. It really does help you, because you are seeing more clearly. You are not narrowing your view. This world, you can't drive a car and say, okay, let me just put a blinder. Otherwise, you're going to have a crash, because in reality, you have to see more broadly. And this is why I try to remain consistent. I hate people that foment violence within their own societies, because they are a problem. Because if you have anything that foments violence within your society, you have to try to get rid of it. If you have somebody that is coming and inciting violence, he's an enemy to progress. If you have somebody that says that, Muslim and Christians should hate each other, problem. You should look at that person with a side eye, because you should be looking for ways for people to work together peacefully and encourage people that are doing the peaceful things instead of discouraging them. This is why I try to remain consistent and say you can't fault Southeasterners for doing what they do, because they are doing it peacefully. But I will fault jihadists for doing what they are doing, because look at the chaos they've caused in the country. Look at the chaos they've caused. IDP camps, people being dispossessed of their ancestral land. You can't keep doing that. And we have leaders that don't even seem to care. He gets to the airport, he can't even bother to go into the country because he's scared for himself. So he cares about his own safety, but leaves the people defenseless. All I can say is that our people should start using a little bit of common sense and try to see more broadly, not be too a kind of too inward looking. Because if you are too inward looking, you miss the bigger picture, and your judgment will be faulty. KJ, mute your mic now. What kind of family meeting is this one?
No man, fake moderator.
I'm not part of your family meeting. All right, please
Father,
go ahead.
relax. Father, relax.
All right, forefathers, are you done?
Oh yeah, 3 minutes now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I try to
All
follow
right.
rules.
Okay, thank you. KJ, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Father, why are you? You are. I will come and meet you on your show to deal with you properly in that place. Yes. Rudolph, I'm not going to say much. I will just simply say that I think. Listen, the evil doesn't have name. Evil doesn't have name. It doesn't recognize tribe. It doesn't recognize region. It doesn't recognize religion. Evil is evil, and so when we try to use a particular individual to party or to divert attention from what is going on, the truth of the matter is that we will not be speaking this way if some of our brothers and sisters were among those slain in Jos. We'll not be talking that way. Okay? So let us put ourselves and look, as maybe 10 of us here and those in the comment section, nobody wants to see a Nigeria that is not working. The only reason why certain individuals are saying we want to just see if we can manage ourselves is because it's not working. And to be a human being is for us to sit down and discuss what is not working and see how we can make it, equitable for everybody. There is nobody, just like you see, some of you don't know the meaning of the song that Nwike used to sing sometime. Enyendeba, Enyendeba. That is a Igbo adage. If you do for these people, the same thing you do for these people, do also for these people. You cannot do for one person and say that is it. And then when the other side is saying you have not done for us, you go say no, you people don't, you're not worth it. That is why Nigeria is not working. Are we all of us sitting here not surprised that up till now, electricity that is not a new technology, we can't still have it? When PDP was in power, they said PDP spent 16 years of not being able to provide light. What is remaining for 16 years to complete now from APC? It's not just 4 years. They'll enter the same 16 years. So is any of us going to deny now that Nigeria is moving forward? Because if since independence till now, we are still discussing electricity alone, does it mean we're making progress? Gentlemen, let's torchlight it ourselves, as say in Nigerian Palace, and then see whether we are standing at the right pedestal to be able to discuss this issue. All right? There's no way we can go about it. And then finally, just 1 second, your president took executive jet, went to Jos, sat at the airport. They brought people who are sick, people who are dying to come and line up. And all he could tell them is that I don't have to talk too much, because if I talk too much, you will not have room for me to go and sleep because there's no this thing. Are we okay? Please,
No,
gentlemen.
he say hits too much. No less, hits too much. So you can stay 10 minutes and leave.
Just tell me in which country, other continent, that this will happen, that the people will not even to revolt self. But nobody said anything. And that's the reason why they always having pushing into the ordinary man's this, and making sure that every policy they do must have to be in accordance with their own look, we have been turned to slaves. Whether if you be not now, you be Yoruba or you be Igbo, all of us have become slaves to the politicians. That's the truth. That's the truth. We either listen. Sorry, Rudolph. Okay, let me just leave. I'll come back to
No. Finish up. It's
listen. Let me tell you guys. You see, we were playing. Now in this panel. If you have been coming to this panel in Rudolph's show, some of the things happening that is not strange to you. We said on this panel that they're going to look for how to make sure Obi doesn't feature in any election. We said on this panel that there's going to come. It's going to be concessions. Some concession. They're going to say, okay, we have a concession candidate. Nobody should hold election. Presidency is taken care of. Are we not going there? We have to wake up. Look, very soon you go to somebody's house, you see they tie one man, they tie you rope for neck, hang you for outside as one of those dogs. That is where they're taking us. If we keep quiet and keep still fighting, you be Yoruba, you be Igbo, these people have no tribe. Their tribe is politics. Their tribe is power, and they are holding on to it. I'm telling you guys.
Thank you,
Okay,
KJ.
thank you. Right, that's my lord.
All right. AY, go ahead. No, if you do this rant very well, you will know that you did it very well. AY, go ahead.
I kind of, it seems this is the first time I'm agreed to KG on a lot of things. I think we need to keep good to celebrate it. Hopefully, this is a due leaf. Yeah, he actually said a lot of things I wanted to say. You see, we joke too much as Nigerians. Huh? The other thing I need to add, what's his name? Alex Babe guy. You see, Nigeria need to understand something. I don't know why we are so divided that if we are seeing clearly something that want to divide us, something that want to kill us, some people will support it. I'm pretty sure if there is somebody that want to throw nuclear bomb into some part of Nigeria, some people will support it. That's what actually amazes me. I know forefather talk about this stuff, how we are not united, probably because of the grievances of some people. Yes, I think we need to look for a way to work together. We need to look for a way to bring the country together. That's why I'm really, really looking up to a leader that can actually bring Nigeria together, that will not. I think that's the problem we're having. Because when you look at Rwanda president, what he's doing in Rwanda, how he was able to silence the tribe, silent religion, silent all this stuff. You see, the people of Rwanda, they are actually in support of that government, in support of Kigali, what's his name? Paul
Kagame.
Kagame. They are actually in support of him. That is the Nigeria we need at this point. Because if you are thinking in your own deep down you that, you want, I want my tribe to be the next president, I want my religious person to be the next president, it's not going to change anything for you. I mean, Buhari was there. You saw what happened in Katsina. Bandit were ravaging evil in his village. The Katsina people didn't really celebrate, benefit. Even Yoruba, they are not benefiting today. It's only few Lagos Kaba that can just enjoy the government. This is what people don't know. So we need to look for a way to get somebody that can actually look at this country despite the differences, so that we can come together. Alex Babi, he's a Zionist propagandist. You need to know more about him. For somebody to come into a country and talk in that manner, like he has authority over anybody, talk down the president, he can't do that. He does not have business in Nigeria. I was happy they kick him out. It's just like the other lady, Goldie Gamara, the Zionist influencer that speak rubbish everywhere online. We should not allow these kind of things. Our issues are well documented, are well recognized. We need to actually recognize this issue and look for a way to deal with them. We have to deal with them. We have to push the government to do the right thing. I think that's where we have the issue. If anybody commit crime, if it's crime of, see me, I'm not against buying by arguing. If somebody kill people, commit grievous crime, hang him. I'm gonna sign if I'm in government. There is no two ways. I don't think you should forgive people that buy people for nothing. I don't think so. Even if you are a criminal, you take a gun, there is 100% evidence you buy somebody, I will sign. I'm against it. If you are a drug dealer, you are damaging people's life, you should go for it. See, we need to get serious. We need to have government that will do the right thing, so people stop dividing themselves across tribe, across religion, across this. That is where we need to get to. Hopefully, we get that leader that can make that move. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, AY. Let's welcome to the show, Masker. Masker, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening and good to see you once again. And once again, well done. May God bless you for your good work.
Thank you.
Yes. So, my apology. I really wanted to join today's show very early because I saw the topics. They were topics I was very much interested But the challenge, of course, as a Nigerian, you must work 3 times harder to make sure you earn a living. So my apology, I couldn't join early. So what topic are you guys on now?
We are ranting now. We are about to end this first section. Then forefathers will start the second part.
Okay, if forefathers will hold the session, then I would.
Yeah, he
I,
will.
I keep saying at my age now, I won't be able to rant. But I think the thing that I've listened to, I think I joined and I could hear a couple of people speak. My position is that yes, I think KJAY, I can't remember the other person, but the general trend is that look, we shouldn't continue to divide ourselves along religious lines, even though I'm very much experienced. I understand really the just crisis, and I know it's not a religious crisis. I keep telling people that look, if the whole Muslims in Jos decide that okay, today they are Christians, there will be different churches. Some people will say, no, we're not going to attend these churches because it's this kind of people that are attending that church. They will go and set up their own church. Either the Muslims that have converted to Christianity will set up a different church, or the Christians will go and set up their own different church. The problems are deeper, but the challenge or the symptom or the result is the same. We keep killing each other for reasons that are not cogent reasons. And the reality is that we keep killing each other, and the reality is that we still remain in the same place that we are. So I think it's important not to start telling our people, but I think it should start with all of us that claim to be enlightened, claim to be educated. So I think we should begin to move away from that. Sometimes, yes, there are certain things that happen, but to keep exaggerating it or excavating it, you are more or less like just engendering the scenario. So I really want to call all of us that we should try within ourselves also to try and disabuse our mind to understand that we shouldn't be coming from positions of sentiment. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Ruben.
All right, thank you, Masca. Let's go to look P. Support diaspora voting. You just write this name on your behind you and nothing. What are you doing about that?
No support is coming now. Support is not coming from anywhere. I'll be talking. Everybody else, if I talk, it goes in one ear and leaves the other ear. Everybody wants to count their hour and their shift and keep their money in their pockets. Nobody wants to come out and fight for Nigeria. But I know there's what we call persistency. You understand? By the time we persist over and over, when you hear it like 1,000 times, maybe you start to resonate with you that, okay, let's try what this guy is saying. You understand? So,
all right,
never give up thing. You understand? Anyways, for although I haven't been listening, I just came in, saw you guys online. So okay, let me quickly join you guys. And if I want to pick up for ranting as regard this the Alex guy, probably I guess some people must have been saying he's just like AY says, he's Zionist or he's trying to instigate violence. For me, my school of thought is simple. I would say yes, what he's doing is right, but the truth is, you can say he's instigating violence, but if you ask yourself, if there's no killing of such, the guy will not leave America and come to just and be saying they are killing these people. You understand? If the first time it happened and the government did the right thing by curbing this whole violence, I don't think you will see the guy in just be shouting, "No, Tinubu, it's your fault. Tinubu, they are killing this, they are killing that." You understand? So by the time you keep this thing, you allow this thing to be happening over and over and over and over. Even if this guy is lying, and this violence is still continue, somehow, some way, like if that's this guy they talk through. You understand? That is how psychology works. Because if you everybody who is student of psychology will know it's simple. You understand? If you allow this thing to happen, just like they will say, Gamma Mugu for Gamma shop. If Mugu not for Gamma no go shop. So if there's no violence of such, they cannot go come and be talking. If he wants whatever his plan is, he won't succeed. So instead of blaming the guy, you are coming to increase violence, why not use that energy to tackle the source of what he's doing? Use the same energy that no government, call the government out. This is been happening over and over and over. We've not seen the energy calling the government out. Somebody's taking advantage now and shouting, okay, they are killing Christians, as if they're not really killing Christians. and you are saying the guy is chasing clout or is whatever. So I think Nigeria, we are not really ready. You understand? The people who are just talking, they have big mouths. That's why they can talk. You understand? They don't want to act. So it's just a shame that we have such people in our country that they only see the danger or whatever, but they don't like to tackle the source. They are not people who like, no, let's put this in neck on and tackle the source. We only like blaming, because Nigeria, nobody wants to blame ourselves. We like to blame people, blame others for our woes. But instead of us to tackle these people, that's the founder of these forts, the origin of these forts, tackle it head on. No, we don't want to. We always look for is distracting us, is causing violence or is whatever. So for me, it's a shame that we are where we are. You understand, and I think it's because of the way we behave. That's why no matter what is happening in Nigeria, things gets worse and worse and worse. Somebody was talking about Tinubu in the airport. What about the governor of the same Jos who went to talk to his people that they just massacred? You can't even come down and even meet them face to face, at least see your solidarity. You are hiding in a bunker. You did not even come out fully. Half of your chest and your head is what is coming out. And there was a man at the top holding the cover of the bunker. So in case there's any crack, it will just quickly lock the bunker and you run away. Then you are talking to the people. And the foolish people, none of them can, as stupid as they are, none of them can even carry brick. Everybody stone the nonsense out of the governor body. Stone her with bricks. Stone her, make get out. You finish, okay, they should be curfew. Curfew. Once you know that these people, many people in Nigeria, because there's no job, people live on every day. It's a hustle that they hustle every day. That's how they live. You say that it should be coffee for 2 days. Not even think how they will eat. Man, Nigeria, and true God, like I said, look, suffocate the poor. Don't let the poor breathe. Because those people are the real problem of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Local P. Let me just
Rudolph, please.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
10 seconds, please.
Shut up. I'm not replying, monkey. Shut up. Not replying.
I just want to say that this channel, we don't support violence. So, Local P, your opinion is your opinion, that we don't stone
He's a violent man, don't mind.
Okay.
Violent man.
Anyway, just keep quiet. Hold on, not keep quiet. Hold on. We don't like people responding to rants, otherwise it will make it very extended. So after this, I can let you tell us what you want to say in 30 seconds. Prince Akwachi, you see how you just hold on, Prince. You see how you came in? I just moved you straight to the top of the line,
Because I was targeting you. Yeah, I was on comment section. And the reason why I came in was Local P. My rant is based on him. He that said that we are after our shifts, after the money, and forgetting that a few weeks ago, the Milocon visited them and they were busy collecting money.
Yeah.
Shame on UK.
Did you see Local P collecting money?
No, I saw him. I saw somebody like him.
I saw
somebody like him, and I saw where is that pizza delivery guy? One man went to more grasses. He was there. I wonder how much they gave him. If it's only the 800 that they gave him, or they gave him extra. He was there on your mandate. They shall buy. They shall all buy because of the 800. No problem. Local people, stop that diaspora voting. It's not gonna help anything. It's not gonna help anything. If you are wishing for that one with that INEC, that corrupt INEC that we have now, it's not gonna work. So all hopes. I don't have any hope for that.
I know.
And then Jide.
Nigerians are hope killers. Nigerians we like to kill hope a lot.
Look up here, I don't tell you. As long as say when I go collect money for that UK visit, shame on UK. Any UK person will go ever come here, come make any noise. Shame on all of them. Shame on all of them. Let him come, and then he came. He gave you guys money. Everybody became a city boys and girls and all that. Shame on UK residents. Let him try it. Let him come to US. Let him come to California. Now me go pour water. Now me go pour water. I will take water. Come.
Thank you, Prince Akwachi.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. And for those who celebrate.
Sorry, it's very interesting. All our UK people, nobody mentioned that thing as if.
I'm telling you, because they collected money.
Yeah, they didn't say they collected. They didn't
Yeah.
say.
They all collected.
Rudolph, ask for fathers now. No, ask for fathers. At least I have to ask for fathers. Ask him
Even
like
your
that.
forefather now.
All right, we gotta go.
No, because he was the host now. He was the host. That's what I'm saying. Ask him. I'm not. He wasn't the only one.
Akwachi, thank you so much. Let's go to the final rant, which is from Ife. If you go ahead. Hello, Ife. All right.
Okay, let me.
Wait. Am I the last person?
Yeah, you're the last person.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Hi. I've got you a long time. Good evening. So,
if you want them, don't mind me or my bad manners. They will carry happy Easter. Happy Easter if you celebrate. Now when I don't buy that man, he go resurrect tonight. Okay.
Oh boy. Okay.
Now, pagan
on a
ritual.
serious note,
ritual.
On a serious note, we don't value human lives in Nigeria. We don't. President came to Plateau, went to Jos, but he left immediately because there was no light. But president is in another state commissioning nonsense. While all the three other people, somebody wrote breaking news, another part in Plateau is being attacked. Right? The truth of the matter, for those of you people calling Alex has left the country. The killing will continue. It's not going to stop. It will even get worse. As I'm talking to you right now, it is happening in another state. When we wake up in the morning, we hear the news. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Let's call a spade a spade. Imagine if your family, if they are living in it, like Mazio Para said, he has families there. And I asked you a question initially, and I said, why should even one person lose their life because of insecurity in any country? Is it not the job of the government to protect the lives and properties of the citizens? You people that are calling Alex, how long has this been going on in Nigeria? For you people saying that Alex is the one escalating what? It is happening. It's no longer in Nigeria. It is still happening. Whether we like it or not, we have a problem in Nigeria. Until we begin to address it. A whole community somewhere in Kwara State looks like a dead zone. They all ran away because of insecurity, because of these people. Imagine being a stranger in your own land. We are here talking about whether LX or no LX and all that stuff. We know the truth, but we are not yet ready to admit it. So it will continue to happen. It's gonna get worse. I don't know how many people that are going to die tomorrow. But will other people die? Of course. It's just a question of time and where. People that are talking about Alex, VDM was there even before Alex. Nobody said anything and criticized VDM. But because this person, because he's a foreigner. Most of us heard about this because VDM went there. The one that happened previous time, a few months ago, he was there. He was the person that brought it to everybody's attention. And our president stopped somewhere because of flood or something?
Because of erosion. We don't dare for this country. We are dead. We are dead in this country.
But did you see the security? His son. Did you see the security that is guarding his son? Nobody's talking about that. Even the Nobel Prize winner even condemned that. President's son. So you telling me that Tinubu's life is more valuable than other citizens' lives? This is how we'll be defending, undefendable. Come on now, people. If you want to be president, you have to be honest. You have to be truthful. We are not yet ready. Gosh. Stop deceiving yourselves until he hits you. Look at the woman that died. No conscience. You people got the nerve to drag the woman to the airport just to shake the president. For what? And after that, now what happened? Drag a woman who is mourning to come and shake the president's hand. You people are wicked. Nigerian leaders, you people are wicked. This is a woman who lost everything that she had. Only child, not the only son, only child. You got the nerve to fly from Abuja. And some of you here are, blaming Alex. Nobody's calling VDM because he's Nigeria, because this person is a foreigner and spoke about it. Whether VDM, whether Alex, tomorrow another one will still happen. Another person will speak about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you said you give me the 10 seconds, right?
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So you see, local P first, and if you see, the reason why people are calling Alex, people are not calling VDM. VDM is in Nigeria. This is a national matter. Alex should go to America. Hold on. Alex should go to America. January alone, you have over 1,000 died from gun violence in America. Why is he not calling out Trump? Why is he not calling out? He does not have any stake in Nigeria.
That is not security threat. That is not security threat.
Hold on.
That is not security threat.
Alex does not have business in Nigeria.
You know what I get play, yeah?
Oh, can you let me speak? Something like it out. Hold on. You hold on. So VDM is in Nigeria. VDM have every right to speak on
so
this.
what's the difference?
Nigeria
so
has the difference is Alex is an intruder. He does not have any say in Nigeria matters. He does not have any right. He should stay in his country.
Dude, VDM is not.
Guys, let's end this show. Thank you so much. Let me thank those that supported us. Thank you, Oreko, Top A. Thank you, Zoba. Thank you, Chris. Chris wanted to join us, but he couldn't. Tima Jack, thank you so much for your support. Kulata, thank you. Oscar Blackbone, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Tima Jack. And thank you, everybody that watched at home, those that made comments. There's another show coming up. I don't know why people are not, you have like.
Can I say something there, Papu Joka? Okay, so this is what I'm saying. I'm glad. Let's address it. I don't know who will be hosting it, but whether KJ or whether Forefathers, no, this is serious. There is no need, especially to keep somebody like Master, the people that come from Nigeria or watch from Nigeria, burn their data to join the program. And you got a monologue for 40 or almost 1 hour. Nobody got time for that. Nobody got time to stay behind there for 1 hour, almost literally 1 hour, talking to yourself, and people are waiting for you behind.
That is a damn forefather.
Come on now, let us be honest.
I solidly stand behind Ife on that, and that's why I don't go to Forefathers show, because he will continue with that monologue as if it's forever.
Come on, that's not right. People
I second the motion. I second the motion too.
All right, thank you so much, Ife.
You know how nefarious these Nigerians are, and I watched the show yesterday, and I timed it how long he spoke. Out of 45 minutes, he spoke more than 15
minutes. Sir. If you want to hold the show monologue, then don't invite anybody. Just
who invited anybody? There was no link out there.
This is not.
I didn't invite anybody.
This is not your show, mind you. That's what I'm saying.
You see, that's the problem. You have problem with me hosting the show here.
It is not the
problem.
You have a problem
because I have to conform to what you think.
You can go to your platform and then do that, but don't do it here.
Forget it.
All right. Thank you so much. We will
talk
about.
This is the show you like. If you like this one, you can come to this one.
All right, we'll talk about this off air. Thank you, everybody, for
your platform. Thank you, sir.
joining us. Thank you. Those that watch at home and those in the comment section. Tomorrow we have Frank Uto joining us. So if you can make it tomorrow, 6:30 Nigerian time and 1:30 p.m. here in New York. Okay, on behalf of everybody that helped, people, my executive producer show, and everybody at the back end, thank you all for what. Yeah, we have an,
title.
Local P, you don't know anything. Okay.
No, you can. You betray me.
Akwechi, thank you so much for being here.
You should betray me.
Ife, thank you for being here. Igbo Basics, thank you for being here. Sakonia, Tim, thank you for being here. Forefathers, thank you for being here. AY, thank you for being here. And Local P, thank you. And all the people that joined us, we appreciate all of you. We see you tomorrow at 1:30 in New York. Join Forefathers for the part 2. He might end tomorrow. I might kick him out when I wake up and he's still on. But thank you, everybody.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Rònà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. That's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Is it protesting? One more protest. When that memory, which is a million, they kidnap me, they kidnap you.